after 9 o'clock, we'll start the Floyd County Board of Supervisor meeting. First item on the agenda is to approve the agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Next item is public comment, and this public can comment on anything that's not on our agenda. Anything from the public? Okay. Item 3, review and action regarding the approval of the January 6th and the 9th, 2025 minutes. I looked at the minutes, they looked okay to me.
Yeah,
Lloyd?
look fine. Motion.
Motion by Campbell, second by Carr.
Yep, that works.
To approve the minutes. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. Item 4, review action regarding approval of claims. Yeah, I didn't see anything there that seemed out of the ordinary or caught my attention.
I didn't either. I make a motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Carr, second by Campbell to approve the claims. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed. Item 5, updates on various boards, commissions, and activities since last meeting.
I can start. I had, it wasn't an ADC, Area Development Corporation full meeting. It was just the elected officials or those who get to appoint the at-large. And so we did appointments to 4 new members to the ADC board that group gets to appoint. And then that, working with Morgan on items and contacting boards that I serve on to make sure they have my contact information, which I don't know if you're doing that as well. But yeah, that's it for me.
On 8th, Wednesday, Mason City, and had 3 meetings with NIACOG, the planning district meeting, emergency planning, and NIACOG's regional emergency response commission, and NIACOG's regional emergency response for hazmat. So very eye-opening. Interesting. All that's done behind the scenes that you just aren't aware of.
I attended Floyd Chickasaw County landfill meeting. They have to replace their scale up there. Person that inspects that said this would be the last time he would approve it. So it's a pit style scale. And it's going to cost about $85,000 to replace it, but they're going to do it. And it will only be down about 4 to 5 days. So they'll find another place to weigh the trucks during the time that their scale is down, I guess. So, and like the rest of us, I attended secondary roads union negotiations with the Teamsters, and then the interview for the engineer we had last week. So, that's all I had. So, item 6 on the agenda is a library association budget request. I think we've got some librarians here this morning. Welcome.
Thank you.
See what we can do for you.
I'm Annette Dean, Kentucky Public Library. I just wanted to thank you all for meeting with us. I have copies of our letter of request if you need them. You have them?
Sure.
Yeah. What's up? The letters are in the agenda back. I believe.
Might have to
It's
come
in
up.
the packet. I bring it over.
I can send it.
I also have, what's that?
Could you please come up
Oh,
to
yes.
the podium when you're speaking to us?
Sorry, I'm not.
Easier for us to hear you.
Absolutely. I do also, I have copies of our letters if you would like it. I also brought, the Charles City Public Library annual survey statistics that I put together for the council. Pretty much just carry it around with me all the time. Good information, so if you would like that, I'll happily supply that as well. We did ask for a 3% increase to help with inflation and some of the cuts that our cities are doing. I don't know if you're aware, but at least in Charles City's case, we're looking at a $30,000 reduction in city funds this year.
Is
So
the city planning on backfilling any of that with their general fund?
if they can, we don't find that out for another couple of weeks. So, our libraries are very diverse and we offer a wide variety of programs and collections. If you have any questions, we'll happily, we're all in attendance so we can speak to our own communities. Any little bit of increase does help though. Library budgets, our margin lines are very, very tight. So an increase or lack of increase can be the difference of, you know, being able to do a book club or being able to hold a children's program. So
So the city is cutting you $30,000?
that is what the word is. Yes, that's what my preliminary budget that I submitted was asked to be reduced.
Okay.
So with
So
House File 718, the legislation took away the 27-cent levy. So now the city just has to decide, are they gonna be able to fund it through their general
are they
fund?
gonna be able to find it
They
from
don't have a
other?
levy anymore.
So
And that's the Rockford have the 27-cent
Rockford
levy.
also did, yeah.
Did Little Rock have a 27-cent levy? Remember Sherry?
Marble Rock is a levy library.
No.
And North Springs or Rudd.
North Springs wasn't either.
It was just Rockford and Charles City.
So this is basically money that the state.
No, it's a,
Cities and counties.
Cities and
it's a
counties.
library.
And with House File 718, they squashed that from the local.
Yeah.
Taxes.
Yeah, so
State,
it's basically a cap on how much tax the city can levy. So they're,
Did you get any funding from state?
we get some, not much.
Did that cut? as well?
That's been steadily reducing every year for the last, well, I've been a librarian for 15 years and it's always a little bit less. So, but yeah.
So if you don't get the funding, what will you do?
So we, like I said, the county funding largely for us supports our programming and our book collection. So, it would be, you know, the difference of some of our summer library program things is where we would have to cut it.
what's your total budget?
It, with the grants that I bring in, usually it's around 400,000,
Just for Charles City.
just for Charles City. Yeah, I'm not privy to the rest of the librarians. They would have to speak on that.
We have some new faces, can you?
Yes, we do. Would you like to come up and introduce yourself?
My name is Emily Palmer. I work at the Rockford Library. Hello.
I'm Elena, and I'm at the Marble Rock Library.
Elaine, how long have you been the librarian at Little Rock?
Over 30 years. 30.
Wow.
My name is Renee Bartling, and I'm the library director at North Springs.
My name's Kathy Smith, and I'm new. That's why I'm not. But we do have the levy in Rudd also, and we're gonna get cut.
Yeah.
Thank you for your attendance and sharing. The budgets are, everything's in limbo, you know, with these budgets. And everything. Librarian.
Good, glad to hear it.
You do a lot of work, a lot of good work, I know. And we just built a new library in Rudd.
Is that open and running, the Red Library now? It looks like a nice building, obviously it's new.
They didn't plan for any storage area, so,
More storage?
no, we don't have any storage.
Storage.
You have to purge.
A typical
Yeah.
woman, no storage.
Yeah. When I applied for the job, they showed me my office. And I said, well, it's kind of full. What's in here? Oh, everything. So I said, so basically I don't have an office. Well, kind of.
But the library's open to the public now, right?
Yes.
And Red, yep, okay. Anybody else have any questions for these ladies? Thank you for your time, appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
We'll do the best we can.
Okay.
Nice to meet you all.
Yep.
New ones. Nice to see the rest of you.
And also, if any of you ever want to come for a visit to any of our libraries, we're always more than happy to show off our little libraries in one big one, yes.
And I'll gladly show you our art gallery too that's attached. It's, if you haven't seen it,
That's
feel
very
free to
nice.
stop by and take a look, because it's you know, nice to see a Picasso in small town Iowa.
It is. I was telling my daughter, who, right now, she pays a lot. I told her that there was a Picasso in Charles City. She's sure I got
Well, when she is in town, send her down.
it. Yeah, I told her about it. It's very impressive. You girls do a lot of work. Appreciate it.
The Rudd Library is going to be in Architectural Magazine. I think in June, they're gonna do an article on the Rudd Library.
Which magazine is that?
It's Architect Magazine,
Architect?
Architect Iowa or something.
Yeah.
The board just told me.
Sure.
Cool, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Let's go and get your first Rembrandt.
Yeah.
Well,
So one thing.
Thanks,
Thank
Ann.
you.
thank you.
Yeah. We can see it.
Next item on the agenda is the Fair Board's budget request.
Well, good morning, everybody. Mike Quaid, the newly elected Fair Board President. Been on the board for a few years there, doing some help with everything out at the grounds. But just came to talk to you today. I believe you guys may have a copy of this in your agenda, but I'll kind of run through it real quick. Again, thank you guys for the monetary support to the Floyd County Fair throughout the years. And because of the county funding, state funding, grant funding, and private donations, we've been able to accomplish and complete a lot of projects out there at the fairgrounds. And trying to keep it safe for all fairgoers and off-fair rentals. So we'd like to ask to continue your support to the fair, to maintain our grounds and secure our future for the youth of Floyd County. Below, we have a list of updates and improvements that we've completed, along with a project list for the future. On the second page here, we have our fair accounts with effective balances. And we keep our rental entertainment accounts separate from our fair general accounts to ensure we have funding available for repairs and maintenance that might arise in the buildings, which, you know, as we're still moving forward, we got a lot of new buildings, but everything still requires maintenance. So our general and building savings accounts pay for the ground improvements, livestock barns, show arena, insurances, the ribbons, judges, additional driveway rock, camping area, and other miscellaneous. So our updates and improvements for the last 2 years, again, we did 3 phases of sidewalk system completed. We added the pit road entrance for safety during fair, which will be completed in the spring, which is very nice. If you guys are aware out there, typically we come in off of Highway 14 and we go right up by the Youth Enrichment Center, kind of right where really people are traversing through that area. So by having them come in from the south is going to be very beneficial, I think, for safety in general there. Show arena sound system, again, as things get dated and stuff, upgrading them to where we can have effective communication and announcements through there. The show arena bleachers were huge, had some handicap accessibility bleachers put in, nothing but great positive comments on that. And it is a joy to be able to see people's grandparents, things like that, that may have some disabilities come to our fair. So put in some shade structure for the bleachers in the horse arena area. Again, just for creature comfort for everybody out there partaking in those events. And grandstand sound system, we upgraded that again. Just as we've grown and stuff has gotten older, we just had to take those priorities and try to make things better. And rabbit cages for those rabbits that keep growing as well. So our to-do list from our annual meeting, electrical upgrades in the beef, swine, and sheep barns. And we've approved our swine, beef, and sheep barn electrical upgrades. So we'll get started with that come spring once we get our rentals out of the way so we can access that. That's going to provide more drops so the kids aren't putting themselves in jeopardy trying to run drop cords up to run fans, things like that. We'll have drops there that are easily able to be pushed up out of the way to not interfere with our rentals, but make it a little bit safer for them. And so pretty excited about that. We're adding a few more speakers on the ground systems. Again, for notifications, that way everybody's, can hear throughout the entire fairgrounds. The grandstand lights in the pit area. Again, as we've expanded that pit area, one of our hugest, things there, right, for liability is you've got people out there and it's dark. So we have quotes in place. Hopefully at the next meeting we'll get our funding that we need for that and move forward. So that way that pit area would be lighted and take away those risks. The complete sidewalk system. We've got quite a bit of it done, just looking to continue to add on to that. One of the projects we approved was getting basically where we left off at the north end of the show arena up to the grandstand area. There's an area in there where it's just been kind of rock gravel, not very easily passable, and the sidewalk's starting to deteriorate a little bit. So we're going to add on to that, at which time too, where the cattleman's beef thing is, they're going to expand onto our sidewalk, just making it easier accessible for everybody. And again, put more outlets in the food cart area for the more food trucks, poultry cages, and then always entertaining something with the grandstand bathrooms. But as you can see, our general fare checking is $2,429, and our building savings of $18,124, and youth auction account of $16,589. So today, just standing here, just requesting, your guys' support. In addition to our dumpster rental area that's going out there, the $10,000 standard, I guess, that we've been receiving from the county to continue with building that fair. And I'd say I'm really proud of the direction, the past board has gone within the fairgrounds, and being a part of this is just kind of exciting. I've been along right after that, or right before the tornado, and kind of through it, and to see the excitement and the things that we're bringing to the youth, and with the youth focus and safety of others is kind of awesome to be a part of. So thank you.
I got a question on your youth account. Youth auction account is $16,500.
Yep.
What is that used for?
So we'll use that for anything related up in that, I guess, auction. What's that? Yeah, auction livestock.
Where they have the sales.
Yeah, to put that on, or improvements improvements that may need to be made right in that area, so.
It's actually a commission money that is taken out of the auction checks as a premium for the kids to get buyers there. And like Micah said, it's helped with the grandstand, show arena bleachers, sound system bleachers, sidewalks.
How's the attendance been over the last few years?
Steadily increasing.
Steadily increasing.
Yep. Livestock numbers, they vary. Certain species, dip down a little bit, but others come up, and that can be just probably due to how much, livestock and feed and stuff costs. But, the attendance for, just even regular fair events, not our grandstand night stuff is huge. The things that we're able to put on, activities and stuff like that, free to the youth, is really pulled in a lot of people with a lot of positive comments. And then you go up to our grandstands, and if we keep growing, that'll be our next hurdle, because as we will bring in portable bleachers, and those are full. Our pit area is full, so it's something that's in the back of our mind that we really are looking towards too, is if we keep having this growth, doing some more renovations up there to accommodate. But really positive, pretty happy with it.
We went to all 3 of the primary grandstand events last year. I think we had the last few years, but amazing turnout, just packed full. And just the exhibits were good to see. It's really, you guys have done a great job. And on behalf of the county, we really appreciate being able to use the Youth Enrichment Center for the extra meetings that we had last year, and
Absolutely.
great space to have available. And
It
looks like you keep that filled, booked quite a bit with events, off-season, private events.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a real asset, I guess, honestly, to the community, and to be able to, have that available for people to use. It's exciting, so.
What impresses me, you seem to be able to draw a crowd without a carnival.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's important too. So.
Yep. Try to keep that entertainment there, safe, and yet fun for the families to enjoy. So.
We probably see that. I mean, we've got a lot more kids involved than in 4-H and all that.
Yeah. Yep. And then as we're doing this, we're getting more of our county involved. The Central Springs, Norris Springs, coming in the Red Rock or Marble Rock area, and that's awesome. To have that community, spirit and gathering there. So I just see nothing but positive things happen out there. So.
Nice central location.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item on our agenda just walked in, Main Street Charles City budget request. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Congratulations again to our members. Since 1994, Main Street Charles City has been serving the core of the community, Charles City. Then they were known as community revitalization. We were one of 55 Main Street Iowa programs. In fact, I have the sheet. I should have started working earlier. It just talks about the Main Street Iowa program itself. You cannot just decide to become a Main Street Iowa program. You've got to apply. The state only takes 1 or 2 programs every 3 years. It's a very selective process. In 94, we were actually accepted as a demonstration community. And then in 96, we were accepted as a full-blown Main Street community. You have to prove that you're self-sustainable and supported by your community. We've been very blessed that the county has been a very good supporter of Main Street Charles City. That continues. That's a very important part. We have no membership dues. Everything we have are voluntarily investments in the program. And then what we make through the events. The events are very important to Floyd County because we provide not only attractions and quality of life things for people in Charles City, but in the county itself. We have a lot of people in Floyd County who come to our programs. We also make our resources available. We're mandated by the state of Iowa and by Main Street America to focus within the downtown district, but we make our services and information we get from the state available to anybody in Floyd County who calls and requests. Same thing with the Charles City Area Chamber of Commerce. We're the only chamber in Floyd County, but we're the Charles City Area Chamber of Commerce, so we help anybody in Floyd County who seeks assistance. We also have members that are outside the community, like City of Rockford, and we've had Marlborough Park Board, and anybody in Floyd County is able to be a member of the chamber. And the same thing with Main Street community or Main Street Charles City. Our investors are not just in the downtown district. In fact, we have a lot of them that are not, because they see the importance of having a strong core committee. And the other big aspect of this is preservation of our downtown, preserve our heritage. We preserve our buildings. We're very proud of the fact that you can walk through downtown Charles City and you don't see buildings falling apart. I tell people the best compliment I've ever heard when the North Dakota governor was here, when he was running, everybody was running for president, but he was here making a visit. One of his staffers walked up and said, "You're a Main Street community, aren't you?" I said, "Yes, we are." "How can you tell?" He says, "Because you can tell when you drive into town. You can see the pride, you see things are kept up." We hear all the time, it's a very beautiful community, and it's our volunteers that do this. Main Street, Charles City is a volunteer-driven program. We have a paid staff that facilitates what they do, and we take care of all the administrative part working with the state. But everything we do is driven by our volunteers. I sent you earlier a copy of our annual report. Happy to answer any questions you have. In particular, I'd like to note that just this past year, we had 238 different volunteers that helped out, put in recorded volunteer hours of 1,162. There is a publication, a national publication called the Independent Sector that deals with volunteers. And they determine, I don't know where they pulled this number out from, but they determine the average value of a volunteer. And what happens if you had to pay somebody to do the work that volunteers do on average, their figure they have for the state of Iowa this past year was $22.73. I saw another program that tried to come up with another determination what the value was, and that was over $15. So even at $15 times 1,162 volunteer hours, you can see the value. We also we work with the city to offer several grants that people up in the downtown district have the ability to take advantage of. We had $15,560 in facade improvement grants awarded just this last year, and $14,576 in culture and entertainment district grants that were awarded. We also have a revolving loan fund program that's available through Main Street Charles City that businesses can get a low interest loan that they can pay back at any time with no penalty for 5 years. So a lot of them use it as gap financing or emergency financing. You know, if your heater goes out right now, you don't want to wait till you can afford to put it in one day. That answer any questions you
So we have couple mayors here, and Jesse from North Springs here as well. You said Marlborough, so you've got Jerry Hart.
This is on, the chamber side. No, Marlborough Park Board was.
Yeah.
They're currently not.
Currently not.
But have been before, and we, as part of the chamber side, again, separate entities. Main Street Charles City is a 501c3 nonprofit. The Charles City Area Chamber of Commerce is a 6 nonprofit. They are separate organizations with separate boards of directors, but they have a joint staff, joint facility, and joint resources. At one point, they were all different offices, all working by themselves. So we now work in conjunction, as well as the Charles City Development Corporation has also that office and shares some of the staff and facilities. So kind of make it a one-stop shop for community and economic development.
I attend your meetings when I can, of course, Mark, and it's always impressive how engaged your members are.
Yeah, they drive it. I don't drive it, they drive it. Say I drive the bus, they tell me where to go.
Chamber dues going up.
They are not this year. They're
No.
not this year. And Floyd County is a nonprofit. So I mean, to me, that's the biggest bargain in the world for $105 on the chamber side. You have chamber membership. Not only you're supporting the fact that this is a community and information resource hub in the community and the county, but also you have all the online directory promotion. You have our community guide, which will be redone this next year, map and guide to area attractions. Yeah, you're hard pressed to get much more value for that for $105. But it's also important, to me, it's more important that the county is a member to show support than it is, $100. Dollar here, dollar there, does make a difference. But to me, the fact that you're supporting both of these organizations is huge. And the state takes note of that. You cannot have a Main Street program in Iowa if the city does not support it and the county supporting it really gets their notice, because there are some communities where they're at odds with their county or even their city council, and it really hinders what they're able to do. We're very blessed we don't have that situation. And again, we're restricted to the downtown district of Charles City, but we pull in and provide things for people all over. And we have a lot of people come in from outside of town and around the county that come in for Party in the Park and Spook Walk and these other events. And again, we have access, by being a Main Street community, we have access to community resources, state resources and information that otherwise we wouldn't have access to, that we're happy to share with whoever.
So if like the Marlborough Park or the Marlborough City or whoever were chamber members, then what advantages would there be for that city to be that member? I mean, if they were having Rockford with their fireworks, or Marlborough with their events, their parades, or whatever it might be, does that get pushed then to all the
Absolutely.
members?
As members, we help promote what they have going on. We have our constant contact network that we can send out email blasts on behalf of chamber members. I just scheduled one today. But the other thing is we promote and refer. People are calling, hey, there's nothing going on. I said, really? I can pull out a list. And it's not just Charles City. Says there's literally in the summer, there's something going on in Floyd County every weekend. People don't realize that. So we help promote it, help get that word out there. Again, we also have materials, resources that we provide Floyd for their gospel sing.
Sure.
We provide the trash and recycling barrels for them every year, so they don't have to do that. I get calls from just various event organizers around the county saying, I'm looking for a band, I'm looking for this. Where can I go? Or dealing with the state, which has gotten more complicated since COVID, but we're happy to help you where we can.
I just wanted to say that just since we have members.
Oh,
We don't
absolutely.
have the timing of their.
Yeah, again, the biggest thing, and with our cities and Marlborough Park Board, for instance, they're all nonprofits. Again, that's $105. You have an online directory presence, 24/7. We have a 24/7 visitor center at 401 North Main that has county tourism information. A big part of the chamber is tourism and marketing. We go out, in fact, we're getting into expo season right now, or Ginger Williams will be gone for most of the next month and a half to various showcases around the country, especially in the Midwest, promoting and letting people know why they need to come to Charleston. We're working on our cabin fever weekend schedule right now, and Dasonic and Rockford Fossil and Prairie Park are both included in that. So these are all things we're helping to promote, let people know these opportunities are out there. We feel if we get them in the door, they see and say, here, we got them.
Appreciate all you do.
Who does the charge of the whitewater?
The city owns the whitewater course, but they pay the chamber. 40% of our tourism and marketing coordinators position is paid through hotel motel tax revenue to promote and market the whitewater course, and then oversee those activities. So the Whitewater Weekend Challenge that we do every year, that's organized and put on through our office. Iowa Summer Games comes and does their whitewater competition here. They are in charge of that, but we assist it. We provide volunteers to make that possible. That's a big part of what she markets. We have formed the Northeast Iowa Whitewater Coalition with Manchester and Decatur. They each have whitewater courses. We were the first. There are now 3 in Iowa, or 3 in Northeast Iowa, but there are 7 either being built or seriously talked about in the state. So, it's one thing to be the first, but it's not that we gotta make sure people don't forget about us, and constantly working on promoting that, getting people here. She does a really good job with that. That's a big part of the showcase she goes to is because of the recreational opportunities. Charles City has offered, as well as our history. We have a very rich history.
Ginger does that, right?
And being the first, we happened to even be on the TV show Jeopardy. And
Yes,
for
we were.
whitewater, of course, in Iowa. We were.
And we attracted the U.S. National Whitewater Champion. Has been here 3 times. He loves it. First of all, he'd come to see because I'd come see myself. There's a whitewater course in Iowa, but he loves it. He's been here 3 times. People think when they think whitewater, they think Colorado. They don't realize Colorado has a very short whitewater season. It's spectacular, but it's very short. These whitewater enthusiasts are looking for places to go. We've got people out here in February sometimes in thermal suits out there in their kayaks or their paddleboards because the water's on. We could use some more water in it, but
And are they looking at redoing that?
yes, there's some upkeep and maintenance needed, and then always looking at making improvements. Again, we are in competition with the rest of the state now. Cedar Falls, if they haven't finished it, they're getting close. That was kind of ironic because the course here was initiated by 2 whitewater enthusiasts from Cedar Falls because their city council wasn't interested at the time. Then they see what happens in Charles City, and all of a sudden they're interested.
And the trickle effect of all of that business is what I think is interesting as well. I mean, even my husband and I have the miniature golf course. And we've had people who have come with their kayaks and said, oh, we've been down at the kayak course, heard about this place, thought we'd come down.
They hit it hard for 3 hours. They're always getting inquiries. Okay, I'm coming for that, but what else is there to do?
Yeah.
Where can I go?
Yeah.
And so we got a lot of attractions, not just in town, but within 20-minute drive.
Right.
People constantly surprised by the fact you can go to Rockford Fossil Park and if you find a fossil, you can keep it.
Yeah.
Or
to
Sonic. And it's just that you don't find very many places that beautiful in the fall. Check out, and they're constantly improving that. We're getting the word out, we're sharing that, we're letting people know what there is to do in Floyd County. We also work with surrounding chambers because it's not just about Charleston and Floyd County anymore, it's about Northeast Iowa. So we're all working together to pull that in. You go to Mason City for half a day, what else can you do? Well, you go to Osage, you do this, you come to Charles City, you do a whole bunch of different things. A lot of people, especially since COVID, are looking for day drives too. They want a day trip. They don't want to stay overnight.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody have any other questions for?
Just your funding then is the 5,000?
Yes, it's $5,000. And we're very appreciative of that. But we always, we remind City Council as well that like everybody else, and you know how it goes, cost of doing business keeps going up. So we have not had an increase in city or county support in some time, but our cost of doing business goes up. We have budget cuts just like everybody else, and that impacts the level of service on what we do. We've already dropped down part of our staff. We've had to reduce a full-time position to a part-time position. When I was first there, we also had a part-time program assistant, and we were busy at that time. We've had to eliminate that, and the workload doesn't get any less; it gets more. We just took on helping with Memory Lane there by Autos Oasis. The organizers of that came and asked the chamber if they would help support that because they're no longer able to do that on their own. And
That's
so
huge.
that's a big thing for the community. In fact, it went from, I think they had 150 some the very first year, and this year we had 400.
Yeah, it's huge this year.
And Main Street will be talking with the organizers of the Central Park Santa Shining Lights have reached out for some help. So we'll be talking about that. Again, if there's something in the community that's important to people and we can help find a way to make it happen, farmers market is a perfect example. A farmers market really doesn't fall under our mission, but they came asking for help. We do the administrative work for that. We deal with the state for them. We run their money through our books for them. 4th of July fireworks for no one. The JCs did that for years, and when they disbanded, nobody picked that up. 4th of July fireworks are pretty important to people. So we'd love to find another service organization to work with on that, but we didn't want to see that go away. It's important to the community, so we took over the fundraising for that.
Sure. You guys work hard.
So we very much appreciate your support, and we're happy to answer any questions at any time. And we're very appreciative, Dennis, anybody who comes and takes part in these committee meetings, he comes to our board meetings, hears what's going on. Again, networking and communication together, the 2 biggest things. We can do so much more working together, and we're all on the same page. So,
They're informative meetings.
and again, volunteer driven. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is review action regarding the 28E law enforcement agreements. I think Mayor Randy Hassman from Rock Springs and the city policeman. Your name right now is
Jesse Dugan.
Jesse, and then a couple of deputies.
And we have City of Red online.
Okay.
Yes, that's that we, Jeff, are you online there? Muted if you are.
It's actually Ashley, so I'm just
Oh, hey,
listening in for Jeff.
Turn you up so we can hear you a little better.
The purpose, obviously, the purpose of the 28E agreements is to, now we can go. We have different 28E agreements with each city, right? Sheriff?
Yeah.
Rudd, North Springs, or not North Springs, but, Marlboro Rock,
They have their separate, they have their own.
28, okay.
The only one we don't have an agreement with is Charles City, because they have a full forced
Right.
PD. And all the cities are $7 per capita, except for North Springs is $50. And the $7 went up just this current year from $4, and North Springs was 25 and went to $50 this year. Where we're currently at.
Per hour, right.
$50 per hour for North Springs, $4 to $7 per capita. Yeah.
I think maybe when Travis was here earlier, a week or two ago, maybe the $4 or $7 per person.
Per capita.
Per capita, right, isn't enough. That'd be a fair statement.
Who's saying that? I'm Jerry Engelhardt, City of Marlboro. Who's saying that wasn't enough?
I thought maybe it was Travis, but I could be mistaken. So,
What the dollar amount is, I don't know.
yeah,
But based on these throughout and other cities throughout the entire state of Iowa. Is very low.
We visited this last year. It seemed like $7 was sufficient to sheriff.
When we went up from 4 to 7 last year, that was a sufficient increase.
In fact, I proposed more than that, and we'd settled for 7.
Yep.
So what's changed?
I don't know. Visit after the visit with Travis, you know, and if it's enough, it is, I guess, but it seemed like compared to other cities or other counties, it was low. Floyd County was low, so.
I recall from that meeting, I think it was, let's not jump too much too quickly, but that it should be more is what I recall from last time, just not take such a big step in a year is what I recall.
Last year we looked at 4, looked at
Right.
from 4 to 8, and we
No, it's
agreed.
doubling it.
Yep, and then we agreed on, I didn't like that word doubled. So
Right.
we agreed on, $3 to $7 per capita. The thing of it is, with the small towns, you know, we all agreed, and, with the mayors talking last year, that, we didn't want to get a big jump, you know, we want to gradually increase. Okay, so if we're looking at anything again this year, I would say a gradual increase again this year. I wouldn't, you know, it's tough to put these small towns, you know, under a tight budget. Everybody's budget's tight, we all know that. But it's tough to, you know, go from that $4 what they're used to, and all of a sudden now we got $25. So that you know, that's the thing we're trying to stay away from, that type of thing. So I think a minimal increase this year would be something to look at again.
Minimum will be $1 maybe, or $2, or?
Yeah, I would recommend $1 or $2 would be fine with me. For those towns that are per capita.
Yeah, and North Springs isn't per capita, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Recognize as well about House File 718 with cities and schools and counties being hit with that. And so it's tough for all of us to know which way to go. On the North Springs side, I have no idea how much has North Springs even been used. Know that, Jeff, offhand, or
As in for calls for service, as
the $50 an hour charge that they're
you
billed
have
for?
that,
I don't have the dollar amount.
this guy calls for service, but
I know we covered about 170 calls for service. What our computer system shows, whereas North Springs covered about 110.
And you guys are doing billing on that $50?
yes.
Paul?
Does that
Randy,
sound
what
about
it is?
right, Randy?
What it's been charged in the last year or anything? Or last 6 months?
Yeah, I don't have exact dollar amount either, but we're struggling with is, you know, depending on what the rate goes to, whether we want to just be the per capita too, but, I think, you know, the way it's been, it works out about, to be honest. We budget as though we're getting about $7 or $8 per capita. I think this last year was probably less than that. Based on 1,300 or so.
So you're the only town that has a police officer, right?
Right.
Rudd and Marrock, they don't, Caldwell and Floyd, they don't either, so, okay.
Rockford has a code enforcer because you don't do city ordinances. And I don't know how the other cities do, but
They used to have a code enforcer.
isn't Randy's replacement doing that as well?
Not that I know of, not
Oh,
yet.
he's not.
Hopefully he will.
Do the other towns have code enforcers or? Marrock?
No.
The problem I hear with a code enforcer is you pay the code enforcer, and then you end up taking them to court anyway. And the magistrates are so sympathetic to these people that you don't gain anything anyway.
So you have to pay your city attorney to show up.
Yeah.
For you.
Exactly. So, but you know, a couple bucks is, I mean, you know. And I will say that when the detour went through Mob Rock this year, when 14 was down, I talked to Jeff about some concerns we had with people speeding through town, you know, not paying any attention to speed limits. And just proactive and brought the little radar detector over and set it up in town for us, and that, they really help. In fact, it encouraged us to get our own signs like Rudd has and put them out there, and I've noticed a difference. And see what's slowing down coming through town.
When the bridge is repaired on Highway 14.
Right, yeah. So we are getting some out of it, there's no doubt about it.
So you're happy with $1 or $2 increase?
Yeah, I see aware of that, okay. I mean, I think it's a value, well, what we're paying, I really do, but we can only go so high with it, like everybody else, like Jeff had mentioned.
That's what Jeff is trying to do, is do it gradually. Right.
You know,
Mr. Hassman, you still want to stay with the hourly charge?
I haven't heard a number yet.
I told Jesse like last time, if we're gonna take North Springs on and you're gonna pay per capita, I want Jesse's salary, is what I want. So that's gonna be a lot higher than $7 per capita. North Springs is a different beast. North Springs is not a Marlboro. North Springs is not a Cowell, okay? You have a police department, number one, okay? But then you have a county sheriff's department that's taking more than 75% of what's going on in that county, or in that town. We're covering more time-wise.
I think I just heard, well, yeah, you're on call.
Yep, we're on call. That doesn't mean we're gonna be in
You're
town.
on call 100% of the time for Lumber Rock, 100% of the time for Rockford.
That's right.
Why do you, because we have a police department now,
Because you sat here last year and you talked about you were going to hire, you guys will remember this, he was going to hire another police officer. He sat right in this meeting and said that. All right? About 2 months later, then I emailed Randy and I said, how is it coming with hiring of a police officer? And you said, we have taken that out of our budget. Okay? That's because we're too cheap. Okay? That's the route he's telling me. He's telling me without telling me. Okay? We're not charging enough for North Springs. He should have hired another officer. They used to have 3 officers in that town. Okay? And one of them sitting right back here. Okay? So he knows they were not only on call, okay, they worked 8 hours, then they were on call every other weekend or whatever it may be. Okay, they covered that town 24/7, 365. Floyd County did not cover that town. Now all of a sudden we're covering that town more than 75% of the time. And I didn't say we're in that town, because I'm not going in that town until we have to. We're covering that town.
still trying to understand the difference.
I know since I've been here, and I'm just putting this out there for discussion, because I don't remember quite how things transpired, but we used to do Rockford also for like $50,000.
$75,000 the first year. Yeah.
Is that after they discontinued their own department?
Correct.
But you were giving them services beyond what Marlboro gets, right? Were you doing code enforcement there or no?
It was just one of those things where their chief of police they became a Floyd County deputy. Then they paid $75,000. We're paying basically his wages first year. Second year it went down, third year it went down.
I remember 50,000 and 25,000.
Yeah.
Like it kind of went.
Yeah. It might have went down to per capita after 50,000. Might have only been 2 years.
I can't remember.
What's the population of Rockford?
Rockford,
1300.
yeah, Rockford's about 800.
I was thinking 800.
North Springs, 1,500.
Yeah, 13.
Rockford 758. North Springs 1369. Was the 2020 census. Cowell 55. That's where when you get to show these dollar increments in there, you got little Cowell with 55 in population, and I think their whole budget is like $30,000, something like that. Up there. Floyd's 313, Rock's 271, Rudd is 358. The 2020s numbers.
Randy, what was your budget back when you had 3 officers? Yeah, but
Before my time, and that's been a while, I know. I've been mayor 8 years.
It's probably been 20 years. But
It's been since I've been here.
We had 2 shortly before.
Salvia Brown was the city cop, right?
I think it's about 180,000. But that in my budget, but then I wouldn't cover. My budget doesn't show benefits. think at one time I was up to like
What do you budget now?
5, maybe. Now, in that budget, again, doesn't show my benefits, shows, I think I budgeted 15,000 for contracts.
So Jeff, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. Right now, you're being paid $50 an hour to cover North Springs. Is that correct? And you're asking for what it would cost to have a second
Sure, why
police
not?
officer there. I just want to make sure I understand that. Okay. And that's how much, 75,000?
75,000?
105.
I mean, it depends on how you want to do it. Are you talking salary alone? Are you talking salary and benefits? Are you talking salary, benefits, vehicle? Okay, there's a lot of things that add up here.
Sure.
Okay,
What calls are the calls only going for Jesse's off duty and is that what calls he gets charged for, or what calls are they charged for?
any call that we respond to, and yeah, Jesse's not working.
Any call. So if Jesse's on a call, are you charging, and you get called to assist, are you charging for that?
No,
No, okay.
no, we're gonna do that anyway.
Just, I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
But like last month, our bill was $31.
How much is it?
$131 for December. Which to me, and of course, Randy probably won't like that, but that's not fair to the county either. It's worth more than $131.
But it's kind of like what you talked about last time, Jesse, it's kind of their insurance policy. They're betting per hour that, you know, that big to-do is not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, if they pay per capita, and now we have something that happens over there, a big crime, let's say, you know, worst of the worst, and it takes my guys hours upon hours upon hours to cover that town for them, okay, they're getting off pretty easy at $7 an hour, or $7 per capita. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so that's where I'm at.
You know what, not with a vehicle, but just average of your sheriff's deputies and their benefits, what's the average salary?
Travis, you got that?
Full package?
Yeah.
Are you talking vehicle, insurance?
No, just wages and benefits, not a vehicle, because I guess my thoughts are you're gonna have a vehicle anyway.
Yeah.
85,000 wages.
Yeah, but you gotta understand the type of miles, okay, that these guys are putting on my vehicles. Okay, my county squad cars, when I come for you and I ask you for 2 squad cars every year, this is one of the reasons why. Okay, is because all the miles that I'm putting on these squad cars going over to cover that town. Okay, there's a lot. Here's way over on the other side of the county.
Yep. I get
Okay,
that.
and it just happens to be a lot of times we're not right there. Okay, once in a while it does work out.
I have a question, Jeff. I think I know the answer to this.
Okay.
But is there ever a reason that Saragordo County deputy would come to North Springs 6 miles away or 8 miles away?
Oh, yeah.
To help out, I mean, if you had a
Oh, yeah.
situation.
Oh, yeah. You have an
Yes.
emergency, they're gonna come help chief, they're gonna come help us. I
Yeah,
mean, that's
As with
just what
Floyd
we
County
do.
go somewhere.
and then the same would be,
Yeah.
well, reversed too.
Yeah.
Okay.
You say there's a higher incident rate per capita in North Springs than your other communities?
Oh, definitely. I think it's because of the proximity of Mason City that you have right there. Okay, it's the type of clientele maybe that might be in that town as well. Don't get me wrong, I got a lot of good people at North Springs,
Oh, yeah,
you know,
right.
but you're close to a big city.
They average about 200 calls, 200 calls for service more than any other town in Floyd County. Again, that does not include traffic stops or civil service, which we do. Regular call.
200 more calls.
Correct.
From a year ago to this year,
It varies from year to year. Like last, or 2023, it was 531 calls. Rockford was second with 290. Last year, there was 425 calls in North Springs and only 100 difference. Rockford was actually up to 322. But the years prior to that, it was a good 150 to 200 calls more than Rockford was second. And that's like I said, it's nothing against the people, it's just the size of the population.
So if you were to prorate those numbers and if we were to go up $2 from $7 to $9, that's a little over a 28% increase. If you were to apply that same 28% increase to the $50, that puts you right around $65 an hour, lower than that. Is that reasonable?
I mean, it's better. Yes, it's better. Because you figure a deputy's hour and mileage just to get over there. I mean, what's mileage at now, Travis? You remember what it is?
$28.
$28, you know. And usually when we're heading over there, it's not heading over there slow. So that's
right. Well, and you're not gonna get any call gonna be less than an hour anyway, are you? By the time you drive over and you drive back, or
we have some calls less than an hour, yeah. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out the difference between $7, $9, smaller towns to $50 for North Springs. That relationship. I'm having trouble figuring out balance there. I mean, I was thinking $7 $2 per person per day.
And you have a
day.
Huh?
$4 less than $4 a day.
then you have another, say a tornado goes through Rudd, like we know did. Okay, right there, the resources that get paid to my department are taken care of right there in one call. It just happens. That's the nature of the beast. It really is. Okay, you never know when that call is going to be, and it's going to be a big one. Okay, so you know the one thing I guess work well with towns. We really do. Okay, I work well with Jesse. Okay, but I don't like getting lied to. Okay, at this meeting last year, saying that we were going to get a person hired in that town. Okay, that's okay right there. Don't lie. If you're not going to hire somebody, come right out and say that you weren't going to hire somebody.
Pardon me, it was in our budget last year. It was in our budget.
And you said you took it out of your budget when I emailed you 2 months later. You took it out.
It is not out of our budget. You can look at our budget.
I'll go grab the email.
Grab the email all you want. It's in our budget. It is not gonna be next year. We tried to get officers. It is not possible.
I suppose even when you do, they don't stick around very long. They
No, they usually
somewhere
go to the
else.
county or something.
So what would it need to be per capita, sheriff, to work with North Springs? Not $7 or $8 apparently.
No.
What would it need to be?
We'd have to probably figure that out as well.
Well, that was the intent of my question. I couldn't understand what the difference would be. I mean, $50 on call, or obviously, I think the 7 to 9 is quite, a deal. And for everybody.
It's a really good deal. what they're paying now, these towns, is a really good deal for law enforcement, but they have to have law enforcement, okay?
Well, we
State
do.
law states that they have, these towns have to provide. And, I mean, they're getting a pretty good deal, okay?
Yeah, but on the other hand too, you know, and I understand, you can't be there all the time, but you know, I mean.
Travis,
As
what-
my generation's grown up, so it's gotten a lot tamer, you know, in Rudd, so.
Travis, what did you say? Was it other county or someone that you had a per capita rate when we talked the other day? Somebody was like
$40.
33 or 40. was it?
The
$40.
state average is close to $50 per capita. That varies across the state. Some have it where they have, like, say, you got 6 small communities, they budget 2 deputies, and they split that cost prorated, like Cowell's only gonna pay a smaller share than another, type of stuff, so they're all different, but, and this stuff is all on the state of Iowa Secretary of State website, anybody can get these contracts. I think it was like $28 is the next closest. Like I said, per capita, we went from 4 up to 7. It's just what's fair, whether you have 2 officers, whether North Springs has 1 officer. If Jesse says $100,000, what happens if they can't get another officer when Jesse retires?
Sure.
Per capita is gonna be $12,000. That's a no-brainer. That burden, that cost goes to the county.
Well,
Like I said last week, I said, our deputy sources are getting stretched because more and more of this stuff comes back to the county, both from the state level, from the city level, court responsibilities, civil transports, all that stuff. There's not enough manpower.
so that was my next question, to you, Sheriff. You're obviously hunting for deputies also, right?
Yes, we will be probably soon.
So North Springs has that problem, you're gonna have that problem.
Yep.
We got
$40 per capita at 1,300 population roughly is $52,000. That's less than you're spending now or more than you're spending now.
Well, I mean, they're getting, that's less than we're charging them now, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It's probably not enough then. Probably not enough, right, Sheriff? If it was $40 per capita, then it would be $52,000.
Yeah.
It's not enough.
Really, it's not, no.
Okay.
No, that's not even one deputy's salary, you know.
Mr. Hassman, do you have, you know, your budget coming up and what you have in your budget for law enforcement now? Coming?
We did take out, funds for a second officer. Yeah, funds for Jesse, and that's part of why we're here today, figure out what we need budget to count.
So if you had a second officer, Randy, and maybe this is a question for Jeff, we wouldn't need to put a deputy over there. Because we wouldn't be talking about this, right? If they had a second officer.
That depends on how they would run their department. If they would be on call, then no, we wouldn't have to be over there. If they don't go on call, then yes, we'd have to be over there.
That's really the reason that we are different, with the per hour. Because there isn't the need to have a deputy over there, patrolling town, going through town, that type of thing. It's more an as needed basis. And so we were paying,
You were what?
we're paying as needed. That's why you were the hour. Yeah, that's why we were different scheduled than the other towns.
Well, trying to be fair and equitable between the smaller towns and obviously, the next largest, that's, I just was trying to grasp with the $50 on call as opposed to the 7, and trying to figure out what that would be, but it looks obvious. Perhaps we have to charge more for North Springs for law enforcement.
If
Go to a per capita charge and figure out what the right number is for per capita. Would that be the ideal thing to do?
I don't know that you should go per capita because they have a law enforcement department.
You know, it was just one, one big case that we had over there. One of my deputies was tied up forever, and even at $50 an hour, okay, what was it, Jesse, $3,500? And this is right when we went from 25 to 50, he was working this case. But it's, I mean, you're gonna get charged for, all the time for paperwork and everything else and charges. If my guy goes, they're not going to court for on a regular county person, they're going to court on a North Springs person. Things like that. I don't know if per capita is the right way either, but, I would like to find a number because I don't like sending all these calls for service to them as well either. Having to charge for because I've got to go through the computer and find it because half my guys not very good at putting it in my folder. So if we could find a happy medium, I would, I appreciate it.
Would that 28% increase or just round it to like $65 an hour be Lakes card for that?
Good place to start.
From 50 to 65 and 7 to 9 for the others.
Randy, what do you think of $65?
That's the same percentage, and it makes sense to me.
The chances of hiring another deputy are probably pretty slim for you.
Very. And we are gonna run into that problem when Jesse retires. No question about that.
You retiring.
I don't know. Well, in all honesty, my wife didn't want me to order my nice squad car, so I'm hoping, like I told the sheriff, in all honesty, 2030, hopefully be my exit date, but there's always variable health. Whatever, I still have both, so hopefully I got 5 more years left in me, but July 1st of 2030 would be perfect date if I could pick one, but there's some variables. Like I said, the per hour call last month was $131. My mayor's looking right at me, that's not fair to the sheriff. Yeah, his deputies aren't going through town, but all my stuff's here too, so I'm driving with Floyd a lot. And I was trying, I don't write it down, but I think every night when I went back home, I'm running into a deputy somewhere between Run and North Springs. And they're there.
You're getting building checks at night in North Springs. Night guys are getting North Springs too.
They're out hunting. They're out having, So that was just kind of where I think it's.
We have a charge on the rural end of it, right? So, and what is that again? How much students figure to the rural?
Travis, you had that number? Did you say 40?
It was 60.
60?
Are you saying like
Yeah.
rural
county
patrol
population was
deputies?
15,600, so that leaves 5,107 people in the rural community. There are 4 deputies that are funded under the rural, I believe, so that broke down to $60 per capita.
$60 per capita per year.
That's your cost. Is that what you're telling me? Telling us?
That's with rural, yeah,
That's what they're paying or that's your cost?
that's what they're paying for those 4 deputies positions. Rural coverage, $60.
And then you have general patrol also that's countywide. That is 4 deputies, I believe, as well, just spread over a larger population. Civil.
We all know that $60 for that guy that lives on the gravel road out in the middle of nowhere, probably doesn't see a deputy, but once or twice a year.
I'm cutting more. Catch the person on the highway with.
And this is not just Floyd County, this is a statewide issue. Small town patrol is becoming obsolete for various reasons, budgets, but basically because nobody wants to do this job for most cities would pay for a job. And that's, if you get that one, they're just coming here to get certified and then get into a bigger department.
We pay for them to go to the academy.
You know, so I mean, I can safely say, my opinion is you would not replace because the entry is gone.
I don't know that we could. I think that there would be a desire.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And you still want that same coverage and that same protection. But the county's gonna do that at a fraction of the cost.
Code enforcement.
And that's the same with every town. That's where the burden is put on the county as to what's a fair, reasonable.
That's quite a discrepancy. I mean, $60 per capita in the rural, and 7 or 9 for the towns, you know. Not that necessarily that there's a lot of stuff that goes on out in the country.
So what's that assessed? Property taxes, that's $60. That's $60 per capita rural, does that come out of property taxes or just
I'm not sure.
They're charged out of rural, 4 deputies are charged out of rural services. 4 deputies are charged out of countywide
and
levy.
where's that money in the budget? Where's that come from?
General fund, rural services fund, and then we have, civil deputy.
It
As
comes
well,
out of property.
supplemental, property tax.
Everything comes from property.
Everything
tax.
comes out of property.
We pay property tax too in the cities.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we, you know, the
yeah.
supervisors and the auditor and the
But
recorder.
anyway, I think we need to come to figure out where we want to be in 5 years with this thing. And incrementally get us up there where we're on track with everybody else. I mean, obviously, Marlboro can't just jump up to 28. Trying to figure out how to get there.
I think that's a good idea.
$2 a year isn't going to get you to 28 and.
With 270 people, we can find that, I think.
I think what you're talking about too is when, like when Jesse does retire and then you got nobody in North Springs. Now you got countywide services covering everything. Okay. I think the ball needs to get rolling eventually here soon because it's gonna happen. And the thing of it is, it's happening, like Travis said, in every county. It's happening in every county. And the other thing that's happening in every county is the state services, which I'll say state patrol, is not as many as well. Okay, so there's more and more burden on the county. All right, more and more burden on the county every time. So, I mean, we've fought through it already. And, with Rockford and other towns that have lost officers, but it's probably like everybody says, we're seeing the writing on the wall. It's probably gonna happen, but are we going to, flat across the board, per capita rate, or are we going to charge cities differently? By, per calls,
And that's
per
going to be
service.
difficult. Well, yeah, per capita.
I mean, you can figure them out. you know,
You
after the
leave
year.
out Charles City, because they have their own police force,
Right.
basically, and then
Most counties are similar. There's counties that vary a little bit. You got Red Rock, Mount Rock that are all fairly close. Rockford's a little bit on the higher end. Obviously, North Springs is higher yet, but Cowell's very low. Cowell only gets a couple calls per year. They cannot afford, you know, $25, $30 an hour per capita. Might be able to. But
How do you make that call?
so you gotta figure out, you
I don't
know,
know.
what's fair to one. Again, one city is different than another city, because
It depends on the
capita, you're all
call,
the
how much
same.
time you have invested in the call, so
you know,
I think it need to be across the board deal, and to be fair.
To be fair, it's probably gonna have to be. We're just starting so low. We started at $4, $2, $3, $4. Where we were for years.
If you're, Jerry, you're saying like 5 years to get to what number? 2850?
I'm just using his figure, the next one up from what we're paying is, what'd you say, 26, 28 bucks?
somewhere in there, yeah.
So it's $4 increase each year for 5 years is gonna get you at 27. $5 an increase every year, starting fiscal year 26 would get you at 32. So somewhere in between there you need.
Between now and then, the expenses are gonna go up too, so.
It's really not enough for the sheriff's department yet, though, right? 32 bucks.
Per capita.
Looking at North Springs per capita, I mean,
I'm just talking the ones that are paying the per capita. North Springs currently isn't the
I
per
know.
capita, yeah.
I know.
Well, we've each got our own 2080 agreements, probably up to each city to negotiate where that's gotta be.
I don't think
That's
they
the
can
thing,
all be
that's-
the same.
What's that?
I don't think it can all be the same, probably.
Maybe not, I don't know. Maybe you need to do a committee thing to look into it a little bit.
Randy, what do you budget for your police protection per year now? What was that again? How much?
I think it's 105,
105?
I think, I don't know.
By that by 1,300.
About 70.
And that's just North Springs budget for what,
80.
80?
The 1,300 is just 1,300. It's $80.77.
Well, I think we have to probably get a good idea, a 5-year plan, and start working towards this. You can't do it all in 1 year, you know, and, I'm not sure what that number is exactly right now, except that we should explore that a little bit. Randy, obviously, your costs are gonna go up, especially, you know, Jesse decides to retire and quite a bit, you know. Your citizens kind of, you know, inevitable.
Well, so everybody's working on budgets for right now for fiscal year 26. So if you're looking to try to catch something up here, you're gonna get farther behind if you don't do $4 or $5 an hour, or a $4 or $5 per capita increase now. You're only gonna get farther behind if you do anything less than that.
Got increased costs going on. Behind.
Twice as much as we suggested. We were gonna go $1 to $2 per capita increase.
But if you're looking at a 5-year plan to get to 2850 or more, you're not gonna get there at $2.
Yeah, but I think we should start that after this 2018.
Right, I mean, if you do the one or two this year, it gives us mayors a chance to go back to our councils and present it to them, you know, and let them know and our clerks know that it's coming. You know, if you did it 2 this year and maybe a 6 next year to catch that back up, would probably give us more time to plan. But that'd take care of the communities other than North Springs zone, right? That's not gonna be adequate for North Springs, right?
Correct.
Where are you talking 28, was that a 28% increase to $2? Yeah. And then going
And
up,
the 65 that I
yeah,
mentioned
going
was
up
$2.
28% per hour
28%,
for now.
yeah.
That would help a little bit. Yeah, I know it's not what you want, but.
Well,
It's still far
we're
off.
still gonna do our job. no matter
Yeah, I
what.
know.
We will, we are. So, but it's just, you know, it's terrible that it has to come to this. You know, who's gonna pay what? But the service is not free. That's the biggest thing anymore. The
Right.
service is not free. It costs a lot of money to put those guys out on the road.
Yeah, well,
And,
we just bought a couple new towers for you or whatever. I don't know
Yeah.
what they cost.
Yeah, that was, you know, those were $50,000 for the upfit.
Almost 70 with or
Yes.
close to.
And to look at this at another perspective as well, I'm gonna say City of Charles City people who are, anybody know what Charles City's law enforcement budget is? Any idea? Hundreds of thousands. Guessing, but. Officers that they have.
They have actually more than we
And
do.
so what we're doing then is we're putting this on City of Charles City people. Anything you're not covering on the other cities is falling on countywide. And so City of Charles City people are hit twice because we're paying $1 million for a Charles City PD and we're paying, you know, part of the $1 million for just, but whatever your budget is, I don't remember what it is.
But you have county presence all the time, 24 hours.
Right.
We don't have that.
Right, but I'm just saying, looking at dollars, a City of Charles City resident is paying over $1 million for law enforcement. And we're also paying,
We're gonna have that.
if the cities are, you know, don't have, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, here's another way to look at some of this as well, that the shortfalls are falling back on, primarily on City of
The
Charles City
inequities
residents.
are there
Yeah,
with this, and the same vein, you look at, we were talking about ambulance services, you know. So the rest of the county in the west is paying for a lot that when you have an ambulance service right here in Charles City too, so the inequities, oh my God,
yeah,
they're all
I
over
get
the
it.
place.
I get that as well. Again, you could say same thing with airport authority.
Yeah, airport
Airport
authorities.
authority, Charles City residents are paying the 27 cents per airport authority, plus they're paying the countywide portion as well. That kind of goes all over.
Oh, I know,
Yeah.
it's not easy.
It's all taxpayer money. It's taxpayer money.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's all coming back to property taxes.
So we're looking at 28% increase to the $50 an hour for you,
I think it's fair.
and then to the per capita of the rest of the town, is that right?
You said $50. 65.
65 North Springs.
Yeah, whatever that 28% increase from 50.
I'd say do 65 for North Springs per hour and $9. $7 to $9 for
We
the
should probably
per capita.
sometime get together and really plan out like a 5-year plan. I think that has to be done. You know, we just can't do this, you know. every year. Well, do we have I'm new, is there a commission where we meet with the mayors and the law enforcement and the,
This is it.
This is it.
This is by 2080, you meet with them
Okay.
in a transparent public meeting.
Maybe you're talking about a workshop or something.
Yeah, something that maybe later we could get together somehow.
So if it's one supervisor, that's fine, but if it's
Yeah,
more than
That's
one
true. It's
supervisor,
more.
right?
that's true.
But so last year, what happened though is the sheriff agreed to work with the mayors on coming up with a number, and then they presented it to the supervisor.
Maybe we come up with something like that.
I think if we had a meeting, you know, with the mayors and law enforcement, maybe one supervisor before we get to this point, that would be much more beneficial.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and maybe just have a meeting, you know, writing out that 5-year plan.
Yeah, starting that.
And that's all documented, and that's how we go from here on out for 5 years. Then reassess it at that point.
So then the idea would be this year, like next week, the Board of Supervisors would set the rates so that the cities know what their budgets are. And then we do the 2080 agreements usually in June. And so in June, we do that 2080 agreement for 1 year with the intent that the next year, we're gonna come up with a 4-year 2080 with a schedule for years 27, fiscal year 27 through fiscal year 30. Would that seem reasonable? Come up with 4
Yeah,
years?
so if we did use that $30 maybe per capita as a goal, where would that put North Springs in 5 years? Their per capita number.
If
I mean,
it's,
would that? It would be over 100. What's that?
Probably be over $100.
not per capita, well,
No, if we, you know, said $30 per capita across the board in 5
that'd be
years.
$41,070.
41. Wouldn't quite be where you're at.
So that per capita doesn't work very well on the North Springs side.
I was just curious if you went up that much in 5 years.
But like I said, you're gonna have to prepare. So, I mean, it's gonna be after Jesse and I are both probably gone, you know, counties and cities are gonna have to prepare.
But if you follow that as a percentage every year, that's, and take their hourly rate up at the same percentage or per capita rate, and the cities are gonna go up, that'd be way more.
Yeah,
So it's gonna have to be its own agreement.
pretty hard.
Yeah.
Apples and oranges on this thing.
It is.
We have to, I think we have to try to figure this out for a 5-year plan to get us back on course. How do we do that? We have to talk. Another commission, some kind of.
Well, is there anything that we set the rates for this next week, you'd set the rates for fiscal year 26, but between that and the June, when you normally do the 2080 agreements, that you've got that committee together and you've got a 5-year plan that you're putting together in June for 5 years. So between now and June, you get a work group together and figure out what that is. Seem reasonable?
Yeah, it does. I mean, if you don't do it now, we'll agree to what we're gonna agree to today, and it's gonna get lost.
Yeah.
Throughout the year, and we'll be right back where we're at next year.
So
That's my experience.
is a good time, what's the meeting with, you've got meetings coming up with Brandy and with Jason. Set your first meeting that day, your work group meeting. Cause you're all gonna, well, potentially all gonna be here for that meeting and maybe meet a half hour or whatever before that meeting with the assessors and the emergency management commission.
We've been doing this assessors meeting before, you know, all that goes on.
Well, I know, hopefully the assessors meeting won't go on quite so long.
You know, you talking about.
The meeting that Jason, Webster and Brandy came in last week and said, mark your calendars for,
29th of January, was that the? Conference board.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the 26th in February.
26th and then the 29th the next one.
And then the
22nd?
There's two of them, put two dates down there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
January and February.
Yeah. Whatever.
5:30 p.m. Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
What you're talking about.
Yeah, what'd you say was 26th?
well, 26, I got written down. February and then
Yeah,
January.
February 26th and January 29th.
And January 29th, conference.
But if you had two half-hour meetings, I mean, if you don't get things
26th
done in a
is
first
Sunday.
meeting ahead of that meeting, could you come the
February.
29th, 2nd, 6th?
And what time was the conference? That meeting on the 29th of January, what,
I have it starts at 5:30.
5:30?
EOC.
That's the EOC, the EMA meeting, and then afterwards or before that, we meet.
After that is the conference board.
That is the
26th.
conference.
That one's also on the
You
29th.
have both meetings.
29th.
One, you talk about budgets, the other one, you act on budgets. You have your public hearing.
Well, we can start.
I mean, would a half hour, Jerry, do you think that,
Yeah.
I don't expect those conference board meetings. I know they switched them around, so
I'd
emergency.
rather do it before than after.
Like 5 o'clock, like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So if you met at 5, what time is?
EMS is 5:30.
EMS is 5:30, so if you met at 5 o'clock on the 29th,
Half hour might get us enough time to get started.
yeah.
Get started is
And
about
then
it.
do another half hour or more if you want to. I just know it can be long meetings
Yeah.
by the time you do 2 of those.
We can start.
The second one, the 22nd. And that could be just one board of supervisor, or you can have it as a public meeting. Those days work for you, Jeff.
Yeah, I gotta be at
But yeah, emergency
the EMA
management.
meeting anyway.
So it would be official action, it would just be a recommendation,
Yeah,
right? For the supervisors to do.
but we could, I think, are we good with now doing this? So y'all have numbers to work with on your budget, starting this year with the
Oh, yeah,
the
right.
$9 and the 65 for North Springs?
Yeah, yeah.
But then we could,
$2 per capita increase.
yeah,
We can get more serious on that. Thanks.
if you wouldn't care, I would be a county rep on that. If you wouldn't mind, I'd go to the initial, I'd put the emails out on the 5 o'clock meeting and work with.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, I got enough. Put her on it. Does that take a motion then now to the $2 raise? Dennis?
That, usually
And the
this is just
65.
discussion and everybody can mull it over, and we're missing a lot of mayors, we usually have
Yeah.
a better turnout.
We gotta kind of move on.
Yep,
Yeah, so
Is
we're
that
not gonna take any action on this.
right,
Okay.
next week,
Next
Morgan
week.
can put it on the agenda,
Okay.
and then Morgan would notify the cities about the city clerks about the $7 to $9 and the 50 to 75. And I'll shoot an email out on 5 o'clock.
Thank you all. Yeah, thank you guys. Great.
I need a
Send it
short
around.
break.
The city of Roach is listening in. She emailed wondering about, if it's an automatic $9 or if there's going to be any discussion of not keeping the rate exactly the same for each community.
At this time, for fiscal year 26, it would be the $9.
But then going forward, it could be discussed that like Cowell has a lower rate per capita and whatever, it could be
Yeah.
discussed.
I don't know how we would do that, but if we can. And then potentially the June 2080 agreement would be a 5-year plan. Did you get something for a boardroom calendar now, or are we on the boardroom calendar yet right now?
So I don't know, I can still add things to it, but I don't know that anyone can see.
Okay, I can't see it anymore.
You can't see it,
No.
like the car one or the van one, some of the department heads can't see it. I haven't gone around and like asked people who could see it, who could do it.
Sure. If you could at 5 p.m. I think
So
we would
this
meet in this room. The other meeting's in the EOC, but we won't get interrupted with people coming in that meeting. So if we do it in here first.
Because right now, the boardroom calendar has those 2 meetings. That are supposed to be in the EOC.
In the EOC, this one I want 5
But
o'clock.
currently that calendar shows that those meetings are here. That's what I mean, the calendars are not.
They're not showing in the EOC?
It's scheduled for this room.
Yeah, so those would be the days. Jason has that. Zoom. And yeah, that's gonna have to get figured out. Have the EOC calendar?
To-do list for what we just discussed. They're on both calendars. I'm going to delete them off the boardroom calendar. Yes. So someone still has access to this. So these all just need to be gone.
But she's still in here from last Monday.
What do you call that? Law enforcement coming in, create Eve.
Mayor, meeting with mayor or something like that.
Item 10 on the agenda, review action regarding appointments to boards, terms that ended at 12/31/24. I heard that Marty Parcher is going to fill the void in the Board of Health, but I don't know if we have an application or not. Gail was gonna get one.
The other one? The other appointment? 2 appointments.
And what my understanding is Denise is gonna stay. And that's true. David Tice is on every
Yeah, we did Denise, yeah.
Yes, excuse me, who on the Board of Health is gonna?
Marty Parcher.
Marty Parcher.
From Marble Rock. Gail told me that he agreed to do, was gonna fill out an application. I didn't check with Gail today yet to see if she's got an application.
Future agenda item yet then. Their meeting is this week, so it's almost, it is tomorrow, I think.
Tomorrow.
Too bad we don't have an appointment. Go to it.
I'll be checking with her later today, but that's the word that I got from our Gail last week.
You have the application that you could send those to anybody, any other board or anything?
I don't have an application, no.
I can, or Morgan and I can email it to both of you, so you have them if you ever have any positions to fill.
Where you officially switched over to the.
Probably never be able to find it.
Okay, so I can quit signing.
So we won't take any action on that item 10 today then. Table that for now. I think we'll skip 11 and go down to 12. Adam has been here patiently waiting for a long time and maybe he'll give us an update on conservation.
Sure. So I guess this will be the first time we're doing a little bit different now with me coming to your meeting. So having an actual supervisor come to our meeting. So just kind of give an update. There's a lot of things that we did talk about last Tuesday at the meeting. But to let you know kind of where we are as a conservation department, we've been busy brush cutting. It's that time of year when we're out doing that. So we're able to do some different projects now that are more cost effective as far as having that skid loader and forestry head. So we're getting out there and attacking some of the more scrub brush areas that are kind of dense with invasive species. And some of them actually have state recognized noxious. Right now we finished up at the Oceanic Recreation Area, a large portion of that we did. We've actually been working at Trowbridge out here on Gilbert Street. If you drive by that, you'll notice there's a large area that's opened up now. And the plans for a lot of the ones we're working on right now would be to follow up with some type of a native prairie planting. That way maintenance is a lot easier. Do some rotational prescribed burning and things like that. So we're looking forward to what the future holds now that we have that piece of equipment. Just staying on the wood cutting side of things, we've been burning a lot of wood in our maintenance shops. That way we're utilizing wood that we're already out working with and keeps our utility costs, obviously down, heating those shops that way instead of using LP all the time.
Are you using ash?
Yeah, we know how that burns. One of the things I've been working on
Send
recently.
your extra ash over there.
Yeah, need some?
I don't need any.
So one of the gentlemen, I guess his name's Sawyer Smith from the Nyack Career Center here. He does the construction classes. He reached out to me about working with us and collaborating on some projects. So we're really excited to get some of them younger people or more energetic people that want to do construction work involved in some of our work. So we have outlined a few different projects that they are going to help us with. So it would be where we're purchasing material and then kind of giving them the reins to do some of the projects that maybe will cut down on us doing maintenance work and put us more out into the areas where our expertise is. So they'll be working on different things on siding repairs at Oceanic. There's a couple things at Fossil Prairie Park with some of the lumber on the decks. And then we're finishing the lower level at the Fossil Prairie Center. So they're gonna do some of that trim work, things like that, just to finalize some of the work we've been wanting to get done there. So it's a good opportunity for us to have them come in and do the labor and keep us doing what we like to be doing and work it out in the field. So that's a great thing. And then I guess one of the fun things we're doing right now, we started working on our wood duck box inventory. So we go out and see the success rates, clean out the wood duck boxes, document,
if it was successful or if it was used first off, and then if it was successful, and we put new wood shavings in there. And we're getting close to 100 wood duck boxes, so you can imagine it takes a while to get around to all the areas. Some of the areas might have 3 or 5 boxes, and some of them might have 15 to 20. Our goal when I started, we had about 20 of them, and my goal was to get it up over 100, and we're almost to 100. So it's kind of a neat thing, and we always have that information to show success rates.
Excuse me, when you put out these wood, wood ducks, are these all on just Floyd County?
Yep.
Parks and that.
So yeah.
Don't put anything out on other.
No. So we have the 33 wildlife areas and parks, and they're exclusively just on those areas. One of the things that why we are in need of these is that the old growth timber is not there, which has the nesting cavities that the wood ducks utilize. We just don't have that like we used to have, say 200 years ago. So the population was in decline, and now it's thriving again. And a lot of it has to do with these nesting structures that the state of Iowa puts out there. They traditionally do, have all their breeding cycle here in Iowa. So this is one of their main areas that they live in and utilize. So Iowa is a big part of the success story of wood ducks. And it's a lot of it's because of these boxes and some of the wetland restoration we've done. That we're going to go to the Winterfest conference here in a couple weeks. That's our annual conservation conference that we attend down in Coralville. So we'll be out of the office for a few days there. It's just a great continuing education program for us. That's the one thing that we try to get to every year. We do take a lot from it. I guess at the meeting, we actually discussed what our planning was for the maple syrup project at the Shawnick Recreation Area. So we work with our foundation, our friends group, so the Fossil and Prairie Conservation Foundation kind of oversees what's going on with the Maple Syrup Committee to a certain extent because they're umbrellaed under the foundation group. So their insurance and everything they pay from the Maple Syrup Group to the foundation to be insured. There's just a lot of different things that they work together on. But with us being, the main recipient of anything the foundation group does, we do work directly with that Maple Syrup Committee since they do all the work at our park. What we're trying to work out with them is just simple things like communication. We can get if they can communicate with us better, we can get our naturalists out there when the collecting's going on or when the cooking's going on, and we can have a program or a school group and just make sure we're implementing that educational aspect of that. Other things would just be as simple as storage in the off season. We're making sure that, they're not using multiple buildings for storage, but yet we're still meeting their needs for what they will need because they do have quite a bit of equipment now, and it just seems like they get a little bit more every year. So there's just a lot of little things that we're working on with them. We just about have an agreement made. That foundation group, our friends group, meets on Wednesday, and I think it'll all be buttoned up in an agreement will be met at that point.
And you're asking them to sign an agreement that they haven't had to sign before, right?
They signed it in 2021 was the last time. We've let it just kind of go since then and haven't re-upped it.
I had one of them approach me and show me this paperwork.
Yeah.
Wanted to know what the equipment was and how much it was worth. And
oh yeah.
And it looked like some lawyer got a hold of it maybe or something.
Yeah. Well, the original agreement was from the Maple Syrup Committee, and I think that got lost somewhere in the whole scheme of things. And so they didn't realize that it was their agreement. Some of them didn't like it, but we did change a couple things on it to, help us out as far as be so much easier for us just to get it all in one and not have it spread all over.
Well, the evaporator, they can't move, of course.
Right. And that's the main building I would like them to put like as much as they can in. And then if they have overflow, we have room
Here,
for
the pails where they gather.
Yep.
I get that.
Yep. So we're just kind of working with them and, you know, there might have been a little bit of confusion there, at first, but I think at that meeting Tuesday, we answered a lot of questions and figured out what we need to. So, I think things are actually, a lot better off now than they were before that meeting. Just trying to see what else we talked about at that meeting. I think that's, I know we had something on new business. Oh, we had a citizen that was concerned about one of our refuge areas and why it couldn't be turned into a hunting area. And it's just something as simple as explaining, you know, how the deed and agreements and everything were done back in 1985 was that one. And there was just no language in there that allowed for that. So it stays as a refuge area. Sure. We talked about the budget. They approved what I had down on paper and what I think you guys have probably been able to glance at. And just so we had that. And then the last thing that I did at the meeting is I gave a 2024 year in review slideshow, which basically was a lot of pictures of projects we've been working on this past year, just to give our board an update and they could see it all in one presentation, which I do every year for them. I think that's about all I have to report, unless you guys have questions about anything.
Well, I appreciate you coming in because, I attend I never would have got all this back to you guys like he did very well, and appreciate that. I think that it's nice the whole board can see what you guys have done. So appreciate that.
Yeah.
Problem. Thanks, Adam.
Yep,
I like
you
it
bet.
too. Glad you heard too.
Okay.
Go back to item 11, discussion regarding a moratorium for solar energy. I got approached by some county residents concerned about solar, what the county's gonna do about that, and of course, we haven't done anything, we haven't even talked about it. Wind turbines have been the big item. But I think we need to consider to do some kind of a moratorium, possibly on solar and battery storage in the county too. So.
You have it on battery storage.
Well, we haven't talked about it though, batteries.
Not really.
And my 2 cents worth on this is I definitely think that we need a moratorium on this because the more and more I delve into the wind thing, and of course being on the mediation and have a meeting tomorrow. And I just find that we rushed into this terribly quick, and there's so much more information that we've gained since we've had the meetings, and other things have come down that this thing is mind-boggling, really. And I've been reading an awful lot on solar recently also, and they're some of the same, but they're also different animals, and I think we really need a long time to gain information and discuss this as we go forward, because I'm just disappointed that we've gone this far on the wind without, I think, being adequately educated, perhaps. There's so much to this that, different studies and things, and then people with experience that's gone through this. I'm getting long-winded, but I really think that we need to put maybe an indefinite moratorium on this until we can,
we can make that
see our way through the wind.
Make that an agenda item for next meeting if we want, but we need to do something.
I think you've just contact the county attorney about drafting a resolution, because you have to do it by resolution, so.
Yep.
You just work
I'll
with.
visit with Mr. Pritchard about that. And, I think I'll ask him to do it for an indefinite amount of time. It's hard to do it for 6 months or 9 months or a year.
Know that you can do it, if it's I would advise you to do an indefinite moratorium, and put a date, and then you could always extend it.
I'll see what he says, so, okay. Oh, that's okay. I can't remember.
And you do have a moratorium on battery storage already.
Is that it? When does it expire? Do you know what the date is for that?
You guys just did it.
That went with it?
Yep.
No, and which is curious, because we never really had discussed battery. And
It's in the ordinance. I know a topic hasn't come up like the wind has, but it's in the recommendation from the zoning commission. So they've reviewed it and it's been in the.
well, and again, this is my argument that I just don't think we've had enough discussion, and there's so much coming down on this, and I've been contacted by quite a few people also on this, but then I see, Cerro Gordo County just last week, came out, they're planning and zoning on, the wind, solar, battery thing, and, there, if you, find, you can find that, it's 100 pages long. I mean, that,
I read the whole thing
very
twice.
professionally done, and I just wondered, it's almost like they had a grant writer or something, help, because it's really done very well. And that brings up, that's what I was gonna say. They quote an awful lot on their comprehensive plan, and they just redid that. And ours, I think the last I saw was 2011, that, did that. Maybe we should look also further down the line of redoing our comprehensive plan for the county.
That's why I mentioned that membership.
Yeah.
That people would be
give
able to,
some
because
money,
it takes.
and to do it, something to look, that's what on the future agendas.
So the resolution that was done December 16th, the therefore is, be it resolved by the Floyd County Board of Supervisors to extend the moratorium on accepting, approving applications or issuing permits for utility scale wind energy systems and battery storage installations until March 17th, 2025.
March 17th, okay.
Yeah.
Not really that far away, but, and
And
that
that
was, we did that on 12/16.
Yep, and that date was intended that this group would have, the group felt they needed more time to do the wind because they had 45 days and that 45 days ended, I think probably around that December 23rd.
Yeah, it was
December 23rd
right
date,
around
I think.
Christmas.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
And we just weren't gonna get it done. I mean,
You're meeting tomorrow, and that's the third time you've met, right, Lloyd?
pardon?
It's the third time you've met, will be tomorrow.
Yeah, it is. It'll be the third time.
Okay.
We were supposed to met a little earlier, but, Samantha got influenza and.
All right, well, who's coming in for departmental budget?
Adam Sears.
Adam? I'm gonna take a break, 5-minute break.
Sounds good.
See all my cups?
Oh,
I stacked them.
Yes.
So then try for break.
I'm up first. You're up first, all right.
I still have coupons for Subway if you need lunch today.
Do you?
I do.
I'm wondering about that.
Did you two both get Department 40? I got 2 Department 40 expenses, so I wondered if you guys got a
think
Department
I-
40. She might have, did she put them in your
What
book? or did
department
she-
was that?
Department 40? Probably towards the end somewhere. Was a corrected one.
Sanitary disposal.
Yeah.
1325.
Was the one, did you get a,
She
that
put-
111? I put my current one on top of the previous.
She updated mine for me.
Okay. I don't think you
I just don't have a good one for the time.
that's, this one's dated January 11th,
Yeah, this is a week older.
and it's missing the 1500 right here.
This is the
That
new
one
one she
probably
gave
goes
us,
in there.
right?
I got 2 of them,
Oh,
so
you got 2. I got one.
that's the new one.
Yep.
I think I got 2 and you didn't get one of that one.
This is a good one.
Yes, because this number of 1500 was added to it.
Go down here. Okay.
Yeah.
I take this page out.
I just put the most recent on top so I can see what was done, but I had marked that this one needed 1500.
Okay.
So I could always double check with her.
Come on up here, Adam. Yep.
I didn't know if you guys actually got out of your meeting or not, or just took a break.
I just took a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
Go upstairs.
Okay, we got a lunch break
Huh.
time. If you don't go over too long for us.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad.
In order of your numbers,
Sure.
start at 15 first.
All right, so 15. So basically with the reeve, I guess we're looking at 1,500, I just, yeah. It is. So that one usually, as far as, the revenue side of things, we get, a check that every county gets, and then we get a per capita check from, state, and that's from REAP, which is a conservation, that can be used for, you know, any type of maintenance or, education, whatever, so I just said, go ahead.
Is this, so, what I think I understand of this is if the county spends 22 cents tax dollars in conservation, that makes us eligible to get this money, is that correct? Yeah. So, and we probably spent, I can't think what that report is, 30, 40 cents,
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, so that allows us to get REAP dollars.
So you gotta get
If we take-
12,000 from rate, right?
Yeah,
No, revenues?
yeah, revenue.
Yeah, has it been a little,
It's been a little more than that.
13,000, you
Yeah.
can see like the 1 year.
It's
That comes from like,
state.
licenses and all that, you know, fishing licenses.
Well, no, I think this is separate.
That's a separate.
Yeah, cause the DNR, they have their own budget, but this is, it gets
And
resource enhancement. And,
okay.
sorry.
Can't remember anything.
Enhancement.
Other
protection. Resource enhancement.
We have to spend 22 cents, you said.
Yeah. Resource enhancement and protection.
Yeah. So that's, it used to be funded a little bit higher, and then this is a long time ago now, but they did cut it to where the state allows for, or gives 16 million or funds up to that for the last, I don't know how many years, but they're now making us fill out another piece of information as far as like to keep the grant alive through the state to be funded. Because, you know, it is something that they approve, and every year.
The annual report,
Yeah.
something different?
Well, they want something from all the counties, whoever the REAP chair is, which is myself. Now they want us to fill out another document as far as where the money's going, and so they want us to have a meeting and talk to other entities that are receiving the funds within our county, because cities, you know, get some money as well. Anyways, so we do a lot of ground cover maintenance, and so I have some of our funding that would be some work we're doing at the Fossil Prairie Park this next year for trail improvements. So that's where that 3,000 on be the second line down, 06120-218.
25-26 budget, right?
Yeah.
3,000.
Yep. So that's what we were doing. There are some trail improvements. And then, I mean, the building improvements is continuous, and I spoke to you guys a little bit, I guess, in that last report I gave about some of the siding work and the facility improvements we want to do at Oceanic. So there's a lot of siding and roofing, and a lot of those buildings are still left from how the scouts walked away from it. So
How many total buildings are out there?
that you deal with?
So there's, no, there's, good question, there's. That might be 11 or 12, right there, 11 at least.
That counting the house and the
Yeah.
shed out back
Mhm.
kitchen.
But then, you know, there's all the shelters as well, but I'm not counting those. So there's a bunch of shelters and those are actually pretty rough too, or we're actually working on doing the roofs on those and the frame, the A-frame on the front of them, which is where it peaks. A lot of that work needs to be done, and then also some fascia work because those boards are rotting away. So 7,000 is not going to go real far into that, but there is some of that being spent, and then some of it will also come from the county side of the budget as well. Just
Do you replace them? Do you replace them with wood again, or is there
No.
any advantage to doing that?
We've been doing the composite board, which is, you know, a little more durable and it costs a little more money up front, lasts a lot longer. And then a lot of the wood that used to be exposed now we cover with steel when we work on them. So replacing wood and then putting steel over it just to get that longevity out of them. So that's kind of the reef in a nutshell.
So
That
you,
makes sense.
you did a lot of cover aggregate and sand
Yeah.
in the current year. Is that kind of the roads and stuff that you?
That's where we did, but that was still a lot of trail work and road work out there at Goshanik. And then also we ended up doing some work at Whitlands Woods. It's still from that logging operation. The long-term plan was to bring those trails back up to where they were prior to the logging. And we were getting some demand from the public to move forward with that, but we were waiting for the logging program. When you go in there and you take a lot of those mature trees, you get blowovers for years to come. And so we knew as soon as we started clearing trails, we would have done it immediately. We would be cleaning trails all the time. So we needed to let time. The foresters look at logging in decades, not years. You know, that's the way you look at tree growth. You don't plant a tree and think you're gonna. What people think. Everybody wants the immediate gratification these days, you know. So do you want to go to 20? Oh, you probably want to do the capital next? Or
You do the 20.
24?
Just to go in order.
What's 24?
Or not 24.
That's the
We,
big commission.
no, that's
I don't do that
commission.
anymore.
22.
22? Okay. So 22.
By the way, I was just gonna mention on the reef, just look, that's got a fund balance of over $50,000. I'm not sure if you were aware of that.
Yeah, it's probably one that we should be, if they're gonna start looking at it closer, we probably should be spending on it a little faster clip. But I do know, just from talking to other directors, some of them have compiled over $150,000 right now, just because they're waiting for a land acquisition, because the big thing, a lot of conservation people are really, you know, wanting more land, more, where I haven't been so hard on that. I mean, I'd rather have quality acres than just owning land to own it. So managing our land comes first. Let's take care of what we have. If somebody wants to gift us something, that's different, but we're not always actively pursuing land to go purchase.
Grew up in Butler County near the big marsh. And at one time it was just, I forget how many acres, 320 acres south of Allison. But now it goes all the way up to Huron. I think it's 7,500 acres.
Yeah.
And from land that people donated along the river.
Yeah.
West Fork River.
That's pretty neat. That's a good one to show that, you know, I think it's better if you can add to something than necessarily get another postage stamp site somewhere. You know, get some of those continuous tracks and making it really truly worth something for the wildlife. You know, those little pieces do serve a purpose too, but you know, the big chunks are where you're seeing diversity.
Is there anything to this new reporting that you have to do with how much you should have retained in that fund?
Not yet. And I still have to complete that. So I haven't went through, I've just glanced at it. So that's something that just came out. And I think it's something we're gonna look at more and more going forward because they're really watching right now.
Revenue you put in at 12,000.
Yeah,
Maybe a little more than that.
yeah, so yeah, we've already, well, we receive our checks usually October, November. It says in there, but I'm just trying to think of when they get it. I know it's in the fall. And so we did get it again, which is nice to see it come through.
Like so far we received 3,500.
I need to talk to her. It might have got put somewhere else because we received the other portion too.
This January 11th report, it shows revenue is 3,566.
If it got put into like a different revenue, so coded correctly. I'm gonna follow up with.
The revenue for the revenue page.
Yeah, that should be more.
That first REAP revenue shows 3,000.
Yeah, for REAP.
REAP, yeah. 15 revenue. 3,000. It's got one line item for 3,566
And that would have just been the per capita portion.
and another one for 867.
Oh, it was 867. Yeah. It was,
Oh, sorry, one of those is interest. Interest is
okay.
800.
okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, only 3,500.
I need to follow up in the treasurer's office then and see how that got coded.
If you would like to.
Oh.
So then you have the, it's kind of
Yeah,
happened so
that's
far.
a lot
I didn't
cleaner.
get the email because
Yeah.
I'm still working through the process of
Oh, that's fine.
entering budgets, but also if you would check those numbers.
Yeah.
Whenever after this is fine too.
Yeah, that'd be
To
great.
make sure that they jive with yours in case of human error putting them in.
Yep. I will do that.
So that's your revenue page might be the second page.
I tried to go revenue on the side.
Yes. So I have a copy of the check and the deposit information. I'll have to see where that got into it. Might have been coded correctly when it went in. It might have been like a land rent code or something. So that would be right. That would have went into the wrong place.
Could be.
Okay. Let me do some double checking on that.
Might be something, or you can put a note on yours more than to follow up, make sure that's correct.
Is that something I can ask Lexi about? Lexi, the right source.
Revenues would be the treasurer's office.
Yep. All right. So that's REAP. So now we'll go to 22. Yes. I would think it was around 9,000.
Or 13,000.
Well, because there's already the 3.
Oh, more, yeah.
Yeah, so
If
it
I
was
start looking for something around 9,000.
9 to 10 would be about where it was. Yep. Yep. So obviously the salaries were wrote in at 0% increase to this point. Your suggestion. And then I guess going through, which number are we on?
22.
The first, it starts with the,
Should only have hands on the side, shouldn't we? So you can report.
General basic fund is where it starts.
yeah, the general basic fund, and then the first part of it is administration. And that's the part I'll be starting at the top there. So the administration, obviously the salary would be just my salary, and then it would be Amy, our office assistant, who now we title as office manager. Started this last year, and then also that would be it because the seasons would fall under the side of it. So just going down the line items, really not much has changed. I added a little bit because of 421 for IT work. That was up 500. We are doing quite a bit more out there with at the Fossil Prairie Park and Oceanic Recreation Area with security, which is kind of overdue anyway. So I'm hoping that that'll cover what we needed there. Looks like it would be real close. Otherwise, really, there's nothing that changed in that part. And then if you go down to the next 100 for the other employees, obviously that was all zeros. And then that includes 101 wage and temporary part-time help. So it'll be 06110.
That's when you have just your seasonal help.
Yeah,
You need
so
more
that's,
of that, it looks like.
yeah, so we try to have 2 seasonal employees, which has been kind of hit or miss. Last year, we were fortunate enough to find 2. So that really does free us up when we don't have to do all the lawn mowing, you know, and all the cleaning of facilities. There's a lot of cleaning involved when the campgrounds are in full capacity now, especially there at Oceanic, cabins, buildings. So there's always something to clean. So the seasonal helps cut down on our full-time staff and keeps them out doing conservation practices.
Is that helping keep the comp time down then?
Yeah, it has. Friday for the weekend, so they don't have to extend their hours. So we've been doing it. Actually, I think due to having 2 last year, it did help us quite a bit with the comp time. I know that we're accumulating it a little bit in the past, and it was something I've been trying hard to address, to make sure we aren't getting that comp time, and we have been doing a lot better. But you know, like a lot of times we have our holidays on weekends, or you know, just any holiday in general. You know, think of it as 4th of July as a day off, but for us, it's a really busy day because the campgrounds are spiked. And Memorial Day weekend, you know, you think how you get 3-day weekend? Well, that's our busy weekend, so we're actually working harder. So it's kind of different for us to.
Can your temp people do any of that work, or?
They do. Yep. We switched to the last, I'd say 3 years, is we do a lot more of at the beginning of the summer, trying to coordinate those efforts. Who can work this weekend and making sure that they're taking time off accordingly throughout the week to match that weekend time.
Yeah.
That's really been a benefit. So is it easier if I say the number or what the actually says for the name of the line item?
The number.
Number is fine.
Okay, so then, I guess, do you want me to go through them all or just where they've changed? So the cover aggregate sand, that is 212, and so that one I reduced a little bit. I think we are getting to the point where, you know, we've been able to lower that a little bit. Usually this, I stay away from the trail work with this and kind of been using the REAP funding, ground as far as the trails and sand and cover. So I think reducing that 1,000 will serve us just fine going into this year. Also looking at I'll go to 218, grounds and maintenance supplies. That's been a continuous increase over the years, which I think it's stabilized for us, where that's a lot of our supplies as far as tools and things that the guys upgrade, chainsaws, those types of things. The prices are leveled out to a certain degree, and so we're able to kind of bring that down a little bit. So we reduced that one as well by 1,000. Tires and tubes, which would be 253. That's not getting any better for us. So that's where we fluctuated that by looking at what we've been spending, and I think just being out doing certain things more for whatever reason, the costs included. We're going through more tire repairs, tires in general. So that kind of levels out, I guess, against, you know, where you're taking 1,000 off the other one.
Getting new tires for, how many vehicles do you have?
We have 7. We have the 2 trucks that are used for the seasonal employees and that are backup trucks, plow trucks. So we don't necessarily have the plow trucks, hooked up all the time. So it's been really nice to have those two spares so that we can send the seasonals different directions to mow. I think if we had to, someday we could cut down to one, but it would reduce the summertime, split up. We'd have to keep them together. Change what we're doing a little bit. Right now, I think seven's been perfect for us. We were able to utilize one of the sheriff's vehicles this last year. So we traded in the Trailblazer. They sold it off, I guess. And we took on one of the sheriff's vehicles, which was the 2016 Explorer. It had around 150,000 miles, but still works good for us. And a lot of the non-summertime work gets for cleaning facilities at Doshonic, which is pretty continuous. It falls back on our office manager, and sometimes Heidi as well. The guys, we keep them out in the field doing the chainsaw type work and the maintenance to the trails and those things. And so they end up doing a lot of the cleaning. So a lot of times when Heidi has a program, it works really well to have our office manager being able to have that vehicle to go a direction and get the cleaning and buildings prepared. For instance, like this weekend we'll have a cabin that's being rented. Sometimes it's 2 buildings, 3 buildings, and she's able to go over there to Doshonic from Fossil Prairie and do that. So it's been really nice to have more vehicles. But again, I think, if we had to, we could at some point cut down one if we ended up not getting 2 seasonal. But we've been lucky enough to hire 2.
And we got a skid steer, skid loader we bought a year ago. You're able to take that to different locations.
Yeah.
It's not just at the Sonic, right?
Right. That's been at 4 different locations already this winter.
Okay.
So the guys load that up and take it for the day. If they know they're going back the next day and they feel safe, where it could be put under a building or, they'll leave it overnight or throughout the week and just go right back to it. Then we don't have to trailer it so much. So a couple of the areas we've really changed the landscape with that pretty quickly. Obviously the backbreaking work of taking down literally thousands of trees this size, it would take us a month and we can do it in a few days.
Yeah. It's got a nice piece of equipment.
Oh, it's changed our game completely. So it's wonderful. And, it'll take down trees that are 8-inch capacity really easy. It's kind of like a stump grinder in a way, the way the rotary or the tumbler head works on it. Just really grinds them down.
Yep.
So anything that gets to be 10+ inch capacity, we just bypass it. And obviously it stands out really easily when we're out in the field and we can go back through and just cut it with a chainsaw, stump treat it, kill it. The only thing that's really difficult to do is going back and doing the herbicide application, because it kind of leaves just a mess behind, as far as being able to find the stumps. So we know we've got to go back through and do some spraying or a burn, which follow-up maintenance. So another one that I guess went up was from 293. We went up a little bit there, just safety protection supplies. $100. If you go down to 430 natural gas LP, those costs continue to go up on us, and I think we're still trying to find that balance of having that number of cabins and facilities, heating them throughout the year. That's kind of why you're seeing an increase there. It's been pretty high the last couple of years. If you go back and look there, 6,000 to 7,500. So I put it at 6,000 and hoping that would get to that line item better. There's not much else to change too much there. able to reduce 440 a little bit. Vehicle repair and maintenance, just doesn't seem like we're spending as much on that. We're doing a lot of it in-house. Not seeing any major, oh, but right there, 630 is a big change.
Yeah,
And that's gonna be your skid loader and the forestry head that was purchased last year. And what you're seeing for an expenditure there of 16,599 is the big ask, I guess, we're asking for this year is a new lawnmower. We have a lawnmower that's giving us fits. It seems to be nickel and diming us to death now and doesn't want to run when we need it to, so it's probably time to replace it.
You talk about a lawnmower, it's like a residential lawnmower.
No, well, kind of.
Well, it's a zero turn or
Yeah,
something
so
like
it's a zero turn. We run Ferris's, they're called. They're really commercial type zero turn. There are some that have like tracks on them and things, and we're not asking for that. We still run into quite a few issues with tires and things, so.
This be a bit like 60 or 72 inch now.
72. Yeah, and we have 2 of them currently. So that it would be the same unit. We're really good at doing the maintenance on these machines, and we know the quality we're getting. Obviously, there's a lot of kinds of lawnmowers out there, so it just depends on what you like.
They're all expensive.
Yeah, they are. Speed. We're running into stumps and trees a little bit when we're out working trails, so any standard deck on it would probably dent pretty easily, where they can take a beating, and they've been tested time and time again by us.
The 10,000 extra that was spent in this current year, what was that? 'Cause I think that was part of that new equipment.
Sorry.
On 630.
Oh.
The 119,560 that was spent already this year. I think that was, we put off part of that.
Oh, you mean above that was more than?
Yeah, it's 10,000 more than.
Yeah, that's because it ended up being more than what I had asked for the forestry head and the skid loader. And you know, I don't know why I miscalculated it, but we were able to cover it. It looks to be, I think we'll be all right. Yeah, that was just those 2 units. Well, so the skid loader did have, we did get a grapple for it, but that was what I thought I had calculated in, and I'm not sure why it was more. I guess I'd have to go pull that up and see why, but that was the cost of the grapple, the skid loader, the forestry head, and a set of forks. And it already came with a bucket. So I mean, we've got a lot of attachments for it now. We can do about anything.
So the 109,270 was what you budgeted.
Yeah.
And then it come up a little more than 10 grand more than that.
Yeah.
What we amended to the quotes. Because we put part of it in last fiscal year and part of it in this fiscal year.
Yeah, and this is, you guys used funding in that line item that came out of the capital reserve.
We didn't do the capital reserve.
Yeah,
Or
right.
this year, we won't be doing the capital reserve because of that purchase. Right, if I look down at 814, we're not doing any transfer to capital because of that purchase.
It's 105,000.
But fiscal year 25, there's nothing.
Yeah. Right. Yep, that's exactly right, Gloria. Yep. We didn't do the transfer because of the costs that were coming from that piece of equipment. Yep.
But the new lawnmower you're looking at for next year is that 16,599.
Yes. And that's something, you know, it's a lot of the county conservations are, not a lot, but some of them I should say are going to, they're hiring to have mowing done in the campgrounds and things. I don't know how cost effective it is right now. I know Sarah Gordo just switched to it. So I'd like to talk to Josh, the director over there, and really see how that's working out because, you know, we have the luxury of mowing when we need it mowed, that we're there, they're gonna do it once a week or every 10 days or whatever. And it might not necessarily be when you think it should be mowed. So you kind of lose some of your input maybe on when it should be mowed and how it should be mowed and things like that. But it is something that I will consider going forward, but I really don't see us changing being a smaller county.
You know, I deal with the cemetery, but of course we hire out the mowing. If you had your own mower,
yeah,
you can't hire it. I mean, I tell you, just to get our little cemetery, it's budgeted, it can take all the way from about $5,000 a year up to 20.
Yeah.
Which is ridiculous.
Yeah. Josh said some of their parks were coming in at over 5,000 per park, and they've got how many parks? So they're looking at 25,000 just on the low end of things to have that lease mowed a year. So if we can keep a good mower and keep a good seasonal worker, really we're money ahead.
Yeah, I think you're money ahead.
Right. So that's kind of the big ticket item, I guess. Like I said, that I was looking at was for that new lawnmower. Does anything else jump out at you, Gloria, for changes on those?
The bottom line is the only thing that jumps out at me. So bottom line being we're, you know, for actual dollars in fiscal year 24, we're, what's that number? 60,000 more for actual dollars in fiscal year 24, from 580,605 to 644,232, and that's with no wage increases yet. And so you see where I'm going there? You see where I'm going there? You get that? Where I'm looking at? Okay. So in a 2-year period, it's going up 60,000 without considering any wage increases. And then from looking at current year, 628,000 is the budget to 644, going up $15,000 with no wage increases. What's up?
The difference of the mower, kind of.
Well, that and the 105,000 for capital projects.
The revenue side of it?
No, your 814 line item, 105.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the, I mean, those are your significant, I mean, there's others that are up a little, down a little, you know, throughout little dollar. Your major ones are those 2 line items, your 630 and your 814.
Explain that 814 to me a little bit.
So
Other budgetary fund.
yeah, so every year, Adam in June brings us his revenues that have been brought in, which is the next sheet he'd be going through, and asks the Board of Supervisors to transfer that money to a conservation reserve fund, which is used for capital projects only. And it has dwindled down, and for reasons like this fiscal year, we're not contributing anything to it, so I don't know what the fund balance is, but
yeah, it has gone down.
So we took 105 out of that to help pay for your
that was the new,
skid loader.
they took it to 0 because of that large purchase of the skid loader with the components.
So it's down to
They
0.
put it to
But the balance.
yeah, I'm gonna look up that balance and see. Right now it's at 139,448, and that's not gonna go up unless you get some grants or something, maybe they go in there. But the intent is to have that money so that they could do, you know, whether they do property acquisition or some larger.
There's 139,000 in there.
In that one, and that'll be the next budget he'll go through with.
Okay, so actually there was 247,000.
that out, right? 105.
No, that's what he's asking for next year. He's asking us to put 105,000
Out of that
in
139.
That's where it'd be transferred to.
For next year.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
next year. So, yeah, the 814 is 2 other budgetary funds, and that other budgetary fund would be a revenue in Department 68.
Right.
But that's the county by motion says, let's transfer X amount of dollars. That has basically been limited to what's budgeted and then what he made in revenues from farm leases, rent agreements, the rental of facilities, campsite fees.
Camp fees, yep.
That type of thing, which he'll go over those revenues here also. But I'm just saying, just at a glance, we're going up 15,000 without, we're going up 60,000 from the prior year actual. And we're going up 15,000. So from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 26 asking, we're going up $60,000. And that's not including any wages. And I don't know what the wages are. I do know, you're maybe not aware that the board is pending 2.75% increase with secondary roads. They have to see if they're gonna go with that, ratify that or not. That's one number that's being looked at for negotiations with that. So I'm just looking at the increase over 2 years that this is doing without wage increases. So 60,000 without wage increases from actual dollars from fiscal year 24 and 15,000 increase in the budget without wages for fiscal year 26.
Are any other departments seeing that kind of an increase? Like secondary roads or?
Secondary roads, I don't think they had an increase, but theirs fluctuates based on what projects are funding each year. So it might be higher one year, lower another year, so it just kind of fluctuates. And we haven't, think of the other departments that come in, like just think of it.
So is part of it from the salary adjustments?
From actual or what?
Yeah, because we brought Amy's up quite a bit for, and mine as well, 2 years ago, because we did a salary.
Yeah, well, fiscal year 24, your salary was 72,124. Current year is the 75,744. So that's only up $2,500, $2,600. Amy's was 38,880, went up to 41,600.
So yeah, it wasn't.
Not bad.
No, it was just part of it, I guess, not all of it.
It was, I mean, that the 105,000 is a big trigger one that's hitting it from, you know, what was fiscal year 24 was 50,000 to 105,000. So that's a chunk right there.
The
That's
revenue?
60,000.
No.
Expenses.
Oh,
Expenses. You know, if you look at your 814 and in fiscal year 24, we did 50,000. And now we're looking at 105,000. So over 2 years, a $60,000 increase is basically that. Yeah. It's just comments at this time, just where we go. I will, you know, Gil's sitting back there. I'll probably have been looking at her saying, okay, here's what you were last year. Here's what you were actually your, your current year, past year, and where we're at. Yeah. And just see where we're at. And, you know, that was one of the things that was asked with the request is where can we, you know, House File 718 is a whole different beast for us with unfunded Band-Aids and where we're going with all that. So that's all. That's the purpose.
We have to honestly look for some efficiency somewhere,
right.
in every department. And in some there may not be any, and others there may be some.
Yeah.
So, but we have to look.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I have to ask.
It's just basically comments on the overall where we're at without wages on there. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Really, that's kind of the breakdown of going through the changes as far as that. I mean, that lawnmower would be the big ask. Otherwise, really fluctuations within the line items isn't anything more than me kind of chasing it, trying to recalculate where that money's coming from.
Go through your revenue.
Yeah, we can go through the revenue next. Next page, the conservation 22 revenue. Kind of looking at that. Ackley Creek's the first one. You can see where it was, yeah, it was trending up until 23, 24, and I don't know if that's because Doshonic might be pulling some of those people that used to go to Ackley Creek. That's my only thing I can think of.
And not that far apart.
You know, so I think maybe you might be getting people that would rather go to Doshonic now or just try it. So that might be that. Our West Idlewild, you know, I think since about probably the mid-90s or 2000, that's been kind of going down a little bit. It used to be a really popular place a long time ago.
We're looking at that current camping fee number, it's 1,710, so that would just be revenues you got from July through.
Yeah, and we had some people that stayed there quite a while, and they were kind of just moving every 2 weeks like they're supposed to. That was a big part of why you're saying that it's a little higher now.
What, just 1,710 for 6 months anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Higher than the prior 2 years.
Yeah, and I, you know, we've done some things there. Put in some new fire rings and picnic tables. I don't know if it's helping bring people in. It's definitely something we need to do to keep it nice. Doshonic recreation areas, obviously, I think, going to continue to rise.
It surprises me that went down in 24.
Oh, you mean a 24 to?
From 23 to 24, it went down 1,000. $35.48 down to $25.50.
That's another thing. I wonder if it's going to. I would say I would need to look at that closer as well.
Oh, no, wait a minute. So is the first one, got the next, there's two Dosonic line items. Is one the building rental?
Yes.
And the other one is your 21,000 is your camping, is that right?
Yeah. Yep.
So you went from 10,397 in 23 to 21,600.
Yeah, that's. I was gonna say, because if it was camping, it wouldn't have been coded correctly.
Or your building may have been fluctuated in the building part.
Yeah.
If that's what that one is then. Why there are two camping fees. When your cabin?
Yeah. Yeah. So the buildings and facilities would be coded different.
That would be down on 5230, wouldn't it?
Facility rentals? Yeah.
Recreation.
So one of them, I wonder if that other one is the primitive camping. Because primitive camping is what's dying. The RV camping's on the rise and the primitive.
Maybe keep track of them separately.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking it is. Otherwise, unless it's other facilities other than cabins, shelters and.
Mr. Sonic, I mean, is that, when you're looking at that 20,000, is that pretty much full? I mean, is that a?
No.
Full, huh?
No.
Like what percentage of occupancy would you?
Probably closer to like 50% because during the week, we sometimes only have, 5 to 10 campers in the campground. And
Okay.
it'll hold 27, so. Yeah, during the holiday weekends, it gets maxed out and it's full every campsite will be used. And that's your big 3 holidays, especially Memorial and 4th of July weekend, or however that happens to fall. We do require 2-day stay if it's a holiday, otherwise.
Yeah.
And nobody balks at it. I don't think. They all plan on staying longer.
The one with the 34 added to the code,
Yeah,
that says RV sites.
it does.
Yeah, so the other ones maybe are your cabins, and the big number, your 21,000 number is RV sites. All right.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Yep.
Okay. So I did calculate that a little bit more. That seems to be growing. People are finding out about Oceanic and they're, didn't know this was here. It's a gem. We love it. Stuff. So it's going up. Cowell, we saw an increase in use there this year, especially the second part. I guess it'd be the first part of this year. We've seen more people, which was different, but they are there. So we'll see if that holds true and they keep coming. And then, let's see, recreational facility rentals. So that's going to be
That's your Dosonic
buildings and shelters. The land would be what we work with our operators, what they pay annually to rent the property. So ag lease contracts that we hold. And that's pretty easy to pinpoint that, pretty close.
Are those fees changing any? Did they went up a
We are-
little bit?
They went up a little bit, but now we're trying to work with one specific, bring his up to where the rest of them are. He's resisted the whole time, and now we're going through the conservation board and trying to address that currently.
So this, maybe you can, Boyd is the one who's assigned to sign the
Yeah,
contracts at the FSA office.
yeah,
And so those, right, those are the
Yes.
contracts
yep,
that you'd be asked to go sign.
yeah.
And so what do they do with that land? that
Um,
they're
So that land is rented to them through a contract, and a lot of it is either in agricultural land or like just corn or beans typically, and then the other portion of it is CRP, where they're getting a check and then they're donating that back to us. So if they get certain, how many $100 an acre, we sign something with them saying that we're gonna ask for 90% of that back, and they end up writing us a check, and they get, anywhere from 10 to 25% just for signing their name on a piece of paper, so they can make some pretty good money just by being an operator on paper.
Yeah.
So anyways, that would require you going into the NRCS FSA office and basically signing any of the documents that would be needed at the time and when they expire and that kind of thing.
Is there any pasture ground that you run out?
No,
Was there at one time maybe, or
not pasture,
not pasture?
but there may have been before me.
Yeah, I, for some reason I thought maybe there was.
It has notified the FSA office that you're the contact.
So they'll be sending me.
They usually come in the mail and then they
Well, yeah,
get put in your mail slot
yeah.
upstairs, so you'll want to
Yeah.
make sure you check.
But they did accept it when I sent the minutes in.
They would,
It's accepted.
yes.
Okay.
Yep, so at some point you'll be asked to go sign papers.
Yep.
And if there's any question, just contact me, because I get the same paperwork that she sent.
Why is the one landowner being resistant to, is it
Um,
CRP or is it?
It's his CRP, and it was a landowner that their family had sold property adjacent to this land to conservation, and he seems to think that there was some agreement made before, and that contract had expired and we didn't necessarily have to negotiate with him to be the operator. In fact, we could take, because it's CRP, we could change operators anytime. So we could just pull the reins and have somebody else be the operator, which would require your signature again. And that's something we're trying to figure out right now because we're in a little bit of a pickle with it because there's a piece of property that the same operator is trying to negotiate to sell to the conservation board at a reduced price. So there might be, maybe we're okay with that for a little while. Yeah, so we're not trying to rock the boat this moment.
The CRP is a 10-year contract then?
I think it's a 15. Yeah, that one is. Yep.
There's
Don't-
a design.
Donations, really, it's hard to know what we're gonna get there. So it's been more than 1,000, it's been well under 1,000. Miscellaneous, we didn't really have much.
Well, your Dosonic Buildings is 25,000, 27,000, 6110. Fourth, fifth, some of them. Pretty well in those. Pretty well in those.
Yeah, maybe I still kind of question that one is, I'm not sure what that one is. John, I got the first one. Did you say you found that, the one?
I wonder if it's just the cabin rentals and not the art, because the one is specifically RV sites.
Right.
So I wonder it's just the cabins.
I'm gonna have to go and wrestle some of that up and see what that is. Regardless, we're still seeing an increase in overall revenue. And we did change our prices. So the camping rates have remained the same for RV camping, but there's several facilities that we have changed the prices $25 to $50 on. And there's a lot of our people that stay at some of our nicer cabins that have actually recommended that we increase the price, and they stay there a week at a time and they think it's such a good deal. So it was time to change it if our guests are asking to pay more. $125 a night to $175 a night, and you can stay, I mean, up to 12, 14 people in there. So when you compare that to a hotel or anything, it's still pretty cheap. And you're getting a house that's right out in the middle of nature. Yep.
The 68 is the next one, but I don't have the 68.
Capital.
But I had two 40s or 41s that Dennis didn't have. I gave him, so I wonder if one of you. Have a revenue and an expense.
Expense.
Yeah, revenue, just one of them.
2 pages.
You don't have two by chance, do you?
I got 68.
You know, it's two sets.
I don't know what to see.
Yeah, I have the other one, but
Oh, I lied. I missed out in front of Department 65.
I had a whole thing going on with her on Saturday trying to get all these squared.
I just found it wrong. I found it kind of 65 instead of behind 65.
yeah, yep.
That's why I had to put them in my book, so
I know.
we should get some little tabby things and.
Would be nice.
Yeah.
I can just go off the sheet if I need to.
That's
So the 68 is what we were talking about earlier with the capital projects and also the revenue that you guys sometimes transfer for us to in a reserve account. Is that right, Gloria? Am I saying that
Yeah,
right?
but I just see something wrong here to begin with.
Okay,
We shouldn't have anything in general fund in Department 68. I see there's a code that $14,982 has been spent out of general fund 68. You see that?
1,400 or 14,000?
1482. And it shows 5, but there shouldn't be anything out of general fund in 68. See where I'm talking?
right here.
Yeah, there shouldn't be anywhere in general fund.
Mm-hmm.
There shouldn't be anything.
Right.
So there, Lex, you can maybe work with Lexi, that we'll have to fix that, whether it does, should it go to Department 22 general fund, or should it be
Yeah.
68?
I think 22. Well, it says 624, but
It seems like it should be 68. I wonder
Yeah,
if
because
Lexi
of the
just
price
coded
on
it
it.
wrong. I wonder if it just needs to be 68.
yeah.
I think
Okay.
that one.
So looking at this for the expenditures, obviously the buildings is what I was talking about earlier. We have some pretty large projects. One of them being that deck I was talking about at the Fossil Prairie Park, where I was hoping to use some funding as well through the REIT account, but we're gonna have to redo that. And there's constantly, I'm on 610, sorry, the buildings, and there's constantly different things we want to do out at Doshonic Recreation Area. We're losing ground on a couple of the buildings that are kind of deteriorating or rotting away at the base, the lower part of them. So we've got to put a shield on them, and what we're thinking about doing is the vinyl siding on several of those buildings just to cover them for the future. That's kind of what you're seeing in the buildings. The permanent landscaping number 624 is also where we're gonna be seeing some work done. Project.
So we got about a $5,000 increase on total of these projects.
Yeah, we're in the process of doing quite a bit with our parking areas. A lot of them needed some work. We put a lot of base down on those. Quite a bit with permanent landscaping. It's just a matter of which project. Did you guys get that copy of the 5-year plan through? I just never ended up. Yeah, I didn't get to because Gloria requested afterwards that I put something together with dollar amounts, which
Oh, yeah.
I will try to
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to that, but
So yeah, that 5-year is not in there because we didn't have dollars. So I apologize, I didn't.
so there's quite a bit of parking area improvements and sidewalk work and different things to be ADA compliant out at Sonic. Those are kind of what we're looking at for that. So it comes to 40,000. Is that right? Yep, 40,000. What we're requesting.
Looked up that $1,400 and it was pruning rock, a pruning.
Oh, I wonder if that was a continuation project of a capital expenditure and that one came in after.
Could be, it was paid in August.
Yeah, that probably would have been then, because it was still probably a capital expense. And I tried coding it as a capital because it was
It
part
doesn't
of
have a code written on it.
Okay, I'll have to talk to Lexi.
Have an email drafted to Lexi.
Oh, wait, it does have, whoever's writing is this. Oh, shoot. I lost it.
Email drafted to Lexi asking her to look into that and then to see if it should have gone to the lower 68,000. Instead, is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes, that's what I think it is.
So since it's different funds, it's gonna be a little tricky we should probably have to cut a check on and to give it in the other, because it's different funds, there's a little extra work to it.
It's not just a.
Not just a journal entry.
Not just-
It's fixed.
So then the next page. Well, that's gonna be the revenue side of things that we're. Where we're seeing revenues, would be your operators that we talked about and your camping revenue and building.
Yep.
Ones for that.
Well, I'm right, we're going from 51,000 up to 105,000.
That's what he's asked the Board of Supervisors to transfer, so that expense that you saw in his Department 22 is a revenue in Department 68, but that's by motion of the Board of Supervisors to do that transfer.
That's a little trickier than some of them, I suppose. With the revenue side of it and the transfer request.
That's, some things that they've offset the transfer, again, like the current year is the cost of that skid loader.
We've had to fund trucks from revenue.
Trucks, tractor one time.
Yeah, the tractor.
Pickup one time, I think.
We pretty much you guys have been really good about making sure we have what we need, but sometimes we do have to use that revenue instead of it going to capital. For instance, the lawnmower, if we've got to have the lawnmower, if it's something that we can't do, then maybe I would ask you guys to reevaluate the transfer and do it that way, whatever it takes. And obviously we can learn one ways to do this.
And so I think that would be something that is a note, Morgan, for when get everybody's in, we're looking at the big picture things.
Right.
Department 22, what do we do with that transfer? But I do think definitely they need to have a transfer because that 168 is when.
And I'll try to do what you guys were talking about with the law enforcement 2080 agreement with this 5-year plan as well. Make sure I'm not gonna the numbers are gonna fluctuate so much because of costs of a lot of construction, but we can get it somewhat close and see what 5 years looks like. But we do have the projects here for 5 years. It's just a matter of dollars.
Morgan, I think I probably printed that and you might have that, or maybe I didn't even print it because I was waiting for the dollars.
Yeah, you might have, and I didn't get to that.
Tried to put every single thing in the binder so that if I drop them in a little folder, it would not go everywhere.
I don't think I printed it because
There are
I was
random things left in the manila folder that I don't know what they are, so. They saw one for conservation, I think I would have been able to keep that one out. Sorted.
Well, I'll get you guys this, and I'll work on the costs and
I got an email from just this morning at 10 o'clock from Mark Melrose. Did you get that one?
But it's Bruce was barking up a tree that it's not even our equipment. That insurance is through the foundation.
Oh,
It's so they own the equipment.
Right?
Yeah. So currently, until that's all finalized with the way it's being paid off and paying Bruce himself back for it.
But that's still all through foundation.
It is. That's why.
Anything.
That's why.
Will you be
I'll
getting back
talk
with
to him. I got it in my notes to call him when I leave here. Yeah, it's just.
Is that the reason for that agreement that they're?
Part of it, yeah. Yeah, for sure, because the insurance side of things,
Yeah,
if something were to
it was mentioned
happen.
in there, yeah.
And also we, in our agreement, there's little things like having a list of all the participants with their names, because if something happened out there, we need to know who's there and how to contact them. And
They wanted a list of all the.
we needed more information from them, and I think they just kind of took it wrong. We weren't trying to pick on them, we were just saying, this is how it should.
You weren't trying to end it, right?
No,
Make sure.
but it's great what they're
insurance
doing.
and stuff.
It is, yeah.
And I think they just, I don't know, you get
They
such
store the
ways.
syrup in my garage when they're, any excess they have, because I keep it heated in the winter time.
Oh, yeah.
Last year was such a bad crop, I don't have any this year.
Everybody gets syrup for Christmas in your family?
Yeah.
Started so early last year.
Yeah, they had a kind of rough year because they ended up having some of it spoil and they had to dump some. And because they were trying
started
to
a month earlier than normal.
yeah, and they were trying to hang on to it from early on, hoping they could cook, and it ended up spoiling. And so it was kind of a rough year, really, compared to the other years.
Yeah. The fluctuation in temperatures.
Is there anything else I can answer for you on the budget stuff?
I don't think so. Thanks, Adam.
The only thing I can think is when you talk to Mark, I mean, if there's anything that they're doing this on a county-owned property, if
Right.
there's anything we need to do there. So
Yeah.
I'm just following up with them that's the only relationship with the county is. that
Yeah. Yep. I think it was one of the things Bruce was just trying to make sure all his I's were dotted, T's were crossed, and
Yep.
he got hold of the wrong guy.
Yeah. Thanks, Adam.
Yep.
Thanks, Adam.
Adam, Lexi has already answered, and originally it was coded to the 1,000, but,
Oh,
I let her know that we can go ahead and move it to the 68,000.
I think it was
yeah,
just an error.
yeah.
Not a big deal, I'm
Okay.
just letting you know,
Yeah.
she didn't reply all, so I thought I'd just give you the update that she's
Yeah.
gonna go ahead and fix that.
Thank you.
On that,
Sorry. Oh, they've already had a long day. No lunch for you guys.
So you guys take a break.
So Gail is 39.
Do you guys wanna go to lunch? I can come back later if you wanna go
No,
to lunch, take a break.
When we get done with you, we might have a little.
Thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
39.
I don't have it either, which is not.
If it's not entered, maybe it'd just be, I can take these in the other room and
have her paper copies. Sign if I don't even have her paper.
39, right? 40.
39. Signed for claims is all. Instead of budget.
I know we signed it.
Yep, and I think I sent it back, I think I sent it back for you to check
Yep.
yours.
Yeah, and then we sent it
Yep,
back.
and so I think Morgan is probably just saved on the,
And it was like right during the transition of Morgan coming in and.
it's saved on the, where the numbers all good, check, double check on the numbers.
On our, from me and Marty's side? Yeah.
You know, find the folder.
Finance. Budgets.
Finance is the part that I messed up.
So send them up to
He didn't have it out. Yeah, that you say that, I'm like. And then I'll bring it over, as soon as he drops it off, I'll bring it over here. Yeah, we have a meeting tomorrow night, and he said he was gonna come, but he won't be able to vote because he's not officially appointed, so, but he can still come.
I'll be.
Okay.
We don't have, I almost gotta send them over to you. We don't have them. They entered for 26.
We sent over, Marty and I.
Yep.
Um,
I thought I'd send
Oh,
something back to you, but it's
okay.
not showing up in there, so we'll just make copies of these.
Okay, that's fine.
Do you wanna let Morgan know? that I'm
It's
just
all
gonna
my,
make copies of these?
Okay.
my scribbles on there. Do you know all that?
Sometimes the scribbles are helpful to us.
From Morgan. I'm going through the county engineer secondary roads file. This is the updated, this, what we have in here. Yep. Yeah, she updated mine for me, I think this morning before the meeting started. Denise is gonna stay on the board.
Yeah, yep. Mhm. Just Dave was. Sometimes get off track. Just wanna, I'm not the president, so I can't, but.
This gets going.
What are your son's kids that live, your son that lives in Green?
Neil.
Right? Yeah, Neil.
Yeah, Neil.
How old are his kiddos?
How old is Neil?
No, they have kids,
Yeah,
right?
3 and 4 and 2.
Okay, so they're young yet. I
Yeah.
was thinking they were pretty little.
Yep. Yep. Where did you meet them at a
Yeah, so
school?
my niece's wedding,
Oh,
and I'm not sure, she got married to a Nelk boy from, Hampton, Franklin County. So I'm not sure what the connection was, how they know my niece and her now husband, but they were there, and they happened to sit, your son and his wife were sitting by some friends of ours, and I sat down to talk to them, and then we just got to
Okay.
talking.
Yeah, Neil's wife is originally from Waverly,
Okay,
and I don't know if it could be a connection.
who knows, yeah.
Neil's kind of lucky. I don't know if you remember this, but several years ago, there was some group of boys that were killed in a pickup accident east of Charles City.
Yep.
Neil was invited to be in that truck with them. He turned them down.
Oh, man.
And there was 2 boys killed, and Archer boy was paralyzed from the waist up.
Yep. Yep.
And so Neil,
Yeah, very much. Something was telling him not to do it, huh?
yeah.
Yeah, one was the jailer's son too.
Vanessa Welch, Shane Wilson.
Yeah,
Shane and Neil were good friends too.
okay.
And then the other one was the Jacob, Akon Monosmith, I think was the name of the other.
And it's terrible. Yeah, he is lucky. Was he with his wife that he has
His
now?
girlfriend.
They,
I think that happened in 2016, if my memory is correct.
yeah.
So anyway. Neil's wife's grandpa was a high school football and basketball official
Okay.
and did some basketball games that I played in high school.
There's our
I think that was fun.
Yes.
One's revenues, one's expenses. You're hooking?
Yes, please.
Jamie,
That pile.
that file for that file?
Yep. Yeah, 3 hole punch. Oh, all right, we're ready. All right, delay.
Sorry, you have to stand up. We start with revenue. Or do you want to start with expenditures? I don't care. What is it? Okay, we'll start with revenue here. We'll start at the top. I'm not sure. You want me to go through line by line or just go to the bottom dollar? What do you want me to do?
Changes.
Okay.
What do you have for changes?
I mean, my numbers kind of change a lot. So one thing about public health and home health is, for Boyd, who's new, is that I kind of look at it more of like a business. We kind of never really know what our revenue and expenditures are going to be. We're not just an office that we typically do the same thing every year. We never know how many referrals we're going to get, what that billing source is going to be. So it could be Medicare, Medicaid, VA. We don't know. So, and there's lots of changes within the insurance industry and healthcare right now too. So, it's really truly a guess for me when it comes to doing this, but I do take previous year's numbers and kind of go with it. So just a heads up as we're going through this. The revenues here, the top one is our immunization grant, is pretty steady and never changes through the years. Then I also need to go through this and take out some of that COVID, those line items for COVID, just because we're hopefully never have to use those again. So in the future, Morgan, we'll get together, maybe, or Lexi or whoever, and take some of those out.
We've talked about that too. Anything that has nothing over 3 years, our system won't let us drop it if there's been revenue in 3 years. We can make it inactive.
Okay, so it's gonna be, yeah. All right, so there's a lot of blanks on here because of that. Okay, all right. So, back to where it says, Iowa Total Care, I don't know, what do you guys, you're looking at the same, of course you have copies of mine, the Iowa Total Care, WellPoint, and Molina Healthcare. Where it's 55, 140, and 10. Those are our 3 Medicaid MCOs, so Title 19, Medicaid, those are our 3 MCOs that are here in the state of Iowa that we serve a lot of patients on. And it kind of flip-flops back and forth as to what people are on. So
one of the things I always look at is that history. And so you must have some judgment that when we look back, 74 down to 55, right? There's some reason you think that's just not gonna flow that way?
Yep, we don't see as many people on Iowa Total Care. We're seeing more of them kind of maybe switch to, there's some we're seeing that going with WellPoint, Molina, some are getting Hawkeye where we can't serve them anymore. We're seeing like a lot of our waiver people not being eligible for those waivers anymore, or a different waiver that we don't participate in anymore. So there's lots of factors that kind of go into that.
So would you have increased it then, say in Wellpoint, if you think more people went to Wellpoint?
But the thing is the reimbursement for Medicaid is not going up.
So
If anything, it's going down.
the other thing I do is I look at,
Yeah.
Reimburse it all someday.
Pretty soon, yeah.
I look at the bottom line, where the trends have gone in the bottom line also. So we went from fiscal year 22 to 694,000, then to 725,000 on the last page of the revenues. And then to 683, now we're going down to 617. So I look at bottom line, yep. Where we went from here.
2, 3.
Yeah, and some of those are kind of, I mean, when you look at like 21 through 23, 24, some of that's kind of skewed a little bit. I mean, we were getting COVID dollars in, and so that really kind of affects those numbers a little bit.
So then my other part of this then is I look at what our expenses are, 1,088,000 in expenses on bottom line on this page. Looking at 1,088,000 there. So we're going to the taxpayers for the difference between those revenues and those expenses. That's where I go with
Yep,
this.
that's what I said, you want to go to the bottom line or something?
That is what I do, because now this is saying we're going to the taxpayers for $400,000.
Yeah, 475.60.
Yeah, so then I'll just do the math there on each of those years and what have we gone to the taxpayers with over those years from actual to budgeted as well. This is one that scares me all the time, because it's always a huge amount we're going to taxpayers for. And like if you take the 1.49 million to the 6.94 expenses, these expenses minus those revenues, that's what we ended up using general fund dollars, primarily general fund and general supplemental dollars for.
But here,
Better.
So we're about 300,000 that we went to taxpayers in fiscal year.
Right.
That's an odd one because of COVID stuff.
And 23, or is that 23 you're talking about?
I did 23.
300,000.
Yep. About almost 400,000. 1.1 million to 725, yeah. So, 4 million, 400,000. Sorry, 4 million, 400,000.
and then about 470.
And then looking at that fiscal year 24, we budgeted 1.166 million and we spent 959,500.
And that money does not roll over into a separate fund for me. Like I don't get to keep that. We just it goes back into the general fund.
It's all general fund, yeah. But this is where if you have any where we ask departments if they have any re-estimated numbers to get us a closer number of what we think our beginning July 1, 2026 fund balance is, if there's any re-estimated numbers, so we can get a better picture of where we're at with that. Up or down.
Yeah, and that's how I look at this too. When I first present to you is just what I think. And then when you tell me, no, not gonna work, then I can go in and look at it a little bit closer. But for me, this is kind of just where I think I'm sitting, so.
Well, you said it, Gail, to begin with, it's like farming, you don't really know.
I don't really know. Yeah, very much.
That's why you use it for.
Yeah. You know, and for example, like our VA reimbursements are going down 18 to 20% in what we do of veterans. So the services we provide to the veterans, those reimbursements are going down 18 to 20%, which is huge for us. So that we're really gonna look at like, do we continue to offer those services? What level of service do they need? Is that cost effective for us to continue to do that?
Is that a legislative change?
We don't really know. Our association's kind of looking into it a little bit to see why. What they were saying.
So that's what, then it falls on
And then
the
it-
county
Yeah.
to pay for it,
Mhm.
the shortfall. And that's where then you have to decide, do we cut services?
Yes.
And they have to go
exactly.
to another provider for public health, or what otherwise becomes public health?
The number of veterans that we normally see in a year.
Oh, yeah, with our aging population and, for sure, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm, mhm. And, people.
And we have so many younger
We
veterans.
do. So the number of people we see in general, the number of referrals we are getting in general, continues to go up. Because they don't keep people in the hospitals as long, so then they're referring them to home care to provide those services, to try to keep them at home. And can we accept them all? No, there's a lot of insurances, so insurance is a big deal. We can't accept any of the Medicare Advantage plans, such as like Humana or United Healthcare, MCOs, things like that, we can't accept. We've tried to, contract with them, but they only accept so many in a certain area, and of course, they're gonna go to the Trinities, the, University of Iowa, Mayo. And so that's where people get in trouble with their Advantage plans,
Yes.
is they can't get the services that they truly need. Maybe they can get them in the state of Iowa, but not within Floyd, Saragordo, Butler, Franklin County. So. Okay.
They're not that much cheaper anymore either than a supplemental, because I did a lot of shopping
Yeah,
and, I got scared enough, I stayed away from the Medicare Advantage and I kept my supplemental.
yeah,
And the savings wasn't that significant.
Mm.
So,
yeah. I
But
don't,
it would have been if you'd gone to the Medicare Advantage, you
Yes.
wouldn't have,
yeah, right.
that'd be
Yeah.
the scary
Yeah.
part. Yeah, stay away from the Advantage plans.
we're a little bit off track there,
Yeah.
but, back to the revenues. The Iowa Department of Public Health grant, that 49,000, that is a grant that we received through the state to provide in-home services, public health grant. So that's really switching to with all the changes, at the state level with IHHS. We're not gonna be able to use those dollars. So we kind of got to flip the checkbook a little bit in what we're doing. Before all those dollars went towards like our home care services and the public health activities we did wasn't, they're just kind of, unfunded mandates, I guess. We really didn't have a revenue or any money coming in for some of those public health services that we did. We just did them. Of course, with taxpayer dollars, that helped us some too. Now that's kind of going to get flipped where, we're going to have to use those grant dollars to provide public health services. We have to show that we're using them, for population health, not non-population health. So when we look at that, we then have to think about what are we gonna do with those people that we serve with those grant dollars, where's that money gonna come from? So I'm gonna present to the board, not tomorrow night, but in the future here, the next couple months, now we offer services on a sliding fee where a lot of our patients don't pay anything for our services. Do we look at that and say, no matter what, you're paying this amount, whether that's $5, $10, and then adjust our scale a little bit more so people do have to pay a little bit more for the services and not just rely completely on these tax dollars to continue to provide some of those services.
You're talking about the in-home service?
Yeah. Yeah, of course, we can bill the Medicare, we can, the VA and some of that, but we're talking about the people that don't need some services that we can't bill Medicare for, or we can't bill the VA for, or we can't bill Medicaid. We have a lot of those. It's not like our homemaker services that keep people in home. So we have our skilled nursing, home care aid, which is personal care, is the bathing, grooming, that sort of thing, and then homemaker. Homemaker is like non-touch. It's doing their laundry, maybe making meals for them, things that need to be done to keep them at home. Those you cannot bill to Medicare.
How much of that do we have?
Quite a bit. We used to have a lot more. We've kind of cut back on some of it that we do. We really look at their needs to see, do they have someone else in the community that can help them? Do they have a family member, a neighbor, someone close by that can help them, or do they truly need the help?
Someone that
Well, and I think,
maybe should be in a care center.
Well, we don't enable them to be unsafe at home. We really look at that too, so.
but that's something, correct me if I'm wrong, that I think over time, they were allowed X number per week or per month or something, and that number's been shortened.
Yes, we've cut that back significantly. But now I want to take it to the next step and probably not offer that at a zero cost or a donation level anymore. We're really gonna have to look at charging something.
With your
for those
clientele, how many of them could afford something? I mean, I know it's hard to say, but
Oh, man, a lot of them are on a very fixed income. Is it gonna be a little bit of a strain on them? Maybe, yeah. But, they're gonna have to look at, can they make some changes in maybe their lifestyle and some of the other habits they do?
so you would suggest like, what?
I'm not quite sure yet, somewhere around there. I'm not sure. We'll have to pull all of our numbers. I'm getting some help from, one of my state level counterparts that has gone through this, and she's gonna help me look at some of those numbers, and she's been through the process before and help me through it, so. We'll see.
It just seems, well, we've gone through this with my wife. It's, there's times, other family members could, if they were pushed, but they could keep them in their homes, you would think, well, that's a lot better deal.
It's a huge tax savings too overall for taxpayers in general. I mean, look at the amount of money it costs to stay in a care facility versus at home.
Oh, yeah.
So eventually, these people run out of money. They go into the nursing home and they run out of money. They go through their savings. Then guess who that falls on? The taxpayers
Does
too.
that all fall back on, where does it fall back?
They would get put on like a Medicaid. They would get put on a state insurance plan. So who ultimately pays for that? The taxpayers. So.
But not property taxes.
State, whatever, I have no idea where that all comes
Yeah,
from.
income
That's
tax.
because that's what I was going on, because this falls on property taxes. But hers might be the general population. They're paying in Medicare.
Are you talking like in a nursing home versus at home?
Yeah.
Probably in the nursing home saves us, but you want them to have that independence when they can, so that's why we do this. Because in the long run, not out of Floyd County's pocket, but out of your income tax dollars or whatever, you're gonna pay for that $9,000 difference if they're funding it 45, 55%, whatever. Medicaid is gonna come from somewhere. And it'd be that income tax rather than property.
Have more of that going that way.
Might be, I don't know, I think she's got a good plan to let's try a $5, $10, whatever to do it. Yeah. Can I back up to Molina? That must be a new provider for.
Yeah, they've all changed names, like, it was a Merit Group, I believe, or WellPoint was a Merit Group. They've changed names so many times.
Gotcha. So we got about $19,000 in fiscal year 24, and so far 6,400 through this have been through November's revenue.
I believe this is not through November.
This one was printed December 16th, and revenue, we had a closed out month end yet. So I think may not be all of November.
I don't think so.
So I'm wondering if that number 10,000 could be a higher number is where I'm going.
Okay.
And I only say this because where you're gonna see this is when we start getting everybody together and we're gonna have we have a resolution that says we have to have a 25% carryover. from one year to the next. So June 30th, 2026, we're gonna need a 25% carryover in our general fund. So that's why all these numbers are so important to look at. Because in the big picture, all these feed into, this $400,000 difference here means we're using carryover dollars, property tax dollars, carryover dollars, because we're limited on what we can tax in the general fund. That's where I'm headed. A bigger picture, when we get all the numbers in and Lauren and I start throwing tax rates on there. So if there's anything that can be pinned down a little bit better, that's gonna help that number in the end. Any of them, but, any of them.
The next few there, AAG, that's, Elder Bridge grant dollars that come in to support those in-home services. Bioterrorism, that should, preparedness is what that is. It's a grant through the state that we participated. Medicare, gosh, we just don't know, and we're just not seeing, as many Medicare referrals come in. That number, maybe I can bump that up a little bit. But we're seeing a lot of people that we can't take because of those advantage plans and whatnot that think they're getting a good deal on. School contracts that we provide nursing services to Rockford School. VaxCare is something new we started this year to try to maybe increase some revenue with our vaccines for adults. And instead of just children, we want to offer for adults.
Shingles
also.
and that kind of stuff?
Yep, shingles, Tdap, RSV. So it's something we're
Sorry, when you
slowly
did the flu shots, is that getting turned in then?
No, we are able to bill insurance because of that program. So we've billed it all to every employee's insurance.
Okay.
So, and they've all been covered so far, so that's good. And here's another thing that I think I want to kind of combine a little bit. So where it says 5,000, 14,000 and another 5,000, I feel like I can combine those because they're all private pay patients. It's just the private pay. The first one, the 5,000 is our full fee clients, and it really doesn't matter whether they're paying full fee or.
Is it truly a donation? I mean, if you have somebody coming off the street saying, hey, put this money towards.
Always called it a donation. So, or there's someone that we've provided services for that has maybe passed away and their family wants to donate a couple $100 to us for whatever, and we throw that in there too. So,
$5,000 in there for donation. It seems like a lot for a donation.
Yeah, but if you look at going back, we've always received some, so.
That's why I wondered if it was really a donation or just somebody paying somebody's bill.
We have to call it, like for our Elder Bridge, we can't bill them anything. We have to ask for a donation.
Gotcha.
So. Walmart, again, that's, we start seeing the referrals under Walmart, like we have in the past. So I knocked that down quite a bit. I can maybe, no, I'm comfortable with it there. And then the miscellaneous, that 100,000, that's our VA, that's, various other insurances that we can bill. I guess it's always been done that way, so we've just kept it. We can change it.
Oh, I don't know.
When we go through and revamp, but
Iowa Chart of Accounts would have anything that might be a vendor.
possibly Marty and I can take a look at that and get with Lexi. Yeah, there's so many line items on here that we just don't use, just through different grants that have come up and.
My intention was always to clean some of that up, but I just get somebody.
That's it, yeah. Then we can go over to expenditures. A lot of this front page here is salaries. And that's figured in at 0% increase there, like we had asked. Which I've over time kind of decreased the number of employees we've had in the office. I've been trying to do a good job consolidating some of that work and a little bit more efficient. I like to think that we have. it helps to have Kim on the next page 2, that 26,000 is Kim's. It helps having her come 1 or 2 days a week. That's huge for us. It's been a blessing, and her knowledge alone too has really helped Katie a lot. So,
And you're going back up to your biotourism expense, that 8,000 expense. What options are there?
so
Was it Kim on the treadmill while she was working the other day?
that's Katie.
That's Katie.
Katie walking, yep, walking while she's typing.
Sure.
They got those under desk
Yeah.
treadmills. Her and Marty. They
I have
walk.
one at home.
Do you?
Phone actually business sometimes.
Does he?
When he's in meetings, like, it
Yeah.
has to be in the anyway.
So what we can use that for, so, one huge thing I'm gonna use it for is our stop the, active shooter training that
Oh,
we're doing here. I'm gonna bill all my staff's time to that.
could it only be for your staff, or could you pay for any other thing with? I only ask because his budget's tight, you know, his whole budget is $10,000 and half of that is wages, so
Yeah,
I just didn't know.
I can ask, but I'm gonna bill like my staff times that. I purchased some Stop the Bleed kits for, the schools. Rockford School's gonna have everyone in all their classrooms. Charles City Schools has Stop the Bleed kits, some training for that. They've kind of tightened down on what we can purchase. I've purchased a couple laptops, a couple mobile printers.
I think you
I
got
paid for some of that.
owls for us.
Yep, I got owls. I think I might have bought some of this stuff in here.
Yeah, TV. I think.
Yep. Because public health can use this as, I think maybe it's, I said it was for the EOC or something.
We just moved it in,
Yeah,
and we got new
whatever.
stuff in
It's
there,
fine.
yeah.
And, let's see, what else?
That's cool.
Yeah, just various different things. Oh, when, Jason had that thing at the movie theater, I paid for a quarter of that
Oh, yeah.
for him.
Yeah.
Some, packs in the sheriff's vehicles, like first aid kits. So. Let's see. Not a whole lot on page 2 that really is any different. Page 3, one of the big ones is IT stuff. Also, I kind of want to clean up a little bit too. That 35,000 for IT is our electronic medical health records. And also a program called Inovalon, which we use to look up insurance information and send some of our insurance claims through. Speech therapy, occupational therapy, and physical therapy, 5,016 and 70. Those we contract for those services, and we provide those through Medicare. So what Medicare does is it pays us, we code our bill, it pays us in a lump sum, and then we in turn reimburse these therapy services. The contracted rate that they have with us.
Need a line item or a dollar amount in your back care?
I don't know. I was debating that too. It doesn't cost us anything to purchase the vaccine. They give us all the supply.
$5.85 or something.
That is so, so when we go to like a business to provide the vaccine and say that business does not want us to, they want to pay for all the vaccine for their employees. They don't want us to bill their insurance. Maybe a lot of their employees don't have insurance, whatnot. So then we give the vaccine, we get billed from VaxCare for the cost of vaccine, but yet we're turning it around and billing the company plus an administration fee. So I think that came out of having to pay for the vaccine that we gave to a business. If that makes sense.
Yep. So now you have me curious. If you were able to bill insurance for all of our employees' flu shots.
Yep.
Did you also bill the county for the vaccine?
Nope.
Okay.
No. No, we don't have to pay for the vaccine. We can return what we don't use.
Gotcha.
No. Vaccines, the other vaccines down there is, that, me and Marty need to take that out of there. VaxCare is new to us. I think I'm gonna take that out. Hep B, we're able to give. Make an adjustment there, so I'm gonna take that 10,000.
The vaccines?
121, yeah, vaccines, 10,000, on page 3.
Do you take that to 0?
I think so, yeah, because we're doing it all through VaxCare.
What's our numbers, 20,000.
I know, she's really good.
See, sometimes after I talk through it in my mind, I gotta make some adjustments.
Keep, how many more
Yeah.
pages?
I don't think there's enough pages.
10 grand a page and you're in.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Oh, let's see, page 4, I don't think there's anything until you get to that, mileage we bumped up because mileage rate went up. County floats 10 cents below the federal rate.
Can I back up to the postage and mailing? They've got 3,000, but the history has never been more than $500. Is there a reason? Is there some big mailing or something respecting the $3,000?
Probably knock that down. Or we didn't adjust that. I can probably knock that down too, maybe 500 even.
How much you getting that?
I think 500.
From 3,000 to 500?
Yeah,
Too much or?
I don't. No, because we do a lot of faxing, a lot of emailing. Yeah. Let's just keep it there. Let's do 500. Be okay.
Will you do that? Yeah, we can do any re-estimates too.
What are you talking to 3,000?
3,000
Yeah.
down to 500. See, we're down to
See, I just gotta talk through it a little bit. Just have to talk
20,250
through it.
out of revenues and expenses.
Let's see. Anything else that stands out? The IT, that's at 37,000. I just had a conversation with Bernie again. That's for NGT and our renewals such as like antivirus, our emails, things like that. And I talked to him again about.
He's talked about pulling you guys in here.
I know. I think it could save us a lot. We don't utilize them very much. Like my last
Absolutely.
issue, I called Bernie over it, and
Seems like a lot of money.
it's so much money we pay in IT.
Yeah,
Huge amount.
yeah. I think Bernie's coming today too, isn't he?
Supposed to be.
Oh, that's right, but he's not.
I just had this morning, so I
Yeah.
don't know.
Maybe we can maybe ask Bernie about that.
Yeah, no. Our contract with NGT is up in July, the end of June, so I mean, that's ideal. But I don't know what it takes. I have no idea what it takes to switch all that stuff over. And,
What's all your auditing and clerical stuff here?
so we have to do a Medicare cost report, and so we have an accountant that does that for us.
And has it ever hit the 6,000 mark or?
Where are you at here?
On page 4, the third from the bottom. Looks like we had 3,022, 3,223, 3,375 and 24. And the same amount through, is there a contract?
Yeah, we sign a contract with them every year,
How long is the contract?
just yearly.
They just didn't raise their price.
I'm gonna look at that too. Let's see. That looks too crazy. Buildings and grounds, that's like snow removal, things like that. So I mean, you could have a good year, bad year, whatever. And just for knowledge too, the building that we are in, we pay $10 a year for rent, lease, whatever you wanna call it, so. We're really lucky there.
That was, at one time they wanted to donate that building to the county.
Yeah.
But then, that was when Pat McDonald was alive and he passed away, and so it never got done, and so it's been a year or two since I've talked to Judy Hauser is on the Andrews board. And she talks like they might still do that. But I don't know where they're at.
No, it's been, Doug Kim always talked to her about it too.
Andrewsville.
Heart to Home Hospice is actually who owns the building. It's just a corporation on a shelf, I guess. That's what you could call it. They still pay, for all the like major repairs. We just had to do something with our water and whatnot, and they covered all the cost of that. She wants to have the building painted inside. And they'll cover all the cost of that.
Get something done on the outside too, on the west side of the building. You have LNJ
Oh, we got that generator installed.
generator, that's what, yeah.
Mhm.
So we've got a lot invested in that property also.
Yeah.
Yeah. Data with our getting the gas lines to on the
Yeah.
property and.
So. Got a difference of 470,562 if I figured it correctly, but I'll make some adjustments. Well, we can for sure say 460,562. One thing I am gonna, so the Board of Health actually, so we have to present our budget too, and for them to approve too. One thing I do want to go to them with is our home care aides are very underpaid. I think I did write the number. They're making anywhere from 1671 to 1767 an hour. As a home care aide, I checked with just on the phone with Chickasaw County. Theirs make anywhere from 1911 to 2168. Rates is give them a $1 wage increase on top of whatever percent. So I want to give them their percent plus $1. That makes sense. Because they're so underpaid. I mean, they go to Quick Star and make more than what they do providing these home care services. So
The 1767 is the top.
Anywhere from 6 months, being here 6 months up to, I think, we've been here, 16 years, so pretty low.
Everybody full time?
No, Sarah is,
Yeah.
part-time.
And it's.
And Hazel's parent.
Yeah.
Go over that again, $1 increase over.
$1 plus a percentage, so.
Like if we do the 2 3/4% or then that plus $2.
I don't know if you heard that's what we're waiting for secondary roads to ratify 2.75%. But that's.
Yeah, I mean, it may not be that, maybe less.
So just so Wayne understands this as well, you don't have control over their wages or conservation's wage. Public health and board and conservation are autonomous, but you do have control over their bottom line budget. So if she came in and said, we want to give 20% increases across the board, you could say, of wage increases, you could say, well, you decide, do you want to do that or do you want to cut services? And because we're gonna say, we don't think you should give more than 2 3/4% or whatever. And so the board has had me in the past figure out the difference between higher increases to what the general increase is. And they have to choose to cut their budget in services or not give those wage increases. And that is totally up to them because they're autonomous. They just can give you a budget and say, here's your budget. And the only thing you can say is, bottom line, we want you to cut whatever dollar amount or percent or whatever. So that's the only.
And how was that ever determined back that they're autonomous?
Iowa code.
Was it Iowa code?
Yeah.
The conservation.
Conservation, yeah. And Veteran Affairs is a little different. Veteran Affairs, they've got their budget, but you have control over the wages of the director. Yeah.
Okay.
You hear me say a lot of times county government screwed up. That's
Don't you like
that
the
kind of stuff.
continuity and county? Oh my gosh, yeah, there's always this, you know, they tell you and then you veer off.
Yep.
So what I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna make these changes that we just talked about, and present that to the Board of Health, but otherwise I'm not making any, I'm not asking for, besides the home carries. I'm, not gonna ask for,
Did you put the home care in here?
I did not, but I brought it at 0%.
Okay.
So thought about adding that, but I gotta talk to the Board of Health first to see if they even agree, so.
Well,
On the Board of Health.
So
Denise Pavlovich,
Dr. Kapler,
Dr.
Joanne Robinson,
and Dr. Hanson.
and Deb Scott Hansen, and then Marty Parcher said he was interested. He was supposed to just drop off that application, but I haven't seen it, so.
So,
I will get this done today and send it back over to you. How's that sound?
sounds amazing.
Yep. Marty will probably send it over, so.
Yeah, I get some money now. And eventually.
Yep, that's fine.
Thanks, Gail. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Gail.
Yeah. Hold on.
It's so cool.
It is so cool.
So starting to like Thursday or Friday, it was almost.
I know.
And now we're back to freezing.
So this is,
Have a good rest of your day.
bye, you too. The line item that she's talking about. Was that your- This.
Those.
It's this line item is the one she's talking about increasing $1 an hour plus the percentage.
Lexington pay claims.
That's the home carriers.
They'll sign up for you.
Oh, here, can I interrupt? Have you signed those? So
Who's our next
we
one?
have a break for a minute and then we have.
We're already after one though, so.
Break time. Yeah, sick and then quarters up. Those up to Lexi. Since she's like, I'm staying a little early.
Table.
All this budget stuff is gonna help with it. So do you want, so is 1 o'clock our next, or is Bernie, who is our?
Amy.
Amy, why don't you when you're upstairs, tell
I'll
her
just go stick my head in
not
there.
to rush down.
When's Bernie?
Bernie is until way later, not way later, but 2 o'clock. It's Amy, then Jen and Jesse, Bernie, then Todd, then Jesse Holm, then John.
Do you want to?
Oh, we talked
Todd Schrader, different
Oh.
time.
Yeah, other time. Do you want to, see if Amy could come at 2 and take a little?
Well, I don't know that Bernie was gone all day. I know for sure Bernie was gone in the morning. The email that I wrote. So.
We should take a break. You would, yeah, I can use it. Good circulation.
You want me to go grab some subs or something?
That's good for me, you know,
Same thing?
same thing as before. Just keep,
I'll give you some money.
keep her easy.
I'll get her and give Amy when I get back.
Okay, however. Bring some ones. I'm a little cold. This is, you know, this room, that has never worked right since they put it in. The heating and the cooling is behind.
It's behind that door.
Yeah. Cold air coming out.
Well, it gets,
I'm chilly too.
it's not that I think the temperature is so bad, but I'm sitting, I'm feeling a draft, you know? Oh, here she comes.
All right, I was listening in, so then I didn't hear what Gail
discontinued,
Yeah,
so.
Amy, we're gonna take a break.
Okay.
We haven't had anything for lunch yet,
Okay.
so Lori's gonna get some subs, maybe a half hour
Okay,
or
that's
so.
fine.
Is that okay?
Yep, that's fine.
Or call you when we're.
Yep. That's what I was gonna say, just give me a buzz, so, how's it going?
Yeah.
It's long, yeah. Okay, nope, that sounds good, so I've
Okay.
got work to do, so
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, okay. Banana, if you want a banana.
Boy, we're healthy.
Do those before I get bad.
So
That doesn't change anything.
that doesn't change anything.
Tried that before too.
Oh. Or do you set airflow and all that?
Well, it's got its own unit in there,
Mm-hmm.
heating and air conditioning, but. I think the sheriff Crooks was a little upset with Randy today.
Which, Randy said he's been trying, and that's when I asked Sheriff if he was trying to find deputies too, and he couldn't find deputies. So
I don't think Randy lied to him.
I don't think so either.
He just wasn't able to do what he thought he could do.
Yeah,
Probably.
well, and that's why I asked Sheriff, are you trying to hire deputies? And he said, yes, and we can't find them. So I'm thinking, why did you come down so hard on him then?
Yeah.
I mean, he really come down on
I
him.
was a little surprised by that.
Well, I didn't know, but I was gonna ask you if there is something going on between those two.
Well, what's going on is that Randy wasn't able to do what he told Jeff he was gonna do. So I think that's what happened. And
That's what happened.
maybe Jeff took it wrong. I'm not sure. So anyway, yep.
Well, maybe that'll simmer down, huh?
Find me a soft drink.
Yeah.
said.
Yeah, Gloria keeps forgetting it in the office upstairs, so we're gonna put it in her new office.
Same thing.
You know, the problem with all this is coming away with reams of paper and emails galore. And it's like I'm what I should just delete, you know, or what I should, I mean, I like hard copy, because, you know, but on the other
Especially
hand.
for these budgets, it's hard to read them if they're not a hard copy.
Well, exactly, because you scroll, you're right, it's terrible. But then the problem with hard copy, you just leafing through stuff that, you know, if you don't have enough tabs or.
I added tabs to mine. I will not admit how long it took me to add tabs to this binder, because I was here a very long time on Saturday. Between entering the rest of the budgets, trying to print and organize it all, and then creating tabs. But I justified it because I will be able to use this binder year after year.
Yeah.
And the account or the department numbers are going to change. But if we need to try and find even blank tabs, so you have something to count by, we can do that. So I took like one of these white papers, and we have these blank ones, but then I took a label maker and I labeled every one of them.
Supervisors 01.
Yep, that's our part number. So like Amy's coming up in a little bit. 07 is her department number and it's recorded.
Okay.
I got a little sloppy at the end, and there's some misspellings that I was like, well, I'm the only one who's gonna read this. I'm not doing it again.
Yeah, well, that gives me something to.
So I did that.
Are you chilly?
Yeah, a little bit. When I came down this morning, I put all the budget stuff down here this morning early, so that if I was late again, it was hot in here. It was like, I was like, oh boy, I wish I wore a t-shirt today. I came down for the meeting, now it's freezing in here.
I wonder if we should set the door, that would help. You know, I mean, because I have noticed when the door's shut, it does warm up, and boy, it's not so much the temperature, it says it's 68, but it's a constant flow of air over my shoulders that is just, I wind chill of negative, you know, but, okay. Just so it's not me.
It is cold in here now, and usually I don't complain about cold, but it's chilly in here. But yes, I agree, the email thing.
What do you do? I mean, do you delete this stuff?
No, I don't delete them.
Well, no, I mean, I read them, but afterwards, I mean,
I keep them
but how long would this thing keep rolling?
forever. I think Gloria had over 20,000 emails. They switched her to her new one.
Well, there's, like I've deleted where this company's trying to sell me a picture of myself being sworn in. Off chemicals, and then I get the deal with stormwater, you know, and well, I can't find stuff. You know?
Do you know how to use the search bar?
I'm not smart. You know?
We're gonna need you to learn. Cause that's the only way you're gonna find things back.
Search, what do you call that? How many water bottles you got, Martha? She has three.
You should ask Dylan.
She has three. I learned that early.
There's at least 3 all the time. Dylan does not agree with my collection. No, one of them was coffee, one of them was a protein shake, one is water, and one is Crystal Light today. I knew I was stuck in here all day though.
Yeah.
But Dylan does not appreciate my water bottle collection.
Okay, tell me what I got.
I have a
Oh,
gazillion
you're gonna
emails.
scare me.
You're fine. You just type up here. Start typing. So if you know who the person is or what the idea is about, I can search Boyd, and that's gonna pull all the emails. Is it the most perfect system? No, but does it give you a chance to find it? A little bit.
Usually I just have to wait a
Or,
bit.
for instance, I've been, any emails I've been sending. And that.
Okay.
You got a cookies.
So then all my ones that have
For
POS.
dessert.
You at least have a chance. And I don't know what exactly, like, so you just emailed all of us, but I got all those too. Don't lie, I spent over 2 hours going through emails in the car yesterday because we had to drive, my parents. Something yesterday, so, but the whole drive. Yeah, I did too. I did
Oh,
too.
gosh. Are we on or off? Cory?
We've always been on.
I know.
I don't know why I can't make that monitor thing. For this time I got packets of mayonnaise or mustard for you.
Oh, no. The same deal this time?
Same deal.
Good.
My last coupon. But there's you said no onions last time, is that right?
Yeah.
So no onions. Well, you can maybe cost you.
Sure.
Like how far behind?
Have a seat, watch your seat.
Okay. When was Amy supposed to be here? Oh, you're not that far.
Hey, although Amy's ahead of you folks. Amy, I think.
Amy's at 1.
Amy was at 1, you guys are at 1:30, we have not done Amy yet. Want me to call you instead of you?
So just to kind of give you the scenario. Okay, I don't know much about the budget, I'll be the first to admit it, and
Neither do
I
I.
was saying that, I would have probably said that, but from Lori came in too. No, I have a Board of Health meeting that I guess I'm supposed to put the budget in front of them too, so I'm hoping, yes, look at the
Oh, no,
budget
we'll do
today.
it today regardless, I'm just letting you know if you had things you were working on right now. If you wanted to go back to your office and continue to do what you're working on, I would just call you when you got things.
Confusing thing is, I had a guy that was supposed to show me a GPS unit, not to buy it, but just to check it out. He was gonna come at 2:30. Know how to approach.
Maybe we can just sit in this.
Yeah.
That's fine.
What are all you guys eating over here? Looks pretty dang good over
Cold
here.
cut combos.
That looks nummy.
Probably looks like a good school kid.
That's 5 bucks. It was $15.38 this time. I got cookies for yours this time.
It's pretty cold out
Well, it is, isn't it? I put my jacket on.
there. A little like.
I wonder if we close the door.
Said 68, think about that.
I didn't think that worked.
Thermostat.
Well, I just had, you can't go below 68 or higher than 72,
There you go.
but I put it at 72.
This morning when I was telling the guys, this morning when I brought the budget stuff down, it was very hot here. Like it was
Very
on,
hot?
like very, very hot. I was like, oh, I wish I wore a short sleeve shirt. And then when I came down to the actual meeting, it was already cold down here. So is the difference having the door open?
I think it must be,
Yeah, if that door gets open. We could close the door, that's not a problem.
Right.
Just so people know that they can come into the meeting. Still a public meeting.
Jesse, so you don't know anything about budgets,
Gonna
you'll be easy for us.
Oh, right, I get where you're going there. I mean, I don't wanna mislead anybody. I pretty much just carried the numbers over and hope for the best. Came for the meeting and see where it goes from there.
Your numbers aren't big a numbers. Get into those $1 million budgets that they're.
Gotcha, I follow what you're saying.
What these back to give us?
One goes back.
You can take mine too, if you want. I think it's empty.
Got the idea from Lexi and her visa ones. So when I was trying to do stuff this week, I was like, actually, I should do it like Lexi does visas.
I cranked it up. So it get a little warmer.
I know, but when you go to the bathroom, you're like, oh. So I have my heated seat in my bathroom.
Heated bathroom seat. This table sometimes doesn't seem big enough, does it? Was Amy back from lunch? The original design plans had
These guys decided to take one for
table that would fit. Just slide right in here. Would accommodate that if we ever did have 5 supervisors. Really proud of you, but.
Some of these sandwich smells good. I can really smell
Gonna
that.
curve around a little bit.
Is it onions?
It smells good.
I did put my onion on mine.
oh,
There's a- It is already.
It is warming up. I know, but I'm gonna see. I'm seeing it.
Can you feel the warm air coming out of there?
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna.
My fingers are freezing.
I've got like a heavy shirt on too, but dang.
Oh, we send in reservations and everything for this.
Yep, I emailed you. Should have gotten everything in an email for Wednesdays. Yes,
We got the block.
no, we did, it's too late for the black rooms.
Oh,
Okay. Yep. So we're just across the street.
what's across?
This one's at, Altoona,
I talked to Jason about
Dog
the
race.
chair.
Casino
Okay,
thing in Altoona.
And he's gonna.
We're across the street from it, across the highway from it. At Super
Okay.
8, I believe, isn't it, Lucy? Or Morgan? Super 8? What? Super 8, where we stand. Good night. I'll check my email if I can forward it. It can be closed. People can see in the window where we're at. It can be closed. There's not locked, so.
meeting here tomorrow, Floyd.
I think Jesse.
Yeah.
You maybe aren't gonna be here at 10, you maybe it would be 10:15, you said?
Yeah, yeah. I've got a doctor's appointment, but I should be able to be here at 10:15. I think it's screwed up is if I guess for some weird reason the office is way,
Slow.
but I mean, the appointment's at 9:30. I mean, geez, you know what I mean? Like,
You guys can get me your lunch orders early.
Yeah.
I've
Good
got a
First thing,
10 o'clock and an 11 o'clock meeting, so I'll get the order placed before my 10 o'clock meeting and then after my 11 o'clock meeting. Pick it up. Amy gonna come later.
I think they sent her back upstairs, we just need to call her.
Yeah. Is Bernie coming in at all? Did he come in?
Bernie, yeah, he's
He
here.
did? Okay.
Yeah, he's here. Voice box, actually, I'm looking here fast.
got this family folder, so
Number 23.
he-
That's so much.
yeah, same thing with the tight thermal pants.
Oh, no, not me. 23:53.
Well, outside it really.
Well, honestly, it's more about the water test. Did you have any questions?
It's Jesse for sanitarium. It's 23.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't believe we're still doing water tests. That just blows my mind because usually we're not. In January, February.
And 53 for zombies.
And we start doing water tests, like, some people don't. We're not, that's not the keys here. It's crazy.
As long as they got the door. open.
Yeah, a lot of
Which it
them,
all worked out.
a lot of them sometimes have water faucets in them. There's a few of them that don't have water faucets in their garage.
Oh, right, I know
Yeah.
some too.
You know, so that's what they're
Did he
doing.
send them to me maybe? Jesse, did you send your budgets to Morgan?
I don't remember. I know I sent an email out. Maybe I didn't.
Have copies of your budget? 23 and 53?
Yeah, well, not copy. No, I can go make. I'm gonna do that.
Unless you send them to Morgan.
I'll admit I don't know. I know I sent an email, but maybe it was just you.
I checked my emails, I don't have any from you for budgets. Oh, wait.
I thought I.
Wait,
Did I see where you asked some questions, but I don't see where it was turned back in. Like, I don't see any physical.
Did I send some to you guys? Or do you have copies of mine?
I think I saw 63.
Hey, Jesse, you wanna open the door? We need to leave that open.
Okay.
You don't have to be.
Is it just public?
It is, it's still public. People can still walk in the door.
Okay.
I'll let you
Marlon
guys
isn't
decide.
correct, what he's saying.
I'll go, send or resend either or.
I would
Come back.
just copy them for everybody.
Okay, so 4?
4 sets.
Okay, sounds good.
Yep.
I'll be back.
And you got mine, is that correct?
I think I saw 63.
63.
And did you do 64 also?
Yeah, 63 and 64. If not,
I have a 63, and I also have something for 64, but I don't know that you guys have something for 64.
I don't see anything, and I only see permit 63. Hold on, 63. The 64 is probably just your $10,000.
yes.
15. I have that someone wrote 15 down.
15?
Oh, yeah, I probably. Can I attach something more to do?
Maybe a
So maybe it's one of the ones I don't understand.
I can't go wrong with chapter 2.
I don't believe I have it. Aww.
I think if you had
So
your
it
lunch.
was just what, it was the comparables to, like, we were gonna do the.
Oh. I saw those, the one you have the different, okay, I saw them somewhere. Whole thing is just very new.
No,
Let's
and
just
that's
see
fine.
where I actually stuck those ones. They're, okay, I have them currently in the 911 department one, the 64 one. Go 64 or 63? Or all of the above?
All of the above. Yeah, because mine goes to, so it's 911, Board of Health, and zone. So that's what mine is for. But this one is for.
23, 53, and 63, and 64.
We
But
don't-
64 is just a,
Tony,
it never gets used.
It's just there
We don't
to.
have them.
We don't.
Just even up to make copies. Of 23 and 53.
Yeah, 23 and
I'm gonna
15.
go run and grab something else. Does anyone else want anything?
You need anything to drink that?
I don't know.
Oh, I just went out
Want
to
water?
I'm like a camel.
You and I are not the same. I
Yeah,
got
I
my
know.
4 water bottles and you
You-
got none.
You are just rehydrating all
I'm
the
trying.
time. And see, I should, because I've had kidney stones and they say you gotta drink a lot. But then, if we were doing that, we would have to interrupt. So,
Okay. Change your mind, let me know.
yeah.
I thought he sent it to you.
He did. He did. I just never,
Okay, oh, I would have made copies for him and.
nope, nope.
Had it.
I'll take that one.
Correct in that we've jumped from 39 up to 51, is that right?
You have lots of in-betweens.
We will.
Yep, there are, because Jesse and Jen are Department 23 for Board of Health for County Sanitarian. Department 53 for zoning, and Department 63 for 911, and 64 for 911.
So, yeah, It's confusing.
Yeah.
I'm just a problem child.
No,
No, no, no, no.
I don't remember that.
Oh, and he's over there shaking his head, yes, she is a problem child.
For whatever reason, the Crystal Light one is leaking if we tip it, so it's just gonna sit down on the floor.
Yeah, I am yeah, so I get paid out of 3 different departments, so.
You're what now?
I get paid out of 3 different departments. I get paid out of 911, I get paid out of Board of Health, and then zone.
You see lots of that kind of stuff with, well, Jesse's the same. Jesse gets
You don't
paid out
get
of
three
3.
paychecks.
Oh, yes, oh, that'd be nice.
You won.
Jesse Wilson is paid out of 3
No,
funds
I
as well.
don't,
But you have lots of splits, like Jessie up in the treasurer's office. She's the same department, but she's 3 different codes. She's paid out of, and the auditor is paid out of 2 different codes. For the services that they're performing, like the auditor for elections, that's out of supplemental fund, and for general supplemental. So she's same department, but it's 2 funds that Morgan is paid out of, just because different tax dollars.
Did you know that?
I did know I was paid out of chamber funds. I couldn't tell you which exact 2 funds, but I'm still learning. So
Yeah.
I did know that I was out of.
Yep, and
Which
yeah,
two?
Jesse is the same general fund, but 3 different spots. Jesse for different service area for parts, like for the administration side is 1 code, and for driver's license is another code, and for vehicle registration is another code. And her staff, she has one of her staff that's paid out of 3 different ones. A couple of her staff are paid out of more than 1.
Keep it simple, boy.
I don't know, I mean,
It's to get a true cost.
true cost of what each department.
Yep.
And then they estimate what the treasurer spends in that time.
You're right, how much
Because I was-
it's based on the, like with Jesse upstairs, it's based on the amount of time. Well, that's how Jim was set up as well. It was estimated, how much time does she spend on planning and zoning?
Yeah.
How much time does she spend on sanitarian, wells?
So does that change in years, you might
It,
jive that
well,
or not?
it did change this year because she also was assistance to Jason Webster for emergency management, but he said she really wasn't doing anything, so we took that 5% and put that into Board of Health. And then same with risk management. Jason is paid out of 2 funds as well. And so they took her 5% out of risk management because he said she wasn't really doing, he could do.
But now, if I sit down and figure out what I mean, things come up here in the middle of something, doing 911 stuff, and then all of a sudden, nope, the phone rings, and then you have to switch it to, well,
Yeah.
Board of Health, or then, or something comes up with zoning. I mean, it just, you just have to be that person.
Not a perfect world.
Do you want to do
Oh, definitely
Amy
not.
first?
Oh,
and
my
these
gracious,
guys, or
no.
These guys and then call Amy.
Okay, gotcha.
Hang on just a second, Morgan.
All right.
Call Amy.
Call Amy or do these guys first?
Either way, whatever you want. Just Morgan will let her know.
We're still waiting for some documents from you, right?
Jesse's just up there copying them.
We're gonna do Amy.
Okay, that's fine.
She won't be
It should be
real
pretty
lengthy,
easy.
will she?
Yeah, I mean, mine is gonna be, I don't know.
And yours basically for Department 63 is,
What number is Amy?
all the other line items don't matter, we just set the wages. So that part.
That'll be pretty.
Cooking in here now, boys.
Actually,
Probably.
I was wrong. I told Boyd we couldn't work. How much that work?
You gotta close the door, that's all it was.
Should I take this back down? This down to 70. We do need to be done by time. Got 9 o'clock at 6. Clear Lake.
Who's got the time? I do. My car had meetings yesterday and then they have meetings. Not Sunday. Sometime in the last.
So what Boyd is on is the transportation. And there's 2
Hazmat.
Yeah.
What goes that on, or I
Right.
goes on.
They have to do
About the
the,
same.
the 2 hazmat for emergency response. One's
I
just
gotta
a
talk
region
about my
and
charger
one's,
too.
they're different areas.
Like if I wiggle it around, it starts to charge, but it doesn't. always stay.
That's Mark's old laptop, and he's having, we bought a new charger for it. Mr. Davis, that port on there.
Yeah.
What happened?
My charger doesn't always charge, like right now it's not charging.
Oh, no.
Mark was having issues
It
with
was.
the adapter.
There.
I don't like those plugins. They come out so easy.
Well, they're easy to think that you have it charging and actually it's stuck to the bottom.
Back at times. But I'll be around.
Perfect. You got it all split up for us, man?
Well, yeah, I labeled the corners so that hopefully that makes
And they're just waiting for Amy.
Join us.
Up here, Amy, or get a comfortable chair, because it's
Okay,
gonna
sounds
be
good.
2 hours.
Well, it's probably better than for the speaker, because I don't talk super loud too. So.
So Amy's Department 7. These whole pictures.
Giving me this one.
Just to make sure I didn't have any or anything.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Amy's is Department 7 that we'll start with here first.
Looks okay.
Everything look okay?
So far, yes. This wasn't.
I think I know, I have one question, I think I know the answer to it, Amy. Are you all done digitizing your records, or whatever you call that?
That project we got completed, yes. I mean, I
Okay.
have other stuff that I can, digitize when I have the funding.
But when they
But-
started and
That
the big
specific,
project.
yeah, that specific project is done, yes,
Good.
so. Yeah, kind of, fun that I was asked to go talk at the Lions Club this Friday about.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I mean, I saw the paper, so, for a program, so.
Sure.
So, yeah, I guess that's my plan to try and, talk to service groups and school, that type of thing, that's something. Questions for me? Do you want me to go line by line?
Yeah, start with the revenue.
Okay. Alrighty, so I just, obviously, I have the salary to increase to mine. The next, in line, 58,266 is Kim's salary. I guess my interest was, I was looking at giving her $1.29 per hour, which would put her at like kind of 75% of my salary for her position. She did last year just receive a 3% cost of living increase. I guess any questions for you there? Okay.
So you're bumping her to 75% of your salary based on 1,950 hours.
Yes, yes.
And so it would be whatever Amy gets for an increase plus.
Well, no, I guess I was doing off of what I'm making now.
Oh, okay.
That salary, so. Anyway, and then on, Jennifer, that I thought $1 per hour was, receive $1 last year plus a 3% increase. So I was looking at $1 this year, that would put her at 23.66, and I know, I guess for the auditor's office, I think those are comparable with the gals that are in there, and I know they were at least in November of 23. So I don't know
What'd you
what,
put it at?
Lexi and Jen.
And what'd
I
you
did
put your check at?
I have her going $1 more per hour,
To what?
so 23.66.
Okay.
So,
It's on the workbook, but that doesn't print out on your printout. That's her.
So that 2366 is 58.
23.66, would put her at the 46,137.
Oh, okay, I was on the wrong one.
Okay, yep, yeah, so right now she currently is at 22.66, so, I guess I thought that, I guess is a fair amount to have her get closer to, because Jen's actually worked, in the county longer than Lexi and Jen Bauer, so. I guess next, I
They're at 23, by
are
the way.
they
They did 23. What, I don't know. That's, I just looked up Lexi. She
Okay,
said 23.
I thought they maybe got cost of living last year in addition to the 23.
They just got the,
Okay, can I ask where is Amanda at? I didn't know where,
Amanda's like your Kim. She's, close to that 80% range.
she's close
For
to
a deputy.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is the hourly, or you don't have her, I guess? It's hard to tell, I know for the yearly when you look at the salaries, because I know she has overtime, I don't give my staff overtime. It's a warm one in here for you guys. I like to get open the door.
We just cranked it up.
We
and
were,
then
we
cranked
were
it down.
shivering not too
Oh,
long.
okay, okay.
Let's open that door. 'Cause that makes
Oh, I guess I can
sense.
take my scarf off, I'm cold in my spot in my office.
Yeah, oh, there's no compromise.
Yeah.
Cause it had gotten so cold. in here.
Okay, gotcha.
Amanda's at 30.64.
Okay. I guess, do I need to go through the FICA version, insurance, any of that? Okay. I guess otherwise, office supplies, I kept that the same. The IT, we all three got new computers, so I shouldn't need to get into that, but I guess you never know. So,
Postage and mailing, you went down a little bit on that.
yeah, we're trying to, more documents are getting electronically filed. We're like about 73% of our documents, so we're not using postage to mail those documents back. And we do have, vote renewals are this year, so that will be in this, they're due by April 30th, so that'll be in this year's budget, not the next. So I'll just have, ATV, ORV, snows, those are yearly. So, that's, I guess, why I reduced it from last year. I have the mileage and so forth for meetings at the 2,300. I guess not the hotel costs have gone up and stuff, but there has been a meeting I didn't go to. I didn't go to new officer school this year, so I'm not going, I guess I haven't done it yet. I just bumped up where it has the IT, technological services, so forth. Within that is a bunch of different software fees. I have the COT systems, which that's for my digitalization project. That's $265 a month that we're paying out now. So I was gonna split that with the auditor, but for their 10%, Gloria said, it all comes out of the general fund, so I'm the one paying for all of that. Their portion too. So there's a bunch of different little things within that. Like I said, a few different software, and my copier fee is $115 roughly per month within that amount too. The next line, so the maintenance is for Iowa Land Records. Iowa Land Records is the statewide website that we use to file, or all our documents are uploaded on. And the maintenance, it's been less, you know, the different years. And eventually, we're talking about a fee increase that might do away with that, but at this point, it's not. So I guess that's the amount I've given. I mean, it fluctuates depending on, I have a formula for the number of documents that you process electronically and the amount of time you do them too, like how soon you can get them done. So that's kind of what cuts your maintenance cost. So I don't know, it fluctuates per year. The educational training, I guess I left that the same. It's basically the schooling that we go to. Office equipment repairs, I left that the same. What I have within that is monthly I pay to have our microfilm stored, that we have stored off-site, which with our back scanning project, some of those would need to be stored, but it's not all because I'm not able to scan the mortgages, so those microfilms still need to be stored, so I haven't reached out to them yet. If I were to take some of that away, how much of a savings? I don't think so, so I haven't. That's just what it is. I was hoping I could get rid of that at some point, but I don't know. You know, previously, before we had it stored off-site with this facility, we had them in the bank and they didn't charge us, but then there was the flooding in 2008, and so we took them out of there. So I don't know. I'll go back to that because those mortgages aren't really looked at, but then, you know, I don't want to lose that stuff either, you know, or have it destroyed, so.
Are you gonna be okay with your 272 line item? Looks like you had 975 budgeted and you spent 1,900.
Well, what that is for our computers. So yes, I mean, we just all got new computers, so that's, I mean, I know they say every 5 years to replace, we went longer than that. So I don't foresee that I should need anything unless, you know, we got struck by lightning or something like that, you know.
But you'll make it up in other line items.
This year, yes, this year I will. Because we didn't have a cot, you know, this year, our maintenance fee for the historical documents, so I think that'll.
I'm talking the 272, not the 400 code.
So the 975 is hardware.
Hardware, correct.
And then 421.
But you spent 1918 so far is what I'm saying.
Correct. Within this fiscal year, I will have that made up. That's what you're asking.
That paid up in other line items.
Correct.
Morgan can adjust those if you'd like her to do a re-estimated number to juggle it around. It's not gonna do a budget amendment for it, but it looked like this looked like, you know, you cover $1,900 instead of saying you're only spending 975 and you spent 1,900. If you want her to do that, she can do a re-estimated number.
I can do that and let you know where it's coming out of.
In whatever one you are pulling from down below.
A couple is what I thought.
Sure. So if you want, she can do that.
Yeah, I didn't know the benefits to do that or.
Just bring them tomorrow or something after we've decided which ones, and I can.
When the numbers go in that re-estimated, then she can pull a report when we do a budget amendment. If you want those line items fixed in a budget amendment, you'd have those numbers to say, hey, do you wanna fix these line items? If you wanted to.
So what's the 6270 under information technology, IT, proof and tech services?
That I have, that's where I have my data drive, which is software for our scanning drive. I have my copier, I have my Scan Pro maintenance, which is our microfilm machine, and I have another Copac software, and then my maintenance with our historical. So I've got a bunch of stuff lumped into there.
Okay.
So it's basically all software. That's all that is. I guess I'm hoping that's.
It's not a contract or service warranty or service contract.
No. It's all. I guess, well, when you say service contract, our microfilm machine, but we have to pay a yearly maintenance. So that's what those Scan Pro is. And then I guess I can show you a listing if you want that, what all the fees are for those that equals that. Okay. All right, I don't know where I left off that for you.
Iowa Land Records.
Okay. Yep, and like I said, that fluctuates. We've been less over the years. It just is a formula.
Based on how much it's used, how many recordings are there?
What it is, you get a better break if more people are e-submitting. So we do pretty good about, our constituents, our banks, realtors. I guess we are pretty much maxed out with the ones that do want to e-file are filing. And so it's about like I said, 72-73% last year is what our e-filing was, and then how soon you process it. So I mean, we get emails constantly that, there's an electronic document out there to record. So by the time that that's taking to look over it and either accept it or decline it, for whatever the status of it is. So how fast you can do that, get those completed. So it's kind of a process that helps. And last year, there's different things that they put in the mix of it, depending on what's needed for Iowa Land Records to keep the service up and running too. So, and I guess to explain to you guys, Iowa Land Records is a recorder owned. The county, all 99 counties own Iowa Land Records, and that's our system that we electronically file documents, that banks, attorneys, realtors electronically file documents with. So.
Manages that? Who operates it?
We have a project manager, Bill Dungy, and then all the different, like I'm on the finance committee. Each recorder has, several recorders have, an area that there's the ESS board is what would, manage their fees, their wages and so forth.
Do they have a home office somewhere?
Yes. Yep.
In
Johnston.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yep. So there's, I want to say like 6 or 7 staff. Yeah. Anyway, I guess back. I'm at the 1,300 for office equipment repairs and maintenance. I haven't been utilizing that fund so much, but I guess it's just kind of as if something were to go wrong, which our cash register is pretty old, that would be the only thing I think that would come out of there if I need to get a new. And then also within that, that's when I told you I have my fee that I pay for my microfilm storage. And it's $89.33 a month. And
Don't need any office equipment.
no, we're good. That's worked well that the Burger Court gave us, so.
And then just so Boyd knows as well, any of those 600 codes are an item that costs over $5,000 to purchase. Oh. 5,000 or higher. Otherwise, it's a 200 code.
And dues and memberships, the Recorders Association charge $250 a year for dues, and then I'm a member of the Property Records Industry Association of the United States, and that's a $60 association due. And then next,
You want to, just on the expense side, the only thing I can see is you've got that 2366 number for Jen. Do you want that at, or recalculate that at the 23? Let's just talk about going to the same as what Lexi and Jen in my office are.
well, I have her at 20, within that 46,137, I have her at 2366.
Right, and 23 is what the others are making, is what Jen and Lexi are making 23.
So you would say reduce is where you're at with that?
Yeah, if you were saying you're putting them the same as what.
I guess, but I would like to at least have her a 66-cent increase for the next fiscal. That's, I guess, is what I'm asking for. Or you were not to put any wages is what you're asking. I'm sure.
So the supervisors set the wages for those elected officials. So I would have thought that the merit would have been to the 23. And then whatever the increases that the board says.
What number are we looking at here? This
She wrote $1 increase.
I can't put $1.
What's that?
She technically wrote $1 increase on her sheet. She was trying to get her to 23, it says $1. That's on this worksheet.
So it's 2366 an hour though?
Yes.
But that is higher than what the others are, that's what I'm saying. They're 23.
If we were to do no increase, I mean, yeah, I mean, 23, but then you're saying on top of that. Yeah, I guess I was hoping, so, that's 4.5%, the dollar increase per hour. If we did to the 23 and then, yeah, if there's a 3% cost of living, would be roughly the same. So I guess whatever.
Well, it hasn't been determined yet.
Hasn't been correct.
That's why I'm saying, but you just do the 23. Instead of 23.66. I thought so. The 22.66 right now. So she wants to be the same as what Jen and Lexi are.
23. And then any raise.
We'll go on top of that, okay. So, yeah, whatever is easiest or best.
Makes sense.
Alrighty, so I'm, I guess, through all of the expense. Because I'm not seeing it right offhand for record management.
Your total expenses are down with these numbers.
Oh, right.
So recommended on expenses?
Yes.
On the bottom of that one.
Okay,
2,500.
yeah, I guess I just am not seeing whatever, what I, but my copies of it. And what did reduce, I reduced my record management, which what record management is I get $1 if every document recorded, it goes into a savings, a separate, where it's not, that the board can't touch that money. It's used to preserve records. So that's where I'm trying to bank that to like scan more, digitize like my vital records, that type of thing, or it can be used for anything to help preserve documents. So you could use it for computer, if need be, or that type of thing.
Where does that come?
For every document we record, I get $1.
From the county, we do that?
No, I get to keep $1 of the like say example, a 1-page document to record is $7. The fee right now is $5 recording fee. There's a $1 e-commerce fee and a $1 record management. So that record management per month, it goes to the treasurer's office, and then, so it goes
The
into
customer
savings.
pays for that.
Yeah, the customer pays for that, excuse me, yeah. So
Currently has $15,715.
So basically, we record roughly 2,500 documents a year. So it's, I mean, you can add, it adds up, but I guess I so far looked into, it's a little over a year ago, but scanning just my vital books is like 21,000 something. So that's a quote from a year ago. Yeah, so got a ways to go a little ways before I go to get there. And but yeah, there's, like I said, the back scanning of my mortgages, if I were to do all that, that was just the books, not the microfilm, was 100,000. No benefit there, really, not money. But anyway, so I did reduce my record management. At this point, I don't have, I have plans to, so that would be the fund 406. I hear that, but if need be, if I just put some in case I needed it for their use, or if there's anything that would come up with this project that I have now, if we, found something that would need be used. I don't have plans anyway. So that did help reduce my overall expense, reducing that, because I had it at 10,000 last year. What I did use of that money, was for some back scanning items, that was a project that we just completed.
The 7,000.
Yes. Have the.
So you bring in about 2,500, but budget to spend pretty much what you bring in.
I most put that, I didn't budgeted it, but I guess at this point I don't have a plan, but I thought just in case if we had something that went wrong with something, you know, our Scan Pro, or something, you know, something quit working, I have that as a backup. Yep. So that I truly don't, I really don't want to spend it, even if I have to, but if I, you know, some sort of catastrophe. Alrighty, so into the revenue side, unless you guys got any questions. It's always hard to budget because our revenue fluctuates on interest rates, you know, if interest rates go down and people are mortgaging more, buying more, that type of thing. And that kind of works the same with, the recreational vehicles too, but, it's the only, I did increase the real estate transfer tax, which would be,
Built these, isn't. If that revenue would have been in by now. Oh, no, December 31st.
yeah, we just, there's no snow, it wasn't a lot of, you know.
But that revenue would that show up in?
That's more November,
January.
December, yeah, because that would have been more December, we would have collected, and this is only, is this through November or through October?
That one she's printed is through January, that was through December's revenue.
Okay, gotcha.
With the, 300 or 247. Not very much.
So, well, and we get $2, it's like $2 a snowmobile, you know, so it's not a lot.
No.
Yeah.
And are they every year or is it?
It's every year, those are every year.
So, but to go from 1,055 and 23 to like 1,221 and 24 to 6 months, 247. Huh?
There's no snow? Yeah, there's no snow, so.
Yeah, but their renewals are still annual renewals.
So the amended is what we did collect, is what you're saying. Received is a
Received
303.
year to date,
Are they not required to pay their snowmobile?
It's a $5 penalty if they choose not to renew it, so some, you know, do not, you know, unless they're out of state or some that type of thing.
Maybe it looks like to me, if you just double your revenue, you cover your expenses.
Yeah. Well, I got something on that here, yeah, but it's not gonna quite double it, but yeah. Anyway, so yeah, back on, boat fees, I brought those down because this next year will not be a renewal year. And then fishing. and
is that
hunting,
3 years?
They are every 3 years, yep. Yeah. And then I guess fishing and hunting fluctuates. I guess well, it's been about 900 each year prior. I did increase the real estate transfer tax. They've just been collecting more of that over the years. I mean, you just never know how many, what that is it's based off of the purchase price of the property. The revenue stands as, you know, paid on the transfer of the deed. And they don't have what our percentage, we get like 11% of that, and then the Highway Department of Revenue gets the remainder, so. You look at the, I mean, what we collected, you know, like say last year, the 26,000, the Highway Department of Revenue is getting, you know, 90% more than that. UCCs, we've done a little bit more, and that has been with the solar. It's been more solar panels that people have taken out UCCs. It's just it's a fixture filing.
So is that like with Halsted with all their solar panels going in, that you'll get a fee for that?
It's however, it's a fixture filing, is that if they like say mortgaged it, but it's called a fixture filing, not a mortgage. So, I mean, I can't say if they borrowed it.
See, they've got them all on the,
Yeah.
on the one side, not behind, on the Jeep side.
That's just, I guess, what I've seen, but they can be, fixture filing for grain bins, you know, but different uses. Certified copies, we really don't do a lot of that because so many people can pull up those electronically documents now. ATV fees, which is on 4007, those have gone up over the years due to the ORVs, people, you know, putting those in their name to use them on public property. So I bumped that up. Auditor transfer fee, I guess I bumped it up a little bit. That's on the filing of each deed. $5 per parcel goes, is collected for the auditor's office of a transfer fee.
This is what you talked about with that wash. Someone from that COT systems filing fee or monthly service fee. And she's gonna pay 100% of that because she doesn't give the check to the auditor's office for the auditor's transfer fees. So
That goes into the general fund.
Yeah.
We'll just collect it for them. So boat titles, varies too. Boats that are 17 feet and over that have a motor are titled. So depends on how many new purchases there. Vital statistics, I did lower that because the real ID is required by May of this year. So I don't know if we'll be issuing less vital records. I mean, that just depends on. We also issue vital records for death certificates, you know, so I mean, some people need more than others depending on their need, so. Fluctuates, and the record management I left the same. Again, that's the, how many documents we get $1 per document that we record per year, and so fluctuate. It's been around that anyway. And I guess now to the use that, we get 100 per month from Zillow, First American, and Iowa Title. The abstract office, they want all of our recorded documents per month. So that's 300 is already set per month that I get. We did have one company, Record Information Services, that paid $100 per month and they discontinued the service. Otherwise, it's copies for customers that come in and, you know, needed copies, that type of thing. So fluctuate. And otherwise interest. That kind of the same.
Is that interest on the checking account that you have?
Both. Yeah, yes, I get interest on our account that I write, you know.
Yeah, that you got.
And then
Okay.
record management also.
Record management down below.
Excuse me. Yes, okay, that, yes. Sorry, mine has 2 columns here. And I'm trying to increase my recording fees. I just printed this off where, or as an association, we're proposing, oops, actually, I'm gonna trade with you, Dennis, that was my copy, if you don't mind, I wrote some stuff on the inside, thank you. So I just printed off and kind of highlighted. We're proposing to the legislature this year a fee increase. We haven't, the recording fees, the base fee hasn't changed since 1985, so it's been 40 years. So I guess a simple fee that if a $7 one-page document is going to go to $10 now. So it's kind of almost a $5 per page increase. And then they will do away, like say if you had the one-page document, putting it to $10, they're gonna do away with the record management and e-commerce fee, and that's gonna be within the $10 instead of above, like before it was $5. They added on the record management $1, added on the e-commerce, which e-commerce goes to Iowa Land Records. So it's gonna be 10, and then it will, our fees will come out of it within. And instead of us getting $1, they're proposing that to $2 for the record management. So I get $2,500 a year to $5,000. So that would help with, like I said, as to scanning to anything that's maintenance for our land records. And the Iowa Land Records is a free service, so we want to continue with that. And it's hard to, with the amount of media that's out there, 23 million to, you know, that costs more hardware type of thing. And a new thing that they want to create, our association does, is a statewide property notification system. So anytime, like you had something that recorded and it associated your name, you would receive, if you signed up for the service, you would like receive an email or a text, or however you would sign up for it, a notification that something was recorded with your name. With the state of Iowa isn't so bad because we have abstracting and so forth, but a lot of people reach out and they see the commercials that say, you know, that see there's fraud, you know, with your property, that type of thing. you know, people will call us and say, oh, is, you know, do they still have, you know, is everything in their name? Does it look okay yet? You know, because they've seen this on TV, that type of thing. And so this would, you know, help people, feel more comfortable, you know, with that their property's not being frauded. And another I highlighted was approve the back of the blue, which they came out with that probably in 21. And what that is we've only got one officer in town here that's utilized that, and they, it redacts their recording information on the document, but it will redact theirs, but not a spouse, you know, so it's still easy to access their information, you know. So they're looking at doing like a separate, banks, attorneys, realtors would sign up to use, like a separate search engine, you know, to search a restricted area that they would have access to, you know, to search the records that would have, because banks need to still see, you know, what's under people's name, that type of thing, you know, what stuff they, you know, mortgages they've taken out, so forth, but this would help the general public, you know.
Does that work then if they are no longer in law enforcement?
They
Is there any
do.
tracking to back on? That they don't have that back from production?
Yeah, they're supposed, I think within, I have to read it, it's been a while, so we've only had one officer, but, they have to notify us that they're no longer. And that is the same for, judges and so forth to utilize this, and more use it, sign up in the assessor's office, because that can shield them from the GIS.
Right.
So,
And that's what I was thinking, but yours is just the.
that bill at that time did include the assessors, which I think it's working. I guess specifically talked to Randyana, but I think it works good on their side, you know, but for us, it needs to be done maybe a little bit different, you know, so more can utilize that too. So I'm granted that not a lot, because Iowa Land Records, if you do have to, you know, complete an application to sign up to use the system. And a lot of general public don't, you know, do that, but it is an option, so.
Does that work out like for jailers as well, or just law enforcement?
I don't recall jailers using, no, I don't recall. I have to review it, but, I know it's more like, I'm not sure, could you be like the county attorney? I'm not sure, I'll have to look at that, so. And this just kind of shows the chart here. Iowa fees are the lowest in the central US. It still shows with the increase, which is the darker black here, we're still gonna be lower than. Some states have a flat fee, like you know, record a mortgage is $200 automatic, you know, that type of thing, where ours goes per page, so.
In Illinois, $80
Yeah.
or more.
So still, I mean, anyway, so I guess basically what I'm telling you guys is I think it'll be reached out, you know, to you guys to, or talked at meetings and so forth to help, spread the word on the bill that it's a good thing.
I think
So-
I don't know if you guys saw the email that you could vote for those priorities. That was one you could vote on.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's just some information for you, and again, and then this one here, I just highlighted that, this is Floyd County in 23, so the year 23, if the increase would have been in effect then for a 4-page document, if the average was 4 pages, the increase to the general fund would have been 34,000. An increase if it was just 4.5 pages,
Just an increase.
yeah, so there'd be 46,000. But our actual, because we were more than those number of pages, it was would have been 48,000 increase to the general fund. And again, I know you think, oh, you know, raising fees on stuff, but this is more of a user fee. It's the people that are using it that are gonna take out mortgages, record deeds, buy property, then it's a user fee. It's an increase of the user fee, it doesn't affect the whole general public, so. And then again, this just showed my record management, so the increase of the $2 would put it at 5,046, so. So anyway,
I know you mentioned the word you said like shelving, but it's taken it out, or it's put in as a revenue source on property, but the phrase property tax cost.
Correct.
So
that's our
and
purpose
because
with
it's
this.
user, that's where it should be.
Correct.
Yeah.
And again, that's been 40 years, you know, so it's long
Yeah.
overdue
Yeah.
to have an increase. And I think, I'm not, because I obviously was reported on, I think they maybe tried maybe a couple times, but I'm not sure, you know, it has to be passed through the legislature. So, yeah, there is maybe a slight opposition in a county that the recorder's not for it, one, but it's Dallas County and they make a lot, you know, that's a large county. So,
Yeah, they're growing like
yeah,
crazy.
yeah, so maybe their county budget doesn't need it, you
Yeah.
know, but you gotta think of the whole.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the whole system for recording, you know, that's our land records, it's every county. So, yeah, I guess I just threw together, I don't know where my time is, a sheet of goals. I didn't pass it to you guys, but just, what I'm planning for this next year to get done. We've, in our office, but we have the Rolodex that are in there. We've worked since I started in the office. So it's been a little over 3 years, working on scanning, digitizing those records that are cards. It's, our current owner indexes, everybody that owns property has a card listed there on the backsides of mortgages, and we're digitizing those. So it's, you know, we're talking it's every parcel that's city, county owned, cemeteries, every. That would be something I can share within the county, you know, on the Y-Drive, that type of thing, so people can pull up their deeds and so forth, yeah, or on the cards. It's not something I'm gonna put on my, like, website for the public, because it's, we just have the manpower to double check it, so, you know, there could be human error, but I guess,
So you're converting it to like a spreadsheet kind of,
a digital card and document
so
locator.
then when you update the card, you're gonna
It'll update.
scan it again, or
Not, it's just a digital card, so it's just almost, be like almost looks like an index card, but you know, applications do that, save it, and it would save within the system and document locator. It does, so yeah, that'll help with our workflow, so, you know, just, we're not getting out point cards, that type of thing, and there was no backup for those, you know, so in the event of a natural disaster. So, the next thing is we have an easement reel too for easement index, and that's the next thing to work on scanning, and Iowa land records. I've got some parsing from July of 96 to May of 2005 is another project we need to work on. And what that is that helps for people if they're looking by legal description, that type of thing on Iowa land records, because when that was started in 2005, we just kind of went from there forward. But the prior documents that we had scanned or indexed in solutions need some modification to make it a match Iowa land records, and that just has never. Deb's priority at that time was let's get more documents back scanned so we can be out there. But if they have book a page, they can look at it that way, but not the index. It's a little bit harder to pull up if you're needing to look through index, you know, the indexing. So.
does that go on like the COT system, or?
Nope, that'll just be Iowa land records. There are two, yeah. So that's what to explain to you guys that we have it's 170 years of documents, as like when we displayed our historical documents. So it's between two sites. So the COT system is 1854 to 1987, and then Iowa land records, which is what the recorders own, we are from 1987 to current. So between those two sites are all of our documents. I just didn't have the amount of money to put it all on Iowa land records, because you'd have to pay somebody to index that. So we went back ourselves and indexed, because we started scanning documents in 96. So we were able to upload those when Iowa land records started in 2005. But then we went back and scanned from when we started indexing from 1987 to the 96 and scanned those in and adjusted the indexing to match to get those on Iowa land records. But it's between the two sites because we just don't have the money to make it work to have everything on the one. So, and the ability to read the old records. So this actual scanning of the actual document is better, because for me to decipher, I think there'd be more chance of error. So with the cursive writing and stuff like that. So anyway, and I guess, as I said, we'll be sending out renewal notices for votes this year. So that's, I guess, on the horizon here for us to be working on. Anyway, so that was kind of where I got stuff to do this year yet. You guys got any questions for me? Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
Yep. sleep back here. Hope you learned something new.
I have no idea.
Do we sit here or do we go up there?
Come up here, if you could, pull up another chair.
There's another chair over there.
Oh, there's one over there.
I like being comfortable.
And the hot seat.
What number are we?
23, 53, and 60.
We started with 23.
I believe 23 is in.
What we got here? We're supposed to pass these on, or these all?
So they're yours. 20 and 30. Okay, tuck them in there. You got 3 different. Two different cards.
Bring down our.
23 is Board of Health. So that's Jesse's role as county sanitarian, doing wells and water tests, and dog bites.
Yeah. Few other little minor things, but yeah, pool inspections,
Yeah.
radon, all that bed bug questions, mold.
Yeah.
I pretty much just carried the numbers over from 2023 or 2024, 25. The rationale for that was just my lack of previous exposure to this process to know if I should do it any different. I'm just being completely upfront with you.
So we are starting on page 1, right?
Right. Expenses, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, long story short, I know we're spending less than what is in the budget. I mean, I can tell you that as an obvious thing, and so, I mean, if we'll only spend the money if we need it, so. If you wanted to go through each item individually, or I know this isn't very helpful now, but I mean, probably I would have a budget till next year. But I know that doesn't help you at this exact moment. Got the grants to counties, so some of the numbers seem large on the, because, you know, we received the grant money, so then we're, like if a well is plugged, for example, we receive money in the revenue side and then we're spending it, giving it back to the customer. So that's the reason for some of those numbers being rather large. Like if you get into the page 3 that my labeling of page 3 is the bottom. You know, like the well closing and well testing. And I'm open to hearing what you think.
I'm gonna back up a little bit here, if you don't mind, on the wage part of it. So this is one of those we've talked about, that paid out of 3 different funds. So it's 85% out of Board of Health, 10% out of zoning, and 5% out of 911. And so the reason I'm just bringing that up is if the wages that are in here, that 55,917 is what Jeff Sherman was making, his 85% was making. So that number currently is 50,779, or 85% of that. So that's a little, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yep, that's.
So they get 85, 10, and 5.
He does.
Yeah, he does.
Yes.
He doesn't get 3 checks, he gets 1 check.
Oh, yeah, right, check.
And
Just
then they
like
make it up between the departments.
Yeah, so if you were to add his wage for this department and his wage for the department 53 and the wage for department 63, his total would be $59,740. And so that's where, if you take that 59,740 times 85%, it's 50,779, not the 55,917 that you're seeing.
So on these budget hearings, like, because I don't think I mentioned this, as I understand it, I need to take the budget to the Board of Health. That meeting's tomorrow. So if you're changing anything today, I can just write it down and I can just adjust the numbers and tell the Board of Health that tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, well, yes, well, and that's, I don't want the misconception that 55,000 is his current wage for Department 23 that the Board of Health oversees, because that number is actually 50,779.
I don't have a problem changing.
Okay, that would be a truer number.
But then probably should quickly bring up that Jen has, I think you're all aware of it, Jen has requested, in the email to me, $24 to $25 an hour wage increase from 22. It's probably, she has a unique situation where it's probably kind of hard to just compare it to other. I mean, she has some information to provide. But like, she's not necessarily a clerk. She's like a department head for E911. And I don't know if office manager is the proper term for the other two positions.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I don't know how.
yeah.
I'm just the problem.
But no, I mean, and then she had some information to supply on some comparables. I don't know if that conversation happens now. Maybe.
That'd be the second line item in the budget, in
Okay.
this budget.
So
I'd help you, Jen, your Board of Health, what's your percentage on Board of?
No, we said 30.
35,
I think it's 35 because it was, I think it was, excuse me, 30, but then when I left or whatever,
5%.
5%, yeah. And then it was 20 for zoning and now it's 25 and then we left because due to 911, that's a whole different, we can't mess with that one at all.
So she's 40% for Department 63. And Department 23 is 35. I think, and 25 for zoning.
So Board of Health is 35, is that what it is?
Yes.
Yes. And so those numbers for current year probably weren't adjusted either because the budget was already done. And just like yours weren't. That, I mean, without it increasing.
yeah, like I said, in a perfect world, and I know we don't live in one, it'd be nice to have that number so I could go to the Board of Health tomorrow night, and tell them. But I'll admit, I'm not an expert on the budget, so it's kind of like you guys tell me how it works.
So she is currently $22 an hour. And this is the awkward one because Board of Health is the one who sets the wage for this position. But they don't, there's the Board of Supervisors are ones who set the wage for zoning and for 911. 911 can make recommendations, but zoning commission has no employee.
Board of Health could pay them $40 an hour if they wanted to, but they'd have to find somewhere else to make it up.
It'd be up to you, up to us to say
Yeah,
$40.
that's what I mean,
Yeah.
That worked out, yeah, I mean, there's.
Yeah, that's where there's kind of has to be that consensus of the two boards anyway. Because for 911, 911 could make recommendations, but your role is to provide that staff person to do 911. But Jen does her 40% of her salary. So it has to be kind of a consensus if it's $22 an hour right now, so you're suggesting what for hourly?
24.
4.
But
We're mixing 911 now with Board of Health here, right?
And zoning.
And
All
zoning.
different,
I get it.
Because, yeah, because it's the same hourly rate.
You're not part of 911, right?
yeah,
Yes, 5%.
5%.
He's
Put up the
85%
signs.
Board of Health and he's 10% zoning and 5% 911. So both of them are. And you started here in April, March?
I was thinking it was April,
April? Yeah.
like 22nd, 25th, somewhere in there.
Short of a year.
Right, we're knocking on a year. Yep. Like I said, first run through the budget. I mean, I'm not trying to be quiet on purpose. It's just, I'm trying to learn how the process works. So I don't want to be too boisterous. I just want to learn and kind of keep on moving forward. If you guys have a recommendation for what I should change that number to for the second line item to go in front of the Board of Health, I'll certainly, I can rewrite it. It'd be helpful to me.
So you're looking at that 15013?
Yeah.
That was,
That should be, what do you,
Gloria suggested it might not actually be enough because there was just what
So-
happened mid-process last year.
if you take the $22 an hour currently at 1,950 hours, take that times 0.35. That number's actually right on, 15015.
Okay.
It is right on.
You want me to leave it 013 or change it to 015?
leave it at 013?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
No, that's
It's
all
just
good to
rounding
me.
stuff. Yeah.
So,
Just keep it simple.
right. That's totally fine.
But the thing would be do we want to put in, suggest any sort of a merit increase? Or anything? Like, so not the cost of living kind of that, like the 2.75 that you're looking at, but is there any merit increase that you want to consider?
Yes, usually do.
Well, merit is typically you've got additional duties added or things like that. Or you've evaluated a position and just feel like the position is worth more. You're wages are low compared to what, if you think those wages should be more.
So you currently 22, suggesting 24, right? Is that, that is how long?
Talking to Jennifer, right?
Yep.
Is that who- So.
Yeah, that's You're fine.
So that number, if you did 24, that number for Board of Health would be 16,380.
And it's been 15,000 a month for 13, right?
That's at $22 an hour is that, but at $24 an hour is 16,380. You go in the middle and put her like Amy's doing with Jen in her office and Jen in the auditor's office, or do you? And then
What was the number again, Roy? 16 what?
16,380 is $24.
280,
380,
380.
16380.
It's not a huge raise at that. But
That's in one department. That's 911
Yeah,
would
right.
be 40% of your. 35 and it's 35, it's a $3,900 increase, annual increase across 3 departments.
So
What is the cost of living here? I mean, what,
This isn't, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You're saying you don't think your wage is a fair wage. I think it should be higher.
We're gonna put cost of living in there, and normally a cost of living is
we were figuring.
2.5.
Too high.
2.5, okay.
Yeah.
So then
275 is what we've negotiated with
With the road.
secondary roads, or waiting to hear back on that.
Okay. So then that would be, the cost of living would be with me, well, I figured it at 3, so at that time it was $23.66 an hour. And that was just with the increase.
With the increased cost of living.
Yes. If I'm adding that up, right?
Probably 22.66.
Oh,
22.66.
so excuse me, 22.66. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah. Sorry. That's for the cost of living.
With the cost of living. Be consistent here.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw numbers out. If currently, if you thought that 23 would, if you did the same as the two gens and Lexi, again, differences, a lot of data entry work on all those positions. Did the 23 plus a 2.75, that would be 23.63 an hour. 0.63, so we're shy of $24 an hour that she's asked, looking for. It's
Okay, and then we look at, and then that shared percentage wise with two other.
yes.
Over the budget. You know, with all the, so when did you start?
2021.
2021,
I started at 15.
at 15,
Yeah.
15 years old?
No, I wish. No,
Thank you, right?
no. I started out at, I think it was $15 an hour. And then
So
She's
Gloria,
19 right now.
Gloria, the number you used, you took 2.75 times 22.66 or current wage.
No, I took her 22, put it at 23,
then,
and then added the
Then added the
2.75.
2.75.
Yeah. So would it be, just because of other conversations we had, would it be fair to do the $23? But then, whether, since you're putting 0 in for you, put the 23, and then that conversation with the Board of Health is, we don't know what our cost of living increase is going to be. It's going to be somewhere between 2.5, or we know likely 275 with secondary roads. So put 23 in there, and then knowing it could go up and see if
Would 9/11 and add anything to it, your good day? I mean,
their 911's gonna pay 40%.
40% of that.
yeah,
So
I know, but what if they wanted to do more? I mean,
You set the wages.
Yeah.
You have to provide that administrative position. They don't get to set wages.
So they have recommended, their recommendation would be more, but it's just a recommendation. Keystar has recommended more, but he says he doesn't set the wages.
But they didn't talk about it at the meeting.
No, but I did, he was noted on the phone, I mean, for conversations and some emails that were, and I don't know if he's talked to Dennis or not, but it was, there's recommendations, but, if
staying consistent within departments. But
It's
some.
kind of like,
Looking at extenuating.
It's kind of like what Jesse said, how do you compare their different positions? You know, I vie hard for the auditors because I know the workload in there and I know they work extra hours and that, so it's tough, but Lexi and Jen are at 23. Amy wants to get Jen in her office at 23. It's a lot of data entry work. You're putting in addresses for 911, you're doing some reports.
You know, it's, my daily is, if a lot, I do a lot of the addressing in Floyd Co, like out in the county. The city will call me and ask me, what do you think of the addressing? They just called me and said about the new addressing of the library and the, city hall. It's
But
under,
that technically is his job.
No.
Yeah, he's 911 addressing.
Like place the sign if necessary.
yeah, he places the signs,
Jeff
but
has been the one. that's
Oh, was
been-
he?
Couldn't there be a more simple way to deal with this? Have one department pay your salary.
No.
And let me finish. Have one department pay, and then if you work for planning and zoning or the board of health or the other, whatever the other two would be, let them reimburse the initial department for your time.
No. The
It
system
seems so
allows,
complicated.
it
it's
is,
really not
yeah.
complicated.
Well, it is to me right
The
now.
system lets you put multiple, we could have 10 codes if you wanted for.
I don't
different
want
departments.
10 codes, I want one.
I know, but you have to understand then you've got a fund that your records are going to look like your expenses are accelerated. Because you're paying 100% out of one fund. Then you've got someone else, you've got a revenue, but it's not like a checkbook where it's a plus and minus. It's not that complicated. You just have to figure out what the fair wage is.
So,
Probably more
I mean, planning-
complicated if we did it that way, just.
It would
for-
be.
See, here in the other side, if you did it that way, say you took all of our wages out of one account, but
Yes.
then someone else on the backside has to move the accounts around, that's probably more
Somebody's gotta do
complicated and like billing and,
Yeah.
like just adds for more human error.
But planning and zoning is rural
But yes,
services.
to understand it, it is very confusing.
Yeah. Planning and zoning is rural services, so you don't want to go back and forth billing one to the other. Rural services to general fund. Board of Health is general fund. Zoning, or excuse me, 911 is an entirely a different fund, not even in the county's budget. It's just you're the treasurer for 911, and you get to set those.
So if we get back, to Amy and where she wanted. What she's doing and, you know.
and this last year, no, because Jeff left and, you know, and with everything with zoning, I was spending a lot more on zoning than I was the other, and we all know why. I mean, it's, you know,
Well, we've got two employees sitting here that are paid in the same complicated way, right?
yeah.
And isn't there a KISS method to use?
I don't think so.
It is simple. The simple part of it is
For
you
us,
have
really,
to.
and I think like, Oregon said that somebody on the back end's gotta do this, then to even it out, it probably end up being more of a mess, quite honestly.
The only true thing is if you truly paid to do wage studies of workloads of employees, and you're gonna spend tens of thousands of dollars to do true wage studies for employees. But it's really not so complicated because like I say, 911 doesn't get to set a rate, you just have to provide the staff, but you get to set the pay rate. Planning and zoning, they have no employment, so that keeps it simple, that you don't have another autonomous board like Board of Health that gets to set wages. So to me, the key part to this is your relationship with Board of Health. And we've always been able to, in past outside of, was it 2 years, this 2 budget years ago, that Board of Health said, we're gonna give 1.5, or we're gonna give 5% increases.
Yep.
And you guys said, the rest of the county was getting 2.5, I think, or 1.5 or something. And so you had me figure out what that difference in pay was and said, okay, Board of Health, you gotta cut your bottom line. Easiest would be to do what the county supervisors want you to do for wage increases. Otherwise, you gotta figure out, are you cutting services or not? That's the complicated part when you have an autonomous board. In this situation, you have two autonomous boards, but one of them doesn't get to set wages. So it's just that relationship with Board of Health in this situation. So is Jesse's wage fair? Is Jen's pay hourly rate fair? That's what you're working with Board of Health on for that. Now, if the duties for 911, it doesn't justify a full-time position to do the work. So that's why we have these kind of convoluted things, because it's not a full-time person to do 911 in Floyd County. So we share it with planning and zoning and with Board of Health. So, but it's just, again, planning and zoning doesn't get to set an hourly rate. You guys get to do planning and zoning and you get to do 911. It's just, what can you work with Board of Health? You got general fund, you've got a general fund that's in your budget, you got planning and zoning, that's fund 11,000 for rural services, because they don't do zoning in the corporate limits, so that's why that's rural services. And you've got 911, that's a whole separate.
I just want to be consistent between the departments. You know, I mean, if we look at the cost of living and if this is on top of cost of living, I mean, we gotta deal with the rest of them this way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
And, you know, in my thought process, like Amanda in the auditor's office is paid a lot more, but Amanda's got a lot higher level of reporting of services that she has to provide. Jen and Lexi, $23 an hour, plus whatever we're doing for cost of living. It's a lot of data.
Well, we gotta move on here. So
My thoughts are 23 plus cost of living, whatever the Board of Supervisors, if later when we're adding dollars in here, we give her that dollar plus whatever. She's not gonna be far off from 24.
Yeah, right.
are you okay with that, Boyd?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
I'll go along with
satisfactory
that.
to you?
That's for Jennifer. What about for Jesse?
As far as Jen's wage,
No, yours.
I'm not asking for any more.
Okay.
I'm happy. Life is good.
So your number then you would change in Department 23, Board of Health would be $15,698 at $23 an hour, but knowing the cost of living still is to go on, either
So-
2.5 or 2.
I'm sorry, 15,
15698. And then do your FICA and IFRS.
Yeah,
yeah, well,
are you guys wanting to help me with that or?
Yeah, we've got a spreadsheet.
I know the spreadsheet's in there somewhere.
Or-
So then just come back to us if the Board of Health says, we think these numbers are skewed, they should be more.
Okay.
Or
Sounds
less,
good.
or whatever.
I'll
That's
be
how
at
I
that
think you
meeting
just have to
tomorrow
work
night,
with the
too.
Board.
Yeah, exactly. That was my whole intent, the whole way through it here. Got more to look at before.
Yeah.
Decision now, when they haven't talked to some of the
Right,
others.
right.
When it comes to 9/11, you're the only one that's on the payroll at 9/11.
No, Jesse is.
Or Jesse is.
5%.
5%.
So like if they need a new sign, I would go out there and place it.
and when I do my stuff, when I do the addressing or when they say, like, if we have a building permit, and they need a new 911 address, and like when we were doing like with timber and rural Cleveland and stuff. With that, I do just say to Jesse, okay, because we've discussed this. This is what this address is. This is what right now. This is, let's say it's 1818 130th Street. I don't know, we're just throwing out an address, and somebody wants to build a new house. So I kind of look at the picture of, okay, what's gonna happen, you know, and I talked to Jesse on this. Is it gonna be 1820? It's gonna be 1822, because you never know, you know. There 130th Street can someday be a subdivision, and then we're in a whole heap of a mess, you know, because then we've got this address here and this address here. I mean, it's a very complicated thing to do. I mean, it's the addressing in the city of Charles City. Now, I don't even, you know, it's different. I mean, there's a lot of addressing that is, you have to, and I have to report to, not only, I have to report to the state on changing addresses, if there's a map change, if there's, you know, if this is wrong, it's a different kind of, I have like 3 different places that I have to report to change an address.
And then you've got convoluted things with also Gilbert Street.
Yes.
Gilbert Street headed towards the avenue is in city limits. Odd numbers are on the south side, even numbers are on the north side. So you drive off of city limits into the unincorporated area, and it's reversed the other way.
Yeah, it's just, and it's, yeah. So.
Okay.
I got one thing that just brought to mind. Helen Bortz, that lives west of Run on Old 18, which is now she knew I was running for supervisor. Her 911 placard, her son, you can't read it.
Okay, can't read. Do you know what was her name?
Helen Bortz, B-O-R-T.
Nice gray house there on
Okay.
Right on the
old line.
So she's probably got one of the old plastic signs that we had. Now they're the metal signs.
Anyway, I told her that I was.
Okay, I'll look
all
it up.
kinds of strings.
So you can pull the strings and get it, but they're gonna send a bill to her as well for that sign.
Oh, she'll be happy.
25.
Just want
So
to-
the only thing is the sign is $25 for that. If she needs a whole, yeah. I'll look at it and we'll go out there and we'll talk to her.
Yeah, okay. Maybe I didn't want to pull strings.
No, you're fine. That's what we're here for. So
But you
that's
can't
good.
read it, you really can't. So-
And that's the thing that I really stress to people when they are kind of complaining about their 911 signs. I'm like, and stuff like that. I always say to them, you know, not everybody, not a lot of people from AMR, our police, or excuse me, our sheriff department, our fire department. Some of those people aren't from Charles City or from Floyd County. Some of them can be from different counties and they don't know the area. That's why those big red signs are out there. Don't mess with them.
Can't say turn at the red barn or turn
Yeah,
at the
yeah, and
cemetery at Rudd.
And
or-
that's where some of these, when I have people call in, they're like, well, all they do is, no, this is why we have, you can have different mailing address. I don't care what you have for mailing address, but this is the 911 address. This is for emergencies.
My previous job was also very nice for us young people to have the 911 address, because all the old guys would be like, oh, next to where so-and-so used to live, but so-and-so's passed away like 20 years ago. And we always couldn't figure out where we're going.
Yeah.
Gonna take parts to this little barn over here.
So yes, I will, my notes.
Okay.
Okay, what's next?
Are you wanting to go one by one, or I know I went
Page by page.
Yeah,
Okay.
Talking about
You can
page
go and
2.
look at what changed. You didn't change anything.
I know I did.
So well
I
grant,
wouldn't know.
so if you wanna talk like on your well grants, what you put, I haven't looked at your revenues yet, but basically what you put in your revenues is what you've got in your expenses for what the grant.
Right, so the main revenue source would be that private well grants, which And now I can't remember if it's 50,000 or if it's some oddball number close to 50,000.
It's 53,000, or no, 55,000, excuse me.
I tend to be a rounder when I talk, so anyways, and then we will, we did have quite a few, septic permits, so $300 a piece, so, and I think that's reflected in here, so I wouldn't say that that's too much of a stretch to, if you just wanna look at the tape total, this, on the revenue, 61,050. I think, I feel pretty good about that, really.
So that one, what I think works well with, kind of we do the same thing with elections when we're getting reimbursed from cities and schools for elections. Whatever we put in as the expense is what we're putting as the revenue. And so it's a wash as far as what we're going to taxpayers for on those specific line items.
Want to do a reestimate at all on social service inspections?
What number are you on?
Revenue, 1,000, 3,000. 33. Second one down on the.
For your inspections, yeah, you brought in over $1,000, you got $1,000 budgeted.
Which one is that?
The second one, right? That's only for
Yeah, the second one where it's 1,600 has already been brought in so far this year and we're only like budgeted for. So it just looks a little bit.
Yeah.
Not
No, you bring up a good point.
concerned about next year. We were just talking about trying to keep this year's budget, trying to keep it like local. If you still want to have 1,000 for next year. So if we want to.
No, I see your point. I don't know if you want to double it.
And I'm just gonna ask on the well thing, the one right above it, is it 53 or is it, did that increase to 53 or is it 43, the number that's in that line item, just because
So
that's
well test, so
how we
there's,
couldn't do more than that?
so the testing and the amendment, when we do the grants to county, it should be 50. We've had a lot this year that, so the state gives us that grant and they up it every year and it is 53. And I've got a spreadsheet on that, a new spreadsheet on that, and it's 53,000.
So do you want those, I guess what I'm saying is, do you want those bumped up on your expenses and bumped up on your revenues? I mean, is the likeliness that they do fit?
I think we're actually gonna, I hope I'm not gonna eat my words, but they upped the reimbursement rates. And so I feel really confident that we're gonna come closer to utilizing all that grant funds than we have in the past. That doesn't mean to say the previous person wasn't doing it right, but they actually raised the reimbursement rates, so.
But they also did, raise the testing rates too, so.
Okay, yeah, that too.
So, yeah, they, so for a well amendment, the person, or I should say a well testing, like shocking, whatever, shocking, the person can get up to $1,200. Or, yeah, I think so, 1,200. Shocking is, excuse me, well, shocking was 500, yeah, and it is 1,200. So they've raised it quite a bit. Abandonments, it's $2,000. They can pay up to $2,000.
But do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Do you want to increase your expenses
I think
because your
we should.
revenues potentially at more than 43,000, could be 53,000?
Yeah.
And on your expenses, is it all of those, like on your page 3 that you've got 20,000, 20,000, 500, 1,000, and 1,000 and another 500. You got 1, 2, 6 line items. Are those all impacted by what you can get by grant revenue?
I don't want to go beyond my knowledge base here, so that's kind of where I was saying why I kind of carried them forward, because I feel like I need to see how that goes before.
So right now,
those longer are 43,000. If you take your 20,000 plus 20,000 plus 5,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 500,
Oh, sure.
that's 43,000, and that's what you've got from revenue. So I'm saying, do you think you would do 53,000 in expenses and 53,000 in revenue?
Certainly, I'm hoping we can get there.
Do you,
I
do
mean,
you want that
can
in
you help
budget?
me, give me advice on where to raise it?
So right now, as I'm looking at the four, at one of them, right now is year to date, and that is as of today's date, or the closing of 12/31. Our total right now is used is $6,976.02. And that's not, and we're only half of the year. So, and we're not even in the summer yet.
The specific line items for
I
fiscal
think
year 26 wouldn't matter so much. Is it just as easy as putting 25,000 on the 481, 93 and 94?
Mhm.
And then increasing your revenue to 53,000.
I think.
Okay, no, I'm listening.
That makes sense? If you spend more in another line item, that's okay. It's just your net expenditures would be 53,000.
So the 20,000s would be 25.
Again, all this is gonna net zero.
Right.
And then you could bump your revenue, your first line item on the revenue to 53,000.
Okay, I follow you now.
That makes sense?
Yep. I do hope that, yeah, I'm a little more fluid when it comes next year.
If you don't do it, you don't do that much in the grants, I mean, you don't have the
Okay.
wells, then.
Yep, I follow you. So then that would bump up the total to 71,052.
Well, you'll have to change the wages there a little bit too.
Oh, right. Okay. Nope, I got you. Appreciate the help.
Yeah.
Alright. Planning and zoning, kind of a microcosm of the. So, and I'll admit, I didn't do the math like what you had just did for me for the 59,740, what I made.
Oh, yeah. That was another way to.
The only thing I have a question about, Jesse.
Well, yeah, so your 65.79 would be 59.74.
Okay. What did you multiply it by that one number?
I did 1950 for hours. 23.
Is this one 5% or is this the?
And then,
This is.
We say you were
I think it's under 12%.
25%.
there. Oh, so it'd be 11,213. 213? Yes.
then as far as like all of the other like individual line items, I guess like I said, I carried them over. I'll admit I didn't put too much brain power into it. I feel like I'm doing good on the budget as far as being efficient and not spending any more than we need. So I don't.
It might go up a little bit with doing, now we're gonna be doing like the stuff for the turbines and the solar and stuff like that. We're gonna probably be, I mean,
I was kind of that is, I'm glad you brought it up. It's my understanding that, the consulting with NIACOG, that is coming out of a different place.
We would do that out of Department 51.
Okay,
But your board and commission meetings, if you're gonna have, well, and Boyd, you mentioned today doing the land use, updating the land use development, what that use of that? The comprehensive plan for land use.
That would be out of our, that would be out of 911, or excuse me, out of zoning.
Yeah, I think the consultant could come out of Department 51, but all those board members per meeting, per diem would be out of your budget.
So we would have to pay the mileage and their wages and stuff, whatever they. So
So that would have an effect on not Board of Adjustments, but Planning and Zoning Commission.
which would be the,
kind of an unknown, I guess,
It
because,
is.
so. It's not that I don't, it's not that I disagree with what you said, it's just, it seems like an unknown in my mind is to try to predict, to try to outthink that.
And quite honestly, looking at your numbers and what you hit, it's, again, a line item can go over. And we'd probably be okay if there was something significant, it'd just be a budget amendment to do at some point.
Like, for example, the numbers would, if the wind turbine ordinance, depending on how that shakes out, I don't want to imply one way or another, but like, let's just say there was a lot of applications, that would probably throw some things out of whack potentially, because you could generate income.
so, because they're thinking right now, I mean, right now, for a cost for a permit for a wind turbine is $500. If that's the cost before the moratorium, and that was what it was before, it was the $500 for a permit for a wind turbine.
You could even look at evaluating it, like, I mean, I don't want to get the cart in front of the horse, but you could even evaluate those revenues from, like a wind turbine application. There's the conditional use permit. I mean, we could look at that fee, and we could even look at what we're charging for the building permit. I mean, that could be looked at.
Yeah, the building permits are, that's a.
I suppose probably better get the ordinance passed first before we worry about that.
Well, no, but I mean,
Yeah,
like right now, our normal conditional use permits with variance and or conditional use is $150. That is what we charge for everything. So, and then that's not including if they want to build, then they have to pay whatever it is for a building permit. It could be anywhere from $10 down to $800. I mean, it just, or even more. I mean, it's.
Long story short, you could look at the fee schedule. We could adjust it.
Seems like it's kind of outdated, maybe.
Yeah.
It is.
So my recommendation would be is to, let's see where the wind farm ordinance, wind energy conversion systems ordinance, how that shakes out. And then let's look at the fee schedule. I mean, that doesn't mean we can't look at it now, but I mean, that'd be my thinking.
I would agree with that, and then, where next year you might be looking at solar ordinance, but probably next year, I think that updating that comprehensive plan would be.
When was our last
priorities?
When was our last comp?
2011, I think.
Yeah, 2011.
Last comprehensive plan.
I was gonna say, I think so, because I
Because,
read
yes,
that.
it's the same time they did the zoning ordinance, that original. So that one, you just would have to watch your bottom line budget when you start paying all those.
Sure.
And I know some of your zoning commissioners.
A lot of them
paid, some of them
don't pay, yeah, they don't wanna do the mileage, they,
Are we
so.
done with you, Jesse?
Yeah, unless you don't want to be. So.
Call Bernie.
All right.
Okay.
Would you honor 63? Basically 63, the only thing this board really has interest in is the wages.
Yeah, because
Otherwise, the rest
everything else is, well, the radios and stuff like that's.
Yeah.
So from my understanding for this one, you're 5%?
No, for.
He's five. Which one?
The one that we're going to, the 911.
63,
Yes.
he's 5%, I'm 40%. Sorry.
Sit back. You probably don't need me for this one, do you?
No.
Unless
I
you
don't
want me to
know,
stay.
again, I think the only thing with 911 is just, we don't even need to go through, just the wage part is what our piece of it is.
Yeah,
Sure.
so what,
Okay.
We don't have anything else to speak of.
hey. Sorry.
You want us
Thank
to,
you for
I
your
think
time.
we're-
Appreciate it. Help get me through it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're good too. Thanks for listening to me.
So I don't know if you need to change any of those numbers that you gave Lexi to fit that. 2.75, or excuse me, I keep saying Lexi, Morgan.
What?
Morgan,
I had
sorry.
to take care of the conservation thing, but.
Yeah, sorry, Morgan. With,
We next?
No, Bernie will be next.
well,
Are
here's
you
your
ready,
fast.
Todd? Come on in.
What's that?
Come on in. Did you call Bernie?
So it's
I
just
haven't-
plugging in his new numbers and your new
Have a
numbers.
seat right here, Todd.
All right.
Where's your
His
Honda?
5%, your.
Huh?
Where's your Harley Davidson?
It's upstairs.
Okay, and there's.
I limped it down.
That spreadsheet, there's a spreadsheet in there where you can plug in those numbers. The one thing that.
And on the third day.
I'll find it. Yeah, you remind me tomorrow, so.
This
I
is
can get your-
Bob Monthly, Commissioner. Oh, you know.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you need it to mention that?
No, I don't, because I don't need. It's fine, whatever. I know you're busy.
The only thing on the 911 is they have to do their own
What's your Bob?
publication, so it might be that you might have to put type of things. Because you guys are planning on having your budget hearing February.
Well, maybe that
means The first.
they won't appoint me again.
February 1st.
Well, whatever the first Thursday is of February.
So that needs to be in the newspaper here soon.
Yeah.
So if she comes in tomorrow and gets the numbers of that.
That needs to be in the newspaper this week.
So if I get it in, if I go up tomorrow. You get it in, then I can get it in by Friday.
Yeah, but then you're gonna want to put a wage increase higher than just the 23 because you can only lower. You won't be able to increase it. So we might have to beef up that 2.75 or whatever on top of the 23 to get your numbers in your budget. Because you can't, once it's published in the newspaper, you can't increase. You can only decrease.
I'll look at what my first meeting is.
Okay.
And I'll look.
Okay.
Hey, Todd.
Hi.
21.
Howdy. You're at our table now. I'm out of yours for a change. You got your budget with you, Todd?
I didn't bring it. The-
21.
Okay.
21 is your number.
Yep.
This is getting rid of them.
You give us new ones this morning, didn't you?
Yep. His, I entered. First page is expenses, the second page should be revenues. I didn't bring that. Let's go now.
This is Bob, one of the commissioners.
Bye. Nice to meet you.
This is our new auditor.
I know who she was, but I didn't.
Oh,
I didn't know the name.
Morgan.
Morgan.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No changes in your budget, Todd?
No, our budget, I think we're pretty well happy with it. Some of it we use, some of it we don't use every year, but we can't really take it out. There's no telling if we're gonna need it, you know. So as far as that, the budget itself, we're pretty happy with. What I would like to discuss is the wages. Well, it's been pretty minimal for the last 4 years that I was here. And, I did some research and they were actually making more than me 5 years ago here. And, I did some comparison around the counties
And it's, I'm actually really low. So what I would ask, to be fair, and I truly believe it would be fair, is a 7% increase. Right now I'm at 45, that put me at about, I think it was $50,044. And right now we have a Howard County, which has 540 vets, they're making 57,645. Iowa County has 990 vets, they're making 67. Franklin County has 576, they're making 65. Saragordo County has 2,400 vets, but they also have 3 people working there, and they're making 52. Bremer County has 1,200, and he's making 53.17, so it's pretty comparable.
What did Floyd County have for number of vets?
1,161. These are all of the 23 census.
1,161.
Yeah, 1,141 vets, yes. Yep. And we bring in, the last report we got was 562,346 a month. And that's very comparable or higher than any of these counties I've read to you. We have 34,000. Mitchell County, I believe, is at, I want to say they were at 30, but I didn't write them down because they only work 20 hours a week. So, Butler County makes 44, and they're part-time also with benefits. So I believe that's very fair.
Then get it wrote down when you at the 7% increase you got, what number?
I think it was 50,100 or something.
Be about 48.
Yeah, that was wrong. It must have been 8%. I got the numbers wrong, but what I was looking at was $50,000 is what I was looking at. That'd still be a lot less than some of these, but it would be better. I don't expect to jump all the way up by any means.
So at 45, 420 where you're at now, what's the hourly rate? 22.50?
His salary, so.
I know, but I mean, if he was.
$23.29.
23.21.
$23.29. I just pulled the ISAC salary survey. And I'll just shoot some of these. 44th, we're ranked 49 in population, 44th, so 5 above and 5 below is what I'm doing for numbers. Clay County is 63,745. Hardin County is 45,689. You probably know better if they're full-time or part, or 20 hours or.
I'd have to look at it, I couldn't tell for sure.
Iowa County is 64,051. Crawford County is 50,618. Jefferson County is 65,894. Then you go to 5 below us. Page County is 36,357. Hamilton County is 46,280. Harrison County is 31,961. I'm gonna guess a 20-hour or.
Yes.
Mills County is 51,776, and Cassuth County is 49,070.
Does that have the number of veterans?
This does not have the numbers of veterans. It has the years of service, like the one who's paid the most there at, oh, he's not the most. Crawford County has 27 years of service and making 50,618. One with the highest, Jefferson County, has, let's just be new, it's got 0 years of service. They must have just started last year.
Yeah, and they're probably full-time. A lot of them are part-time. The older ones, or they got a helper, you know.
How much shows they have there? Showing the. Some cells here, I can't see everything.
These are ones around our area that I've called.
ISAC doesn't have a salary survey of all of them, so. ISAC has a salary survey of all elected officials and department heads. So it's kind of not unusual that it's all over the place.
But also, the request is not online with a lot of counties. Tied up 250, closer to 50 than what it
Yeah.
is. It's in line, that's our request. Want to get it closer to that figure. Now has experience. Around the office. Only go away and knows this history, but there's nothing coming through, to cause a wrinkle anywhere or,
The commission hasn't gone.
yeah, or lawyers showing up or county showing up. But, Todd has really leveled the place out. He's doing a very nice job. I like him. He's a good employee. So, if we hold it, and he's a good budget man too. The reason that this budget doesn't go up is because Todd's a good budget man. We get, so he's just taking care of.
They don't have a very big budget.
No.
Is there any room in there for any efficiencies anywhere?
Sometimes there is, but then the next year we might use them, I guess. That's, some of them are variables, like the funerals and stuff like that. Like the grave stuff there we haven't used, but this year we do need to. We've gone through some of our stock down and we do gotta replenish it, and that's pretty expensive. So some of it you don't need every year, but you do need it. That's why I hate to take it out.
What was that, Todd? What were you talking about there?
The grave stuff. It's like, we put flag holders on the, veterans graves.
Oh, yeah.
And each one of them's, $39 and then another $6 for the brass rod to hold them up. We haven't needed that for a while, but now we've ran through our stock, so we need it. And, I've traded some of our abundance of different ones to the Chickasaw guy that had just the opposite, so we could not spend money until we had to, but this year we'll have to. And, I mean, we might be able to go through it to see, but usually it just gets returned back to the budget, or to the county, you know, so.
I'm gonna throw something out there that we haven't talked about this at all, but you all got the email that county's mental health is changing. County social services is going away July 1. Did you get that message? And if you remember Renee talking about general assistance being, they go away. Their general assistance goes away. Yep. So we're gonna need to figure out what to do with general assistance. Is there, I'm just throwing this out there because you guys haven't heard this. And I know in some counties, general assistance and VA are handled by the same person. If there was a increase in wages like you're talking about, would there be any option that you could do general assistance?
No.
It's very minimal.
Yeah, no, it's gotten so busy that, in all honesty, I even work from home now. There would be no way without help. And like, I know Saragor does it, but they have a helper. And, most of the counties that do it have at least a part-time secretary. But, you know, they're.
We've looked at combining stuff before, trying to make it work. And the problem is that the veterans office in Floyd County is full-time. I mean, it's just.
It's what?
It's full-time. They put in the hours. But there are ways, when we've kicked this around a few years back, of getting some help in the office for Marcy and Todd to get some assistance. We tried sharing with, I think it was the engineer or somebody. It just physically was very compatible. Those two sit side by side. It would be compatible if we could get some office help for Todd, maybe some duties that he could shift over to someone so that he can do that, the business end of the services, and let the personal assistant help. We've been kicking this around since been on the board trying to get some help for the community, for the youth. But that would be a way to do it, would be to get more comparable salary wise, but also get some assistance in there for 3-4 hours a day to the past what we look at is take over the van, the scheduling of the van and all the stuff that goes with it.
That's another thing that.
Just stuff like that, but there could be wiggle room if we have just a little bit of help for Todd to get him off the phone, intercept some of those telephone calls, so he can continue to work with veterans or work with the what's the other one?
Renee, general assistance.
General assistance, but just that would help a lot. That would help Todd a lot.
A lot of these other counties too don't run a van like we do. And that takes quite a, finding volunteers and lining up rides and stuff like that, And, like Saragor County, they don't do a van. And I just told him they got like 2,400 veterans in their county, but they got 3 people working in the office, So when you divide that up, we're actually doing more per person than they are,
So when you're talking to Dan.
Yeah. Yep.
Half of them are city probably. Say Todd.
Yeah, probably.
The other half are clinics somewhere around.
Yeah.
So what's Saragor County do? You find your own ride?
I guess, yeah.
So I'm just looking at the revenue, it brings in $1,700. So far this year, it's brought in $1,700.
What's that, theirs?
Your revenue for the van has brought in, I'm assuming that's what's going under. They donate like you.
Donations, yeah.
Yeah.
it don't cost the county none, the VA does all that.
Right, so I'm just throwing numbers to things.
Oh, yeah.
And, so you're saying you could use extra help, few hours. Renee tells us, when she was here last week, she said, this is like $5,000 should be more than you'd have to spend for someone to do this job, because there's just, it's a $29,900 budget with no staff. But they spend, last year they spent 19,762. The year before they spent 13,261. So and I'm just talking out loud, so don't throw darts at me or anything, because I'm just trying to figure out how we're gonna work this through, because we have to work this through during this budget season. A pay increase and a part-time staff to do, $5,000 more in a budget for general assistance, and whatever your 4 hours a week is, just a part-time person. Could we even fill it and get someone to stick with it? And is there, I guess initially where I was starting with is the 1,700 in revenue not going to offset the hours for someone to do scheduling. It's a great service to have the van.
We didn't have to spend any more.
You don't have to spend any more.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're doing an increase and you're giving them, where part of his wages are gonna be paid out of, that person's wages are gonna be paid out of Department 21. The other part's gonna be, the additional person is gonna be paid out of Department 38. We're not looking at increases we're not necessarily looking at increases here in dollars to spend, I don't think, are we?
Well, that's never hard.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to. What, this is gonna, don't take this question wrong, Todd, but what if we didn't have the van? It would free up some of your time from scheduling, right?
Yeah.
Would save the county any money?
No.
Well, what if you're hiring somebody to do
The VA owns the van, we don't.
The VA owns the van, they pay for everything.
They pay for
gas, oil changes, everything.
State VA owns the van.
Yeah.
They provide us a van.
And drivers are all volunteer. Yep.
But if we're paying somebody to assist with scheduling, we're getting $1,700 in revenue, you're gonna pay more than that in someone's scheduling. Not saying that it's probably an awesome service to have. I'm sure those veterans appreciate having that, somebody to drive them down there. A lot of them don't have a driver.
Yes.
Yeah.
Addressing that part of it. If we would do away with the van, other counties that don't have a van, their service organizations step up and take and buy a van and then put like VFW Marshall House or something on it. And then the VFW members are in charge of the van and the drivers. So that's, some counties do it that way. Some counties don't have it. They don't have a van. Some counties, they get through a service organization, and some they pay the drivers, and some they have volunteer drivers and a VO or secretary. So it's all over the board. If
Floyd County would lose theirs though, because our organizations here aren't big enough to even man a funeral, let alone drive a van, I mean, sometimes I spend 2 days on the phone trying to find a color guard for a funeral, So that, it would just be the end of it.
Yeah. So
I'm not recommending.
Yeah, no, that's, no. It would just be the end of it. In that case, I would suggest that maybe a different department does the general services and we just keep taking care of veterans.
That's the first this has even been brought up at this meeting, because it just happened last week.
Yep.
And it's the cost, but it's also Todd's inability to get her done in the time frame. He's just,
Yeah,
he's wall to wall now in a time frame. Time to take, even, you know, even 2 or 3 hours a day. That's the van.
How much remote work do you do? As I have had someone that said that they have tried and they've not been able to get a hold of you and leave messages. How much remote work is there that you're doing? Is that?
at home, when I'm not here, I was answering calls yesterday. So I don't know, I'd have to keep track of that and I'd give you an answer.
Was that like 3 days a week you work remote or?
Oh, no, usually I'm here, I don't, and, well, you can go through the messages, there's, nobody's left messages. They say they do, but I've never, I mean, there ain't no real way to erase messages.
So to clarify, when you say that you work remote, it's like after hours, you're just.
Yeah, yep, yes,
To catch up.
yep,
So you're pretty much here during business hours.
just to stay up, yeah, yep. So while we were out there, the phone rang probably 4 or 5 times while we're waiting for this meeting. I mean, it's gotten nuts. I've probably got 78 claims in the system right now that I check on.
So you're asking for about $5,000 raise roughly, right?
Yes.
$4,500, something
Yep.
like that.
Yep.
So the budget, the physical budget, other than salary, we're holding even. Rest on salary is normally 3%, so we're really asking for about 2% more for Todd for salary. No, I don't know where we're gonna hit with, pay increases this year, so, but usually we usually put in, we're putting in 3, we just think it'll fall down around 3%, 2.5 to 3.5. We're just asking Todd, give him a little more this year, bring him up a little bit.
So you mentioned 7%. 7% puts you at 48,599. But you said 50.
I figured that 7% wrong. I was figuring 50 is what I was figuring. And that was my mistake.
45,420 to.
And the person before me 5 years ago was making 46. So I believe that that's pretty fair.
And that person went to Saragordo County, correct?
She went there, yes.
I left there.
Yep.
Is she still there?
No, she's works for the federal site now.
So that is a 10.08% increase that you're asking for.
Are you gonna have to kick that figure around after Todd and I go?
Pardon?
You're gonna have to talk about this.
Well, just, I'm new at this, but yet I've had the farm 51 years and I know budgets.
Yep.
And what you gotta do to make it work, I'm just, as we put all these components together, all the different departments and everything, trying to find some continuity and fairness and going forward and makes it difficult, I mean, we just talked the other day to the roads and their union, we had a 2.75% increase, which is, I understand you're wanting to catch up, too. If we could figure out some way to compromise a little bit and then see how this year goes out and then, 8 to 10%, it's gonna be hard to come by. I mean, if we got our budgets,
Yeah, but I think what Boyd is saying, Todd, is what you're asking isn't unreasonable. But compared to what the rest of the county
would get if we go through with this, it would be unreasonable. I mean, not unfair. I'm not saying you don't deserve it, but if you look at a 10% raise to a 2 3/4% raise for almost everybody else, I think that's a big difference. Am I correct?
Yeah, and I just don't know how else to put it.
I wish there was, or I hope there's a way we can do it, or wish, but we're probably gonna have to talk about this soon. And I'm not saying that we can come up with a way, but we just trying to think.
Can I?
Okay.
I just wanna just double check something. So is there, the 50,000 doesn't seem out of line that you're asking for a wage. When I look at line items in the budget, and I look at fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24 to where we're at in fiscal year 25, and it looks like there's lots of wiggle room to find $5,000.
You're talking about expense.
Yeah, I mean, just at the very, the line item for office supplies, you've got $1,000 budgeted, but the highest you spent in 3 years is $256. Do we need $1,000 there? I go down a little bit and I look for care of graves. There's been nothing spent for care of graves unless something's coded.
That's the one I brought up. That one will be at least that much this year.
2,500.
Yeah, that's one that we haven't used for 2 years because we were using our back stuff. But that one's gonna probably be possibly even a little more.
Okay, postage and mailing, we've got $1,600 budgeted this year and next year, and the highest we spent was 2023, $314. Is there some, and I can go on down the line, and the next one, mileage and other travel.
Well, the
we
one
got
I was looking at
1250.
was educational training services. What does that involve?
That's spring and fall school down in Des Moines. So far, we've been able to use the state grant for that, but they're changing stuff on that all the time.
Yeah.
So.
But you have 3,000 budgeted in fiscal year 23, we spent 1,052. Is there $1,000?
The rest of that we got out of the state stuff. Yeah.
But your 10,000 is all in here though, right?
Yeah, but I'm just saying they changed the rules on what you can do with it.
Yeah.
You know, like I've been buying my computers out of it. That's why none of this come out of the IT stuff, but now they say we can't buy that. So if we ever need something IT now, we gotta buy that out of our county budget.
Utility payments, you got 6,000 budgeted this year and next year, and where the most we spent was $2,027 in fiscal year 23. There are 1,000. You see where I'm saying?
Yeah.
There are 1,000 you can take here and 1,000 you can take there.
We found $5,000 pretty quick here, or Gloria did.
Well,
no, with that, utilities.
That's what, yeah, I just said that one.
Well,
Highest was 3,000 or 2,700. Or 2,000.
1,400.
Yeah.
We got 6,000 budgeted.
Yeah, the year
Is there a
before was
couple thousand
2,000.
there that you might be a little strong on? Utilities.
maybe 1,000, but now with the chicken plant closed, you know, when that was open, we were good, but now they closed, we've already had, I think there's been 4 come in for help already. So, but
I'm talking about utilities payments.
that's what we do there.
That's what that is.
If a veteran's employed and they lose a job, then they come in and we help them with utilities.
Oh, I
But
got
you do have, so say, you said you've had 3 or 4 of them,
Yeah,
but you only do that for a few months, don't you?
yes, yes.
And so if you were to calculate that out, and same with your rental assistance, same thing, you only will assist for a few months. Is that
Yes.
right? So if you could roughly.
We
come
can
up with a
limit it
number.
more maybe.
I think we could tweak this thing a little bit. June?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and then we could, because I don't think any of us are in disagreement that we like to pay you more money if you're worth it.
How would you put that down on paper, that Todd's gonna get that money?
Nothing set till we.
I mean,
do a budget hearing
if
in
we,
April.
so, yeah. If he gets the same raise as everyone else, close to what everyone else is getting, inside of that budget, can we move, are you saying we can move some money to raise his salary?
You'd wanna see it in these
Yeah,
budget
yeah.
worksheets, yeah. But then
When would this have to be done if I went through it and like fine tuned it?
if it's not too short of time, Tuesday next week, we'll have another, that'll be our next workshop meeting or
Would that be
budget
okay with
review.
you?
If we go through and bare minimum, our budget for our services are variable. When the other, like last year was a mild winter and chicken family running fine, and it could go up and down, and then there's always a fear of being over budget. That's why we don't ask for much. We have a raise.
Well, that depends on what would the raise be okayed if it was okayed right now?
Oh, $4,500. I mean, that's all you got.
No, that's what I got now.
The increase, you're saying $4,500 increase.
Yeah.
$4,500.
Oh, no, I mean, but what's gonna be okay, like now, I shouldn't have to come up with $5,000.
Right.
If you were gonna okay a $2,000 raise or $1,000, then I'd only have to come up with like $4,000 out of our budget, correct?
So you're saying if we would do like the 2.75% increase for everybody else, what's?
And then I'd just come up with the extra.
Well, if it's 10% to get you at 45,000,
Okay,
2.75.
2.75 is what was gonna be?
Say 3%.
Okay.
Yeah,
To give him a little extra,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
What would that be?
So the increase you're looking at for is 4,580. And again, nothing said.
The
1249 versus 4580. $3,331. 75 to 10% would be 3,000.
Okay.
So still our unknown is.
We can't use that 10,000 that we get back from the state for
No.
salary.
No, but I could. I might be able to use it on
That
some
would
of
be-
this stuff.
That would be an easy
Too
way.
easy.
Yeah. Really
Yeah.
easy way to do that. Just-
Can you use it for support staff or salaries just out altogether? Like if we were to pull an assistant in there.
You
to
can
help
use it to expand your deal, but the biggest problem with that is like, right now we could, but maybe next year you can't, you know? And then you're kind of in a pickle, you know?
Well, we are every year, but, I got one real quick.
Yeah.
Funeral services, it was 2,000 back in 2022, 23, and 2,000 so far this year.
I think you
Nothing
guys-
last year.
I think you
No.
guys pay 2,000 per burial.
Per burial, yeah.
Per
and
burial, so you're
When I first started in 2020, I believe we had 3.
at 3.
We've had as high as 6 in a year,
That's-
so that could shoot your budget.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
that's one that you don't wanna mess with, but
But
there's-
we can amend the budget as well. If we needed to, we could amend the budget for those unknowns.
Amending any of this isn't gonna be a big dollar amount in any case.
No, but we have,
We're not talking like $100,000 or $200,000.
no, absolutely not. No. The only thing is, I'm just trying to protect our rear ends, forward. When we had to meet with other departments that, and explain
If we
why,
talking about where we're going to lose that one department. How to do that, and we move that money to Veterans Affairs. For our,
Right,
something
so
like that.
if you knew about how many hours a
That would
week,
be, it wouldn't be enough because we're gonna have to be able to use it all, but it could be some seed money that we could look at, finding some help maybe.
this is good as long as they allow it. But
Mhm.
next year, if they don't, now we're talking general fund.
Yeah, so then if we find some, then that would be a place where if it was in our, we put that in our budget. And we would lose all flexibility in case of a harsh winter, or, you know, or something like that.
Yeah.
But, I'll kick it around. Yeah.
But you're saying if we were to kind of throw general assistance together with it?
We'd have to have help. We have to have physical help. It's just not, but if we were to come up with some of this money inside of budget along with their budget, probably could.
An angle.
Yeah, we might be able to do that. I don't want that.
Yeah.
However, I know where you guys are sitting on this, and everyone has to know what's going on, but there'd be a way that if the two were combined, that would be a reason why there would be a salary increase different. And then Todd needs some support, and maybe we can find that support inside the two budgets.
Right.
Two budgets.
And I don't know how you would even feel about it, and put Morgan on the spot a little bit. We haven't done Morgan's budget yet, but she's got a part-time person in her budget. If there's that full-time equivalent that might get more hours and have that, maybe not, I mean, if you're working remote or you're out of the office for the day for whatever, remote work, or I'm gone to a meeting or whatever, and you've got a person that can sit in that office for a time period, but then you can put a note on the door saying, go up to the auditor's office for general assistance or scheduling the van or whatever, if that's even a plausible thing. Sometimes you can get a full-time person, better qualifications, better than you can a part-time.
Yes.
So that's, again, I just put Morgan on the spot. You don't have to answer.
I
really know what this looks
I
like
think you
anyway.
got some room here, though. I really.
We can go over it again if we got.
Between if we're talking a combination of services, there's wiggle room in both of them, get some help for Todd. And Todd take over the salary part of that position, and the rest of that position, which has got paperwork and paper and copier costs and computer costs, is already taken care of. So what I'm saying is we could manipulate that position, even though it's a small position. Look at the expenses in there and the salary in there, and compensate Todd for the extra work and get some physical body in. And if there's a half-time person somewhere that would like to be full-time, not necessarily your office, but there's some half-time people around. Work the hours out if they want to be full-time. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter so much when they're in Todd's office, as long as we have them to do the work.
Right.
And we're taking care of the van. It doesn't matter when that's taken care of.
Right.
And as long as it gets done, and it could be done at 8 o'clock in the morning, be done at 6 o'clock at night, it doesn't matter. That peaks.
Are you having a meeting tomorrow?
No.
So I think that's, again, that's
That's
just new
just-
on that whole general assistance
But
thing.
that, by using the monies from veterans and
Are you sacrificing anything that you would have used that money for otherwise then? Or is it
in our
just end
budget,
up spending it?
in
just-
our budget,
Yeah, the 10,000.
only the variable, it's, it's just because we we've looked at this a lot over here, Aurora, you know that. And we've come down to this level, you know, we can manage this level even with inflation. We've been able to manage at this level. And it's part of it's the volunteerism that goes on.
Volunteers and change of employment, and this next one starts at a lower salary, just what we
So,
did.
yeah, I don't, as soon as we flex the wrong way too much, but yeah, there's some, because at the end of the year, you want to be black. You know, you don't want, you know, on a $100,000 budget, you don't want to have, you know, 15,000 left.
Right.
But you gotta have something left, or you're on the wrong side.
Yeah.
And, so that's what the budget is. So if it's a little heavy on one spot, and a little light on another spot, and it flip flops, as long as when you, it's like in the other business, when you get down to the end, you add all the numbers up and you want it black. And that's the way we've looked at this. Yeah. And you'll be forgetting. Figures they might seem high unless we have three vets pass away that ask for services. Chicken plant closes down, and we get just a big run on a cold winter, cold and snow. I don't know. So,
yeah.
All right. Todd and I will visit, and
We can go over it and see what we can come up with.
but we sure we
Those new members, if you want to bring them up. The system.
I will do that, thank you. All right, well, thank you for your time.
Oh, yeah, thank you guys. Be on the just an idea. We probably could operate that band on 4 days a week. But on the other side of the table, just take one day a week.
There you go.
To run the band. This is about a 2-hour job a day, so.
There you go.
You got
Maybe
Monday.
those three.
Monday? Oh,
Maybe those three.
I'm not
Yeah.
Sorry, we have meetings on Mondays now.
All right, we'll see you guys next week.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
See you, John.
yeah, have a good day.
Hello.
Bernie?
Hey, Bernie.
The last one.
No,
We're way
No.
off schedule, aren't we?
very, and Jessie is sticking around to wait for her meeting.
Anyway,
Jessie is sticking around to wait for her meeting. You know.
and I say I got a meeting at 6 o'clock in Clear Lake.
Well, do you guys wanna do Jesse now and then I can do whenever?
Yeah.
Cause I'm still doing numbers on phones if that's okay.
Oh, that's up to you.
I could tweak it a little more. I wanna triple check my math on these phone cords are ridiculous, but
Do you want to see if Jesse's available? Maybe? Jesse, are you on the phone by chance?
On her way down.
There we go. Well, you lucked out
Thanks, Bernie.
Yeah, thanks.
on that.
I got, all the,
So plan on Tuesday next week then.
okay,
Okay.
that sounds great.
Because we're closed Monday.
All or nothing.
Closed Monday, and I
Okay, so
think
tomorrow.
Morgan said you would talk about having another meeting,
Close Monday.
having
Yeah.
a meeting on Tuesday.
Yeah, for
Instead of Monday,
MLK
closed.
I don't know.
Holy cow, I didn't even think it was over already.
Yeah, so there's that, but what do you need from my laptop to make sure I can access?
I'm good at
this?
Because,
I need
because
access to that.
Yes, yeah.
Hey, yeah, we're gonna do it on the 21st.
Actually,
Yeah.
I could do it.
How long does it take? Cause she's got
30
her
seconds.
own.
Put that on the agenda.
It'll take me 30 seconds.
What's that?
Take me 30 seconds. I minimize stuff, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. I don't even know what's up there. I like 3 screens. That's one. This makes a long day. What we're saying about next meeting.
Meeting Tuesday. Still on.
Okay, good. It sounds like, I probably should wait for Laura to get back, but it sounds like the elevator people have asked if they can come on Monday, even though they're closed. So they can do the cement breaking portion of the repair while there's not everyone here. And I said I would be willing to be here on Monday for that, since I feel like I'm behind already and I just started.
This elevator right up here.
Yes, but they have to break up a bunch of the concrete. It's very loud, and so they asked if they could come over. It's just closed.
They're gonna be here. We used to have camera in there that worked, but when they did the demolition, they cut something up on the
That's
top.
the hot seat right there, Jesse.
Right here?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe, take that one.
Oh, well, this would be better. Hopefully it isn't too hot.
They haven't been shot at yet.
Okay, well, that's a good thing. And then, start that repair. So they're going to start that repair next week.
Yeah.
So you guys not troubleshooting. If anyone comes to work next Monday, even though we're closed, bring your earmuffs. They're gonna drill up some concrete.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
What number?
I'm 3.
We talked about your budget earlier. It's about the different codes that you
Yes.
pay.
And honestly, I think maybe to show Dennis how I have my spreadsheet with the different, that way it might be a little bit easier. That's why I brought my computer down, because I have it pulled up. I think visually this is confusing, but I think on this spreadsheet, it explains it better.
Because you have like a few people split.
Yes.
Jolene and,
Two. Little square note that I have right here.
do you want to see this?
I can bring it over to him too.
Or you can sit here for a second.
But this is what I have. So like I'm split 40% between vehicle registration, 10% driver's license, and 50% treasury. So Joe is
Oh, you're looking for that.
10% vehicle and 90%. And so that's where she was saying the different codes.
I hit something and.
So I have vehicle registration, I have 40% of me, that's my wage, and then driver's license, I have 10%. So those are the different the codes that you guys see on these, yes. So does that make sense? That way, how she's saying, well, you pay out of this and you pay out of this, that's where it's all split out. But I mean, we get one paycheck, it's just in this.
Oh, no, or I wouldn't be here. I have everything, and I just don't
It's
know
okay
what.
for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some departments are complaining.
Yes, yeah, Lexi, I think she's waiting on solutions from something from Tuesday last week. Yeah, does that make? Okay, I think this, hey Bernie, is visual stuff that makes
Bernie,
you
come here a
understand it a little
second.
bit better. but the whole
Bernie.
budget process just is still kind of printing it, so.
Dwight's not finding any emails older or in the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, just.
Are you on the?
Gosh, almighty, I'm gonna see.
Showing everyone.
The difference, how we're split out, so like. 10% from treasury. So then like Lisa S is 100% vehicle registration, where Sherry is 20% vehicle registration, 20% driver's license, and 60% tax.
General for.
So that, and then what happens is this information here is basically what's in here, but it's laid out. I have vehicle registration. This is my wage.
All right.
And then I have driver's license. I have the different categories and how the monies come out of it.
And then.
Yeah.
You're
My
number
brain
one
is
or?
very much.
Those are the different codes, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I just changed it and it still wasn't showing them.
$12.30,
Yep,
Yeah,
so
he said he's been
like
getting them.
here, this very top one, this is that matches that code right there. So this is what it was last year, which is my,
Should you just maybe
my spreadsheet.
highlight
Here.
those for him?
Does that make sense, how we're split?
I wondered about
Kind of
that.
thought maybe it'd be easier to explain it that way. I mean, this is, you get it, or you don't get it.
I know, yeah, exactly.
Well, we could probably start. Sure. We're just gonna look at Department 3 there.
You got me? Yeah, they were all in your deleted items. And I put them back over in your inbox for you. Might have accidentally deleted them or something, but they're all there.
Do you like the black screen?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, you know.
I tried it and I couldn't get used to the black. Do you use dark mode? No, I can't.
So
use
much
it
better
either.
on your eyes.
It probably is. I can imagine it is. I just can't do the black screen very much. I do
Reading,
Of course,
to
you
have my
know, I'm
tears
scared to,
all the time.
after little things like that, I'm scared to even touch the thing. You know, I better not do it again, right?
Yeah, well, he's really never gonna do anything with his email now. If he touched it once, he broke
I
it.
know, I don't even want to talk to you.
That's fine. I won't take offense to it.
Okay, what number are you?
3, way at the beginning.
Three, first one.
I just happy that I handed them.
Yeah. We'll just, I mean, you can go off your notes on yours and stuff, but that will help them kind of keep up with the same lines as you.
Sounds good.
And I have a.
Thanks. Okay. Where do you want to start? What do you want me to say?
Tell us where you see all this money.
Yeah, I wish I could do, I didn't really change anything, even in, expenditures or, revenues. The only thing I did change is with, my clerks. I did, 40-hour weeks instead of 37.5 because we sometimes more than often than not, we have customers walk in at 4:27, 4:28, 4:29, and then we have to stay and they do not end their day at 4:30. So kind of a little bit of, you know, how like passports, you get those last minute customers and you end up staying, and just a little contingency to have some balance there. And that's the only thing that
So
I
you gave everybody 2.5 weeks, more, all your hourly people 2.5 hours a week more?
Not Ashley.
Not Ashley,
No,
sure.
because she's set at 29 hours per
But
week.
Lisa,
Yes. Yeah.
Sherry.
So like on the tax side, you know, if we're in tax season and there's a day that we don't balance out, a little extra time to figure out where we're off. Generally, it's a miscalculation with the checks that come up, but
So you have 7.5 hours a week more.
yeah. And I got to looking at that and I thought, you know, maybe I could actually cut that in half before I came down here. So I could rework that.
Seems like it could be reworked some, but I don't know.
Yeah, I could probably cut that down in half and literally going back and looking into it, I thought I would keep it at 40 just for the in case, but I can look at their hours, say, over the last year and see how much and then calculate it off of that. That works.
Seems to make sense. I mean, our office, we do it more so because of elections.
Absolutely.
We do have those extra incidentals, but it's primarily the election side of it.
Or you're here until like 10 o'clock at night? Or...
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I did, unfortunately. When
I find out our first election is March 4th.
I have 2 specials.
Right around the
2
corner.
schools, and yep, I'm so excited.
So that's
actually the only thing that I increased, and that would have, you know, affected like the FICA, IFRS, you had said, put that little, chart out there. So I adjusted those accordingly. The only thing I maybe would like to increase is on the second page, the motor vehicle registration and license notices. Postage, with postage going up and mailing fees, I'm already at 54% over this fiscal year, so I probably maybe would add $500. An estimate at 8,000. Sorry, maybe not the second page. I was looking at my second page. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's an expense.
The example 412.
Yeah. No, up one. 407, vehicle registration
Oh,
notices, that one.
Yep. And what'd you say you're doing with it?
I would probably increase it by $500.
Oh.
7,500.
Yes. Stop looking at my copy. No, it's okay. Other than that, I didn't have anything else marked that I had issues with.
Looks all fine.
And I've gone back, I opened up a spreadsheet that the previous treasurer had, and it was like from 2020 and had comparable years, and on the expenditures, he was here for 29 years. I think he had a good idea of spending, and so when I came into office, I left all the numbers the same. And I still, to this day, have kept it the same except for postage. And the cost to put the tax sale listing in the newspaper has gone up. So I increased that last year, which I'm squeaking by on that this year, but I think I'll be okay. So you have those like other categories where like office furniture, like Todd said, you know, well, what if a chair busts? An office chair is $300 itself, you know? I've got 3 printers in the office. One of those breaks down, I mean,
So I just have to ask, are your 3 printers like the old printers that Frank always used to
the old
laugh little Frank, anytime anybody was getting rid of a copy machine or anything, get a new one. If it was an old one, Frank would take the old one. And is there a reason that there's 3 or can you get by with 1?
So one is for motor vehicle and copying. Another one is for taxes. And then the one back in my office is an extra document stuck in from someone who has printed from somewhere else, but it's fine. So yeah.
Are they still all the old ones though?
They're brothers printers. I think if when I looked,
maintenance contracts or anything?
No.
Because they're old ones.
No, he bought them. It looked like he bought them like refurbished off of Brothers website maybe. But hey, they're still working. Bake them as much as we can. So other than that,
So what, this is gonna be a silly question, under revenue. County deputy or highway patrolman writes a ticket and the fine is $100. Who gets that $100? Does Floyd County get it or does the city get it?
so,
Like a speeding.
they pay those fines up in the court.
It's in your Department 6 that we did the other day, last Monday. Fines go in that Department 6.
And what department was that?
Clerk of court.
They pay fines up there.
So they keep that money, that goes into their budget, right? Any
No,
ticket written in the county?
It's just called clerk of court because it's clerk of court fees that come to the county. So it's just general fund revenue.
Okay.
That's the one that's the one I love to look at because you look at the expenses. You've got, if you have to pay jury fee duties or things like that for grand jury, that type of thing. But then you look at the revenues and the revenues are 30,000 and the expenses are 6,000. I love that one. That's my favorite.
Well, good.
So it's not really clerk of court.
Not everybody fights their tickets in court. They'll just go home, write a check and send it in, right?
Right, but that's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what those revenues are. Yeah.
But maybe you said this already, I don't see any revenues entered in here.
I do not have a revenue sheet. I have a printed revenue sheet, but it doesn't have anything on it.
I've got one.
There's no revenues.
No, this whole column.
Oh, 2025.
Did you change anything on the revenue sheet? I have check marks. There is something with the computer. I can't tell you how many numbers I had to re-enter.
Is that solutions program?
It's got save.
I hit save, but it was one of those things where I'm like trying to tab through and all of a sudden it goes, and it's gone, and then I go back up and it's all gone.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's what happened because I entered
Then
this
they're
on
done that.
Saturday.
I did take out $60. So I did make a change.
Okay. For insufficient funds checks. Category sheet.
Everything else is the same. So your
Everything
revenue,
else is the same, yes.
so your revenues are $204,360.
Driver's license.
I have
$350, yeah.
Driver's license fee, is that shared? What do you share with? 19.5. Item 4281.
I think it just means
That's the county share that we take in. So the state pays, we have to split out, so much goes to the state and the county pays so much.
Okay.
Yep.
Is it a 50-50 split or?
I don't think so.
I could look into that for you
No,
if you'd like.
that's okay. I was just curious.
This is one, I'll correct me, Jesse, if I'm wrong. This is one of the things that driver's license has been a topic through legislation as well, because the fees that the counties get from the state don't cover the staff to provide the position. And
That's
so-
my understanding as
Yeah.
well.
So some counties are saying, why are we providing this service if it won't even cover
Correct.
the staff, the wages and benefits of the staff that are in training and all the other costs associated with it, to have that position for the state?
And thankfully, they have it's all online training webinars. And so she just shuts down for like an hour, does her training, and then gets back up and running. It's not like she has to go to Ankeny or, which is nice.
Yeah. But still, it doesn't cover the wages.
Correct, yes.
The wages and benefits of alone.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at that, driver's license fee shared $21,000. Jolene's an 80% deputy that makes $60-some thousand. Plus benefits.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a very much upside down number. So that's something that I think was also in that, if you guys did that survey from legislative priorities that you could put, is this an important thing for ISAC to fight for
Discuss,
you?
yeah.
Yeah. I would say definitely. I mean, you kind of see it somewhat like passports. We took on doing passports because we make a little money on it, but we don't want the service to go elsewhere.
Right.
And so because you send people to Mason City to do their driver's license or Osage or wherever, then they're there and they're shopping there, they're eating there, they're buying gas. So some things, there is a cost to doing business, but this one's just gotten too far upside down.
Yeah. So your expenses are going up about $11,000.
Yes.
Roughly, right?
Roughly. But if I do some recalculating on the hourly for the clerks, then it will change.
It doesn't include salaries.
That does.
It doesn't include salaries.
The 37.5 to 40 hours a week times 3 people.
3 people.
But it doesn't include, he's asking.
It does not include
whatever you guys decide.
The 2 3/4%.
No, she probably didn't know about the 2 3/4.
Okay.
So last Thursday, we did union negotiations with secondary roads.
Okay.
And we're waiting to hear back because their group is going to ratify it, but we're looking at 2.75%.
Okay.
Cost of living is 2.5, and we're looking at 2.7.
2.7?
2.75. But we don't know that yet. Okay. We gotta crunch all the numbers first. Probably on your worksheet that you have, probably, I'm just looking at that driver's license thing again for you, because it had categorized, is it 90/20? Is that, which one's driver's license? 801?
The income or the expense?
4281.
The income.
No, on the expenses, like all, like your, like driver's license expenses, what service
Expenses.
area? It's like the 8101, is it, or?
80, driver's license, services, fuel, 8101.
8101, so you look at those expenses, you see all those expenses there, I don't know.
I've
Your
got
sheet has,
just under driver's license for expenses, I have $475, I think, just under her category. I meant for fuels and general office supplies.
like if you just took that, anything that was under 8101.
Oh, you want the whole grand total then?
Yeah, I don't know if
Expenses,
you had that.
including,
Yours, hers, Sherry's.
so that Sherry would be included in the clerk's here. So that's the 125,574.
Yeah, and then
For
you go
driver's
back
license.
to the revenues and you see, you get 21,000 in revenues fiscal year 24.
Yes.
And it costs 100,000 more than that. That's where the state's gotta beef that up, that fee up. Because again, why would you do that service that's costing you $100,000? You need to beef that up.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know, it's not vehicle registration, there's that, is that, do you get money back on that?
Registration is 100. That is at 248,547. Last year, it looks like auto registration fees were 163,885. And use tax was at 3660.
That was not too bad.
And then, we took in 16,591 in mailing fees.
We got about 183 in revenue. And how much did you say in expenses?
248,547.
60,000 off of there. Crazy numbers, aren't they?
Take away the services.
Yeah, you can't do that.
We don't get much money from civil penalty processing fees, do we?
Is that the new one that came up just last couple of years for the other cities that you guys do collections for if the city has parking fines and things like that?
That's, line 4,300, the Charles City parking tickets. So we do collect.
Gotcha.
Yes, so if you get a parking ticket from the city of Charles City, we get a report from them, and then we put a stop on your motor vehicle side. So if you come in to renew your tags, you have to pay your parking ticket first, and then we can renew your.
Yeah.
So that's that line.
So the city pays even 19,500, or, well,
No.
What's the top on the Iowa Department of Transportation for $65 or $95? Processing fees again, huh?
So that actually is, this is revenue, so that is, if someone has a OWI, it's a $5 civil penalty for her to process it, so that's what we take in there. On her side.
On the driver's license side?
Driver's license side. Because that's her helping them reinstate their license, I do believe.
This is pretty cheap to do that. Is that separate?
I believe so.
And the others?
The parking tickets?
Well, even like that first one that's blank for the civil, that Dennis asked about first, the civil.
Oh, the blank one. I would have to.
I don't. I only ask this because we're off on the, however, the clerk of court codes checks for that they send down to your office.
Yeah, cause you asked me about that last year, but we only use the revenue codes that they put on those sheets.
Right, right, but somehow we've discovered that the county attorney collections that they've hired by 2080 agreement for Cerro Gordo County, nothing's getting coded to that. So I don't know if some of those numbers have changed. I don't know how they got their account codes. I don't know.
I wonder if it
Gonna
falls under
guess.
that category.
But I did notice in clerk of court, that Department 6 budget that we talked about, there's a huge amount. They were coding it to the county attorney's fund department, but it stopped, what, 3 years ago? And so.
22-23 was the last time that they,
Yeah.
the attorney's
I don't
office
know.
had a relatively larger.
I don't know. Again, I'm so it's just whatever they coded, that's where it went. But we have to pay Cerro Gordo County for doing those collections. And I don't know where the money's going. I think it's been going in 06, that clerk report. Okay. I'd be interested to look up that code and see if there's ever been revenue in this one, or how long it's been since there's been revenue, and those ones that are blank on yours. To see if there's.
Do you have a date of in like 2022 that where it changed?
I never looked that far into this spreadsheet. You could just see on this last line that he had significantly.
0. Wait, it might have declined some one year, but then
I wonder if they maybe changed their forms that they bring down that worksheet and it got taken off.
a mystery. I don't think we're not getting revenue, I just don't think the revenue has been attributed to the right fund.
Right fund.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm trying to think how I could help you guys look back, other than looking back at every single miscellaneous receipt that was done in.
I don't think you'll get it because Liz has given me copies of all those supporting attachments to those, like back a year or so.
Okay.
And there's no case number. It has a brief description of what it is. Morgan's got all those if you want to look at or if we have it handy because it was just something we never got to figure out where's. They're in the drawer. That one drawer.
Or are they in a box?
They're in the
Do we
drawer.
know?
Yeah, I pulled them out last week. When
I
was up
know,
there.
but I don't remember. And I shuffled a few of the piles to the
Oh,
floor.
well, I don't know that.
So, but anything that was in a drawer is still in a drawer. I have not touched the filing cabinets.
They're in those wide cabinets.
Okay.
In the
One of the
second row
stacks
down.
within the drawer.
Okay.
So maybe something might look familiar to you on
Okay.
that, but I think it's gonna be working. with the
To turn off the music, press 1.
Okay.
Does that mean it timed out? Just us?
That one did. That one, the people just hung up.
Oh, nice.
And this one they hung up on.
I think we noticed it in the clerk of court's budget, not in the attorney's budget.
Correct. It should be in the attorney's budget. It used to be in the attorney's budget, but it's no longer. What do you want to do with Todd? I mean, John. I guess maybe.
Gore. See out here, you want one?
I haven't seen him. He often listens on the phone. That just somebody just hung up on the
Do you
phone.
need anything from
Was he
me?
scheduled to come today? Call him.
I haven't met him yet, so Gloria will.
Do we want him to come today or
Yeah, I had to leave.
probably not? Yeah, okay.
Would be open rescheduling for next Tuesday. Good job. Have fun.
I'll go work on that. Yeah, sorry, I can grab my.
No, you're fine.
I'm down here.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank you, guys. Hopefully you're not here too much longer.
Okay, I don't believe that we have gone over, future agenda items. You guys,
We have
no, you guys, close this thing up. Is there anything?
John's on his way.
Is he?
He's just right here.
Okay. Can't think of anything, future agenda items offhand. Hey, I little off schedule, sorry.
That's all right.
Very off schedule.
Have a seat, John.
You've met Boyd, right?
No, I haven't.
He visited your office one day.
It's been on my day off.
It must have been, because I think, who was in there? Al, I think, was in there. Al and Nikki were in there.
Oh, yeah, that was my day
Or
off,
just-
yeah.
On the day we did the tour.
Oh, okay. Well, it's nice to meet you.
John Moore and Boyd Campbell.
Okay.
I think the right one, dispatch.
65.
It's nice to meet you, John.
Yes, nice to meet you. We're gonna have you head change.
Oh, yeah, how about you?
Using a new tower yet, John?
They're getting there. We're running off of this one. All the law enforcement are using the new portables. That's just amazing.
Pretty good, huh?
Oh, best money spent.
It's good to hear.
Well, looks like we need to do a calculation on FICA numbers on this one, John.
Yes. I did not find a sheet on Friday or Saturday when I was doing it, so I did not calculate the FICA numbers for this one for that reason. Just need to.
And then I was gonna check health insurance to see if that was the right health insurance plans, if we got them covered well.
Yeah,
I
who has
never
the
got it
family.
checked, and I don't know. I guess I didn't get. So we can double check that. What do you got, John?
I guess, really no major changes, except, I'm looking to hire a part-time dispatcher at 24 hours a week max. Since July, we've been down 2, and I got everyone hired, got one that's still in training yet, one that just went on his own. There's just, how busy this county is getting call-wise. I try to have 2 people on second shift all the time, and way overbearing for one dispatcher. When you got, the calls are coming in and all that. Like I worked Friday and Saturday, 3 to 11 by myself. It wasn't too bad, but we get a lot of open spaces, and our current, since we were down, like my overtime budget about shot, it's at 80, I'd have to go back and look, but it's a little over 80% spent. That's because we have 6 people trying to cover 24/7. It does work, but we got people that have 5 weeks vacation and they take off, and that's where that part-timer would really come in and alleviate a lot of the workload to help. So that's kind of what I'm hoping the board would consider.
Did you include that new hire in here?
It is not in there. That's a new code to build. 1000, 1040, 101, 65. And that's 01. Which number you on?
I got 1,000, 1,000.
40. 01 over 101, 65, and then I'm not sure what the part-time one is. Maybe 5 or something. 65. a 65, we're doing a new one today.
That's 28.
That's 28, that's.
I know.
Oh, well, there it is.
Okay.
That's probably my fault. The bottom line is showing a reduction in your budget.
That's only because the FICA and I.
The FICA,
Oh, okay. Those two lines.
It's a nice thought, though.
yeah,
Yeah, I was pretty happy with you, John.
No, you're not.
Sorry, John. I'm not getting up on the right start with you.
yeah, yeah, as far as any other changes, really the contract services, I always usually have 4,500 left over. The state is raising their prices for the NCIC, but it's not dramatic to where I gotta increase. I still feel happy with the 30,000 for the contract services.
I just want to back up a little bit. So you're talking
To
adding
turn
a,
off the music, press 1.
adding a part-time person just in wages is going to increase about $33,696. That a number you had?
Yeah, yeah.
Plus FICA and IFRS.
That number's not in here, that 32,000.
33,696 is not in there. Plus FICA. Won't be insurance though, because just so you guys know, I think you know this, Dennis, but boy, you may not know. Part-time employees are not eligible to work more than 29 hours a week.
And we just figured 24 as 3 8 hours, yeah, is what,
So
has it been hard to find a part-time?
it's very hard to find a full-time. It really is. We don't get a lot of applicants by the time you do the background and, you know, you cut out half of them right there. It is really hard to find. And last year we were able to increase the wages, which, cause in the last couple of years, we lost 2 people. Just two to state and one went to Clear Lake PD for, so board did give us a nice increase that helps retain, and I think that helped, but.
So this is where they, in this current fiscal year, went from $24 to $27 an hour to pay, or $27.02 for that full time dispatcher, or I mean, second third shift dispatcher. And that's why you got the message from the sheriff that he wants jailers bumped up to.
Okay. Yeah, when that 24, I did I can't remember how many county wage study, but like me, I worked part-time up at Mitchell, small town, and I was making 80 cents more an hour than what the full-timers down here were. Mitchell's not busy at all, you know, so, but,
okay. And then you see where he's talking about on that overtime line item. So far, in a little over 6 months, he spent $25,000 and has 28,000 budgeted.
that was just the cover shifts, 2 down.
So he has to beat that number then.
What do you think the next 6 months is gonna do with that?
What, on the overtime? Yeah. Well, Nikki's got, at least 2 to 3 more months before I feel comfortable with her going on her own.
So that's causing overtime for them.
Well, people still need to take time off.
Yeah.
It's, been challenging the last 6 months, but,
Sound like the sheriff earlier today.
Oh,
Nobody
I'm,
hired
I'm,
him.
I'm just stating fact.
Yeah, well,
It is a fact.
it is.
You know, I mean, I gave the county
I'm
back
not trying to make
3
light
days
of
of vacation because I couldn't even take time out because I was
Yeah.
maxed out on my vacation, which was fine. It didn't really bother me because I understand the situation we were in, so.
hate to have to do that. You're doing that so that somebody else can take their vacation.
Yeah,
That's unfortunate that you lose it.
but I got it knocked down now, so.
And like on the education and training, has Nikki not
We're
been
getting
through
these
that?
numbers.
She goes to BIS the 28th
These
and
numbers, maybe
29th.
what would this number
So that
be, you know?
1,500
You don't know.
line item. I think we got a bad number on
Don't worry.
422.
There's a.
We've got 150. I think that should be a 1,500.
1,500.
Yeah. Make sure
Yeah,
we're getting those
I
now.
don't need to.
I'll get that figured out.
Got a bad number on 422. It should be 1,500.
Ooh, that's good.
But I do know one of the things we talked about, John, is you probably wouldn't need to do the 14,000 transfer.
Because we currently have a little over 80,000 in there. What that is, it's a backup fund, so if we have a major expense or something, we budget 25,000 every budget year. If something major happens in the content, we got that as backup. My goal was to get
814 number. The 814 number is the
Okay, got it.
that. Yeah. So that's kind of like we talked about with conservation, that we take some of that revenue and dump it over in conservation reserve. That said, 814 is the same code on that one. So here's a thought. Do you think we'd be safe if we took out that 14,000 expense and added 14,000 to your overtime line item? You think that would
give me a lot of wiggle room? Yes.
So if we knock the 814 down to 0 and bump up the 28,093 plus 14,000. I think you're gonna hit that.
Yeah, it looks like it. And then next year, that line 814, that's funded again?
It's up to this board. As you look across there, you can see we've chosen, the board of supervisors chose not to fund it in past years because that fund, and that's that 17,000 one on the bottom. We've not spent anything there, and so that fund balance is 70-some thousand, I think.
I thought it was well over 80 when I.
Is it over 80? Could be. You just say that.
Because my goal was always just to get up to 100. But I feel real comfortable not adding that 14 for this year and the next budget year.
But the supervisors would then consider that as a motion, just like with conservation, to do that transfer. But it would be, my thoughts on that, it's just dependent on, does the fund, have you used 25,000, does it need it or not? But we've not spent anything, haven't needed anything, so we were kind of talking about, we don't know if the tower would make a difference. If there'd be anything extra, you'd have to pay on that tower side. We're okay there.
Yeah, that should all be up. Anything with the tower related. As far as the new radio project, that'd be out of that bond.
That fund is sitting at 67,000.
That one,
You talking about that 25,000 down there, John? Out of equipment, that capital.
You're talking about the reserve fund over there?
Yeah. Fund 7, I pull up 17,000 and it shows a fund balance of 67,100.
I thought I saw 80,000. I haven't spent anything major out of it,
No,
so.
and we got a chunk of that from the city of Charles City. And 17,000. Yeah, we had 82,000 in fiscal year 21.
21.
We want to see when we spend it.
Mine showed, oh, back in 21, it was at 80,709.
Right.
But we haven't spent anything that I can remember. Straight out of the bond, yeah.
June 30th of 23, it had 89,534.
23?
Yeah.
That is
I'm gonna have to talk to Jesse about that one. That's where that's.
Yeah, that's 60 grand.
Oh, wait, sorry. It's kicking me. It bumped me to a different fund. We spent $13,608.94 in fiscal year 22. I'm gonna go to an expense detail, Morgan, is where I'm going. Fiscal year 21. 22. Electronic engineering, PSAP. There was a few bills. Portable radios, 1,520. On June.
well, they got taken out of there. We got 2 mobile radios.
In your office?
And if the radios would fail, I thought 911 paid for that.
So it was in
Really didn't get
22.
fiscal year 22. And then there was electronic engineering, microwave equipment, PSAP, 5,556.
Oh, okay. Now I checked.
Reinstall equipment, dispatch 750. And mode converters for communications.
To turn off the music, press 1.
North Lance Business Systems, moved Eventide next log, 1,440.
Oh, oh, I think that's when the move.
Must be.
Moving, okay, so
Spent
that,
$13,608.
for the move, okay. Time flies by.
That was all January and March and June.
Yep.
Of 22.
Because we moved it, I think it was January.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
I think I found it. Huh? I think I found it. So that's a good start. Did you find it? Yeah. So you don't have that $80,000 balance, but we're a little bit different than when it came from the city because the city's budget system works different than our budget system. And so banking up that fund isn't as necessary for us as it was the way things had to be budgeted on the city side. We used to put that $14,000 every year. The county paid the city that $14,000. And then when dispatch moved over here, they ended up cutting us a check for $80,000. I think it was 78,000.
Yeah,
at
something
the
like
time,
that.
but it earns interest on that fund as well. And
They're not paying us now, though, the city, are they? For
Nope.
dispatch?
No, that was the agreement as well at that time. to not do that, but we kept them as that advisory board, city county advisory board. But I still think you're okay not doing the 14,000.
Yeah, you know, if something major happened, I would just have
I'd
to
agree with
come and
that.
meet with you guys.
You're gonna need it. Here, looks like.
That reestimate those numbers. Like the, on
Yeah, take
fiscal
the
year
14,000, move it up to the 28,000.
yeah, for fiscal year 25.
Yes, the reestimate column.
Fiscal year 26, that one's gonna be a little bit different. I don't know if you wanna have it in there or not have it in there. If you're looking at a 33,000 plus benefits for an employee, part-time employee.
I would feel comfortable not adding that for the next year's budget to 14
So
to
you
help
take-
it, we
take
can,
that 14
if
out
we
then.
get a part-timer, I'm more than okay with that.
What did you say about your contract carriers?
That's, the states, the NCIC is going up a little bit, but over the past years, I've had $4,500 left over, and it's not going up by thousands, it's just going up by, like, I think $700 or something. That's the only increase I see. So 30,000 usually has been a good thing for the past 5 years, so.
I had, this, by the way, you're gonna take that off the revenues then also on the fund as revenue going into that fund 14, or 17,000. Next page. Say it in the,
Caught in the wheel.
So we got an email, actually Jesse got the email and forwarded it about, do we have any contracts for use of tower space? People renting tower space.
On our new tower?
I know we don't right now.
Right.
What's the potential for that and having some revenue? I know we're gonna pay a chunk to Steve Schlater if we do. Cause that's
Well,
it.
he gets part of the deal.
Yeah, but what's the potential of that and having?
Well, I believe they designed it to have other equipment on there.
How do you go about it though, finding
They'll find us.
They'll find us.
Cell phone companies probably. More than likely. What you think, John, or?
Yeah. I can't think of around here besides cell phone companies.
Another county can't use it for what we're using it for, right?
What's that?
Another county, like Saragordo County, couldn't use it to enhance their 911.
Or the radio coverage?
Radio coverage, or could they?
They shouldn't
Oh,
need to, right?
Oh, well, see, right now, like if the deputies are on the west side of the county, they're actually hitting Saragordo County, coming through and then coming back to us right now.
Right, because the tower's not working right. Towers isn't.
Right. No, they got
But when it is, would Saragordo have any interest in putting antennas on a tower in Floyd County?
I wouldn't think so. They got a pretty robust system over there. Yeah. The only thing that's benefit from us putting up the tower is state, because their troopers will hit our towers. Like if they're here in town, they're going off of ours, the monopole down there. But one thing I would have, if we got cell phone companies, we'd still have to check, make sure it ain't gonna interfere with our radio system.
And they're gonna have to put their own equipment in that building too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever it takes for them
to put it up, yeah.
I'm not.
That's just a tad above, I'd have to check to see if like cell transmitters would interfere with our 700 megahertz system, so that I'm not for sure, but I can easily find that out.
If it was a revenue source we could tap, that would be awesome. It'd be a great boost to our, well, which way would the revenue go? Would it go in, like, say, your budget, 65, or would it go in 911, or would there be some split?
I would probably think a split of some sort. Oh, well, you know, because 911 is gonna be ponying up all that money for the next 5 years for the maintenance.
Yeah.
What
The county owns the tower.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, definitely.
Well, the taxpayers own it.
Yeah, yeah. That's, you know, right now I've just been concentrating on getting this radio system up and running.
I'm just looking at potential revenue sources for fiscal year 26 because
I think there'll be
what we're working on is fiscal year 26.
I think there'll be some potential for that.
Yeah, and I can check with some of the other counties that had to put towers up, like Worth, if they have any.
Well, look at some of these towers similar to the one we put up. If you look at them, they're full of antennas. You know, if you get above 250 feet, or if you're a 300-foot tower,
which we are,
they got antennas all over them, and they're not 911 and.
Oh, I'm sure they got
cell phone
antennas. I can check into that, you know, to see.
I just don't want us to miss an opportunity there. If there's some way we need to market it, how we can market it, or.
Yeah, never dealt with something like that, but I'll dig into it, see what we can find out.
There was discussions about that very early on in these talks with Motorola about being able to capitalize on other tenants and companies renting space or other.
Yeah, I remember that. I could talk to RJ too at Pyramid, because they're the ones that put up the towers, maintenance. Just get some input from him, so.
And we're gonna be gone Wednesday and Thursday to new officer school. There might be a conversation with other counties, you know, go out for supper that evening or whatever, and what other counties have for.
Butler, Graham, or Franklin, I don't know what they've got for communication. It would be more, I think, for cell phone companies than other law enforcement agencies, don't you think?
Yeah, I would think 99% would be cell phone companies.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can start digging into it, you know. Once we get all the bugs worked out of our system, you know.
I think what might be kind of sweet if there was something, and pending what that revenue was, if what funded that fund 17,000 was that tower revenue.
Oh, sure.
Instead of general fund. If, you know, if there is a split, that 911 gets a chunk and the county gets it for communications purposes, that would fund other stuff.
Schrader share 25%.
Was it, I don't know what it was it 25?
Seems like that's what it was.
I think you're right.
I think that's what
That could be.
But he didn't charge much for the acre and a half for the meeting.
Oh, really?
75,000? That was pretty hefty, I thought. For an acre and a half, $75,000?
71,000.
How rich could you be, boy?
Oh, it's over. Do you happen to know that Slater boy?
Pardon?
Do you happen to know Steve Slater?
Yeah.
Do you have from Rockwell?
From Rockwell?
His address is Rockwell. He owns property in Floyd, of course, but.
He owned that farm just to the west of the fossil park.
Yeah, okay. Same Steve Slater.
That's
Yeah, yeah.
He's got his brother, isn't it his brother? That sold his property from City of Rockford to
Oh,
Karen Schlater and. Can't think of her right now.
I bet.
I bet, yeah, I think it's his brother, I'm not sure. If it's his brother. All right, well, guys, I gotta go if you're.
I bet. Okay, well, say you get picked up by, either Floyd or.
Maybe this, we may have a resolution for a solar. Memorandum, I'm gonna talk to Richard about that. Anything else for future agenda items?
Got a list of stuff, but I didn't bring it with me, but nothing that's ready for board action.
If not, we need a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion.
Motion by Campbell, second by Carr, all in favor?
Aye.
You can even say aye. Aye. All right, we're done.
What a day.
Yeah. It's a fun one, huh?
This should be the longest of days,
So.
Okay.
Should be.
Except.
Well, maybe not because we got all these,
There's still like 6 budgets to go
there's
through.
still several to go through. Bernie's is the
Mine,
only other.
Bernie's and your guys'. Yeah, but I think I have 3.
There's medical
You guys have
examiner,
some.
there's public defender, there's juvenile probation, there's debt service.
So we do that again next Tuesday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want that copy of that paper or you want me to take it with you?